Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. I forgot what he looked like, just given how limited his involvement was yesterday. Randy, we missed you. Where'd you go?
I made a request to producer James that I did miss you, Ali, so wishes were granted. Here I am.
Notice the lovely way in which he swept completely under the rug the question about where he disappeared to yesterday. Really, like career in politics, perhaps in your future. In our future, of course, here today is going to be plenty. As per usual, we are going to flash back to how the 40K mystery bounty shook out. An absolutely incredible final table. Worth a go back and a watch. We'll hit you with the spoilers here today, as we always do. But on the docket, we do have the 50K Quattro Bounty, which will complete the bounty portion of the program. More on that a little bit later. And of course, we are beginning another 50K elsewhere in the room. So everything is buzzing for the time being. But Randy, did you catch much of this table, this FT, yesterday? Because I went wire to wire with Rast.
I didn't catch that much of it, but I did see, Moneymaker making another deep run, which is always very fun. And, the bounty aspect changes how players play, and it was very action-heavy.
Listen, it changes how some players play. For others, maybe not so much. And we got a little bit of everything. Let us flash back then to the 40K Mystery Bounty final table from last night. 8 players would embark upon the journey to bag the biggest payouts in this one. Bounties becoming less relevant. Expected value of each envelope, 64,000. Large pay jumps began to enter the arena. Moneymaker trapped Stephen Chidwick limping pocket jacks. Chidwick would jam an ace jack and never really have anything to sweat. 3 outs one time. Would ultimately be where he found himself, heading to a river. $82,000 going to him as he creeps up on $20 million in career Triton earnings. Then Daniel Rezai with ace-10 suited would make it 300K to call. Moneymaker would play 10-7 suited as a flat. Tang would then come in behind with $1.4 million in total. Rezai chewed on this one for a minute before flatting. Moneymaker would then also, quite surprisingly, make the call, taking us to a dry side pot. Main pot of 4.5 was complete. Spade draw on the flop for Rezai, then the ace on the turn, which is what would put him in front of Danny, would make the nut flush on the end.
You flush? Oh, yeah. Ace was good anyway. Good game, guys.
And Danny, for a second, thought that the river was where he was beaten, but it was on the turn. He picks up some Ivan Leal Player of the Year award points to create some buffer. More on that later. $114,000 for the 7th place effort. Then Rezai would find it his turn. Bled down considerably. And Jack 10, he would open the action, be asked for the rest by Artyom Lazowski, whose ace deuce would hop in front. Then sweat on the turn as you saw the bounty chip being passed over prematurely in an effort to try to will in a bad beat. Unsuccessful was that endeavor. $156,000 would go to Rezai. 5 would then remain. Dylan Lind, ace deuce suited. He would stick in most of his tokens. Lazowski, who was up to over $9 million, would ask for the rest, and Dylan was taking the best of it. 3-2 in an almost $10 million chip pot. And then the king high board left him behind. Hunting the ace or backdoor equity with a diamond. The turn would shower all of the above. And Dylan Lind as well, inconsequential river, sealing his fate as the $202,000 earning 5th place finisher. 4 would remain then, and Nikita Kuznetsov, who had been in the mix far more than we had been observing, found himself in an interesting spot with ace-5 offsuit. Decided to play it as a jam. All of us here at the booth were surprised. Jack 10-8. Samuel Ju all in for a $2 million chip side pot. The bulk of things was on the outside, of course, between the Russian and the Belarusian. And on the river, none of the chop outs and none of the necessary help for Kuznetsov, who so improbably would give Ju a ladder, and it wasn't the last that he would be enjoying.
I didn't want that.
Chris Moneymaker jamming after Kuznetsov picked up $253,000 for 4th place. Final 3, Jack 3, no help.
Yes.
King 10 holding on.
5 is good.
and sealing. Chris Moneymaker, as a third place finisher, $311,000 going his way.
A million.
Artyom, pocket queens. Shot it up after Samuel brought 8-6 off suit into this one as a limp from the button. Jack high board, cozy. 1.5 from Artyom, of course, with second pair. Sam not interested in going anywhere. A 9 on the turn, and then he would face another barrel of 3.5 million. This one was the fork in the road of sorts, as neither of the flush draws nor any straight draw would show up on the river, and the jam for the remainder of Sam's chips took a lot longer for him to call than we see here. But in the end, that call would leave him in second and would leave Artyom ecstatic. Jew collecting $452,000, but then leaving the trophy, a maiden one, here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, to be hoisted by Artyom Lesowski, who looked very tidy throughout. $669,000 going to him. Again, I don't know how much of it you caught, Randy, but it was, when we got down to the final three, a group for whom it meant the world. In spite of the fact that Moneymaker had already won the 25K GG Millions, you know how hard Samuel Jew works. You know how seriously he takes it. Hasn't been a pro his whole life. And Artyom, of course, a young man of just 25 years of age. First Triton. It was all delightful to bear witness to.
Of course. It's your very first Triton, right? And you studied at home, you're playing with the best in the world, and then when you get to the final three, it becomes very real that maybe I am the one to take down that title. And with each all in, he was excited. He was smiling so huge when he was holding that trophy in the end. It's just wonderful for him.
The excitement doesn't end, by the way, for Artyom, because he has a staggering, wait for it, 12 bounty envelopes. Now, we began day 2 coverage with 47 players. He has 12 bounties. A quarter of the field was knocked out by the eventual champ, who, by the way, wasn't just steamrolling the whole way. For a while, Kuznetsov had the chip lead, and really Nikita sort of self-inflicted wounds in that three-way pot where Zhu had, I can't remember, the 8s, I think it was, and then the ace-queen suited, and ace-10 just decided, or ace-5, I guess, decided to blast. We really were chewing on that pot for a long time. But, of course, let's not overlook Zhu. Quite a different experience for him. 12 bounties for Artyom, just 1 for Samuel en route to a third-place finish. And we had a nice chat with him afterward. He said, I was just trying to focus on winning the tournament, not really focused on picking up bounty envelopes, each of which were worth $64,000, but perhaps that objective of trying to win the tournament can still remain fruitfully intact, even with all the other business going on in terms of bounty hunting.
I actually think because he had that mindset of going for the title, and the money is not the big important part for him, it's winning his first Triton, allowed him to create opportunities to win chips better, right? Because players are calling him down, trying to win their bounty. I remember Grafton tried to call him down in a spot with like King 10 against an Ace 9, and that would mean that Samuel Jew is able to get his chips in good, much more than average.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He was taking the best of it on almost every occasion, it felt like, that we saw him all in, and it did work out in terms of him ultimately getting second. Not going to be here is Jew to draw for the bounties. He's already moved on, but he has a nominee, and more on that later, because Moneymaker also has a nominee. And now, money's gone. But what I'm saying, money actually is coming in the door, if I'm being honest.
Money's going home.
Moneymaker's going home. Incredible stop for him, of course. He's kind of dropping the mic a little bit, right? Had the title in the 25K GG Millions, very profitable. But he is elected to utilize Nacho Barbero to draw his envelopes. Now, I'm not pretending that this requires some strategic or analytical unpacking, Randy, but Moneymaker said he's the luckiest guy he knows, so why wouldn't he pick him?
Well, it does make sense, and if I had a bunch of envelopes, I wouldn't pick you because I don't think you're the luckiest guy I know. So, yeah, I probably would pick Nacho myself.
Yeah, and by the way, Hossein Ensan, fellow German who is still here at Triton, that's who's going to be pulling the envelope for Samuel Jew. I've dressed up for the part. It will be happening during dinner break here today of the 50K. It may coincide, by the way, because there's a couple of 50Ks going on. And let's turn our attention to that other 50K where Danny Tang is searching for additional Player of the Year points. Although producer James has given me a furrowed brow here because I may be conflating things. Danny, of course, courtesy of the second final table that he had there in the 40K Mystery Bounty, did buffer himself ahead of Jason Kuhn a little bit, but still threats do loom. Razai, 4 big blinds, is it? Sorry, 4 bounties. I'm really falling apart at the seams here, guys.
Come on, Ollie.
4 bounties, 4 Razai, 3 for Moneymaker, Grafton, and Zubov. Let's put the bounty stuff aside. Now let's get to the Player of the Year. A lot to talk about there as we get into this Quattro Bounty. Danny still at the top, but of course, threats do linger. Mike Watson, 8th in the Player of the Year, already did pick up a title. He could get another and then jump up to 2nd. And all of a sudden, not so cozy is Danny, who's got a lot of people nipping on his heels. And Watson is going to be still in this one as we pick up coverage. But let's talk about Quattro Bounty. I've got so much going on in my head this morning. You and I were at lunch. We were trying to figure it all out for ourselves. It's a little simpler than it might seem when you first hear it.
Yes, of course, the mystery bounty, whenever you bust, you get an envelope. It could be worth 40K upwards to 400,000. The Quattro bounty is set. Out of the 50K buy-in, 35K does go to prize pool, 15K to the bounty. But the bounties don't come in until there's 25% of the field remaining.
Right.
So there's definitely a little bit of a bubble in trying to get to the bubble, the bounty portion of the format. And then there's another bubble when we get to the prize pool. But regardless, each bounty is worth 60K a piece. So flat. There's no pulling the bounties. You know how much EV for each elimination. You know, it's a simpler format.
But it does create multiple bubbles in terms of you're trying to make sure that you get to the last 25% of the field. That way you can earn bounties. Then you're trying to get into the money. And we are going to pick up coverage here today with that bounty bubble having burst, but we're still a few steps away from getting into the money. 126 entries, 72 uniques. We are picking up coverage with 28 players. Over $1 million up top. 20 people will be paid. The min cash is $57,000, so we're 8 away from the money bubble. 32 total bounties were available, so obviously some have been collected for between this 32 and the 28 that we have right now. Adrian Mateos, as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for the first time, is your chip leader. El Conquistador knifing through on day 1. Earning $2.1 million in total. Behind him, not by much, is the Lithuanian Paulius Vaitiekunas, and then a big drop-off down to Watson, but obviously it is still fairly early. The bounty hunt means that as we scroll down toward the end of the remaining 28 and find Stanley Choi, we know he and the likes of Kosei Ichinose are going to have big targets on their back. It's like wearing a $60,000 bill around your neck.
Yes, 100%. All eyes will be on them. The second day jam, you're gonna see, one call like pretty much guaranteed, possibly 2 or 3. So yes, you're right. They do have a huge target on their back.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's quickly take a peek at the feature table before we head down into the arena, and we'll get some look at outer table action as well. We do find the short stack Stanley Choi there, as well as Ichinose, so there could be some jockeying and jostling in terms of everybody trying to pick off 60K and 6 bigs. You do see Watson there, 58 bigs. He's got Martirosian direct left with another deep stack, so maybe a bit of a handcuffing situation for him.
I'm going to tell you that this is a dream table if you're not Stanley Choi and Ichinose, just because you have 2 chances to collect a bounty. Even if you're the short stack with 17 blinds with Soiza, he can actually get an opportunity to get 60K in an envelope.
Or Chris Brewer with 15 big blinds out there, and we will send it down to these guys at the feature table, but we'll get a look around the room as well as we do strap in for coverage of the 50K Quattro Bounty. There's a look at outer table action from the Maestral Resort and Casino. Santosh Suvarna, Ike Haxton, Yarashevsky, El Conquistador, Ramin Hajiev, Leon Sturm, all there. And Patrick Antonius.
Still bagging. Unbagging, I mean.
Yep. Late arrival. Is Haxton dancing to this music somehow?
He is.
Because he can't hear it. It's not. Oh, no, he's got the earbuds in. Okay. You want to take a shot at what Ike's listening to?
He's listening to the stream, your voice.
No shot.
You take a shot at it. What is he listening to?
Teletubby soundtrack. 38 bigs for Patrick Antonius.
Mateos is sipping on something.
Hajia. That's the title winner there.
He's a dangerous one.
For sure. 51 bigs. Obviously doesn't love having Mateos, the overall chip leader, to his direct left. There's Paulie V in the 1 hole. Henrik Hecklin in the 8. Seth Davies. Also there. 43 bigs for Henrik. Triton main event winner. All of these outer tables, by the way, can be kept up on through the Triton Poker Plus app, hand-by-hand coverage. So
It actually looked like Davies was looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, so yeah,
why wouldn't he be?
makes sense.
Satubayev, 45 bigs in front of him. Just got that glimpse. There's Paulie V, 66 bigs deep. The fuzzy bucket hat, by the way, there's something. You know, I feel like I don't want to mess with that guy. Just saying.
About that guy right there, Ding Biao.
No, you don't want to mess with him. Nor Jason Kuhn. 14 bigs, though. Obviously, Ding wants to keep that stack cushioned enough so that people don't salivate over the prospects of 60 dimes and his demise. Brian Kim, similar issues with 15 bigs.
Yeah, he's looking to get a title here after losing the Moneymaker in event number 1.
Yeah. Jason, 20 bigs. That's what he'll be working with to start the day.
Is that Sean Winter?
The unmistakable.
He's got a
33 bigs.
decent stack.
Yeah.
The mid-stack
Why
ninja.
why do you say it like that? Huh?
Well, usually we refer to him as a short stack ninja, so he's the mid-stack ninja today.
Maybe he's like a mid-stack shogun, big-stack samurai, short-stack ninja. He can play them all.
Okay.
It's not taking anything away from him, but of course, reputations have been forged with 5 and less big blinds for sure in terms of Winter. 6 big blinds apiece for Troy and Ichinose as we finally get over to the featured table. Blinds of 15, 30, and 30. 75 dimes in orbit. Watson, the mayor. VP is Martirosian, and then the drop-off to Yaman Nakdali. Soiza Brewer midfield as the cards get in the air here on day 2 of this 50K Quattro Bounty.
Here's one of the short stacks, Ace King suited. He's ready to get it in.
That he is.
And he should get looked up very light, given you bust Ichinose, you can win 60K more.
Well, consider that the min cash, and again, Money Bubble is 8 busts from now, will be 57,000. That 60K is worth more than 20th, 19th, and 18th place finishes by 3 dimes. So can't overshadow that. Watson in the small blind, well aware, wants to take a swing with 10-7 of diamonds. Suit is smothered. Dirty diaper for Martirosian. Into the bin. And Ichinose won't be bothered by being up against this 10-7.
That's the nice thing about bounty tournaments is you can get called by hands like this and get back into the tournament.
You can also get showered by hands like this when you're a big favorite, Randy.
Yes, you can, and we'll see what develops.
Well, the diamond draw is irrelevant, but the open-ender is not.
Take it easy on the diamonds, please. 5 of diamonds.
Oh.
Let's get bananas with the diamonds.
Oh, there's an out.
Oh. The 8 of diamonds. Runner, runner, straight flush. Surely it's not there. So Watson was not drawing dead. Drawing slim as Ichinose gets his day started in the right direction.
He gets the foley also. Yeah.
Jose, part of a very talented Japanese delegation. We're very capable of giving you fits when you're out there rumbling. Thus far, only played the 40K Mystery Bounty, did not cash in that one. This is actually his third ever Triton Super High Roller Series. He popped over to Vietnam, played 2 events, didn't cash. 25K GG Millions back in Jeju, along with the 50K PLO. He had final table performances in both of those.
Yeah, it's good to see Kosei out here at the Triton stop. Remember him grinding out in Asia, the 10K. So, you know, everyone playing the high stakes now.
I'm not playing the high stakes now.
Everyone but Ollie is playing the high stakes now. Soiza going to lay down the Jack 7 of diamonds. Now, it doesn't take... It would have took worse cards for Watson to open the button just because Stanley Choi's in the big blind with that shallow stack. He doesn't mind getting involved trying to stack potential bounty. Martirosian. Look at this. Defending the small blind with 9-5 offsuit because of that target in the big blind. Jack 10, 6, 2 clubs, gut shot for Watson. This is the type of board that could hit the small blind flatting range, but because of the wide ranges now, you're going to expect him to just have much more trash.
Board pairs on the turn.
This action on Arthur. Really thinking this one through of just 9-5 offsuit. Now checking. Could see Watson bet the turn. Unless he feels that. Just, I don't know. You would expect the Jack to bet the flop a lot, so. Yeah, just going to delay C-bet.
So raise button, defend, check, check, flop. Second check in front of us, and we ask for the pot nicely. Although I don't know, is it nicely when you bet? Maybe you're being mean when you delayed C-bet.
Can I just comment for a second? Totally unrelated to the poker. This Frappuccino thing you got me, it's not very good.
Okay, first off, it's not a Frappuccino, Randy. All right. You got to mix it up because there's like a Hershey syrup thing at the bottom. What Randy's referring to is basically how we start ourselves off each day here at Maestral with this sort of coffee chocolate. Now, normally this is referred to as a mocha. We're having some challenges getting that order filled, but I just call it a chocolate coffee. No, that's the noise of somebody who doesn't think something tastes good, Randy. Yeah. Queen Jack suited.
It's a little watered down, personally.
Raise from Ichinose. I don't know who made you a coffee connoisseur. Pocket sevens. Deliberations from Soiza.
This is a win-win situation. Either you 3-bet jam, get the fold, pick up chips, or Kosei calls it off and maybe you collect his bounty. This is interesting. Ace-10 in position. The reshove is for 17 big blinds, but I feel like it's a pip or two too short to continue, which is why he laid it down.
I'll tell you what, that might have been a little bit more straightforward for Artur were it not for this 60K. But you see kind of the influence of the bounties so often in situations where we anticipate, oh, okay, this is an easy muck, or this is, you know. A hand that we're never going to consider, and all of a sudden.
Stanley was thinking, I was like, oh, come on, baby. Come on, Stanley.
Stanley in, I'm in.
Yeah. Oh, you're in as well?
Yeah, I would have been in.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a very, very easy get in if he get pulse.
You have 400 something, or?
I have 400, yeah. I just had an ace.
Your stack is deceptively large.
Yeah, it's 395 now.
Well, then we gamble.
Yeah. Yeah, I just hope you have king queen or something.
Yeah.
Or you guys just have 7s and 6s. That's cool with me. It's cool.
Yeah.
They do realize that
Anything that
Stanley
doesn't
is at the table listening
Yeah. Just
as
give me
they
a lot
talk
of
about
aces
his
now. I'm very happy.
micro stack.
It's not the size of your stack, it's what you do with it, Randy.
Okay.
Ace 7 suited into the bin for Ichinose, now sitting quite deeper than he was to start the day. Ace 10 for Watson. Up we go.
Ace queen.
Oh yeah, this is going to be activation from Yaman Nakdali.
So he starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Definitely a hand he could 3-bet. I'm just curious if he just keeps it slow, which is fine because he's covered. If he somehow gets it in and busts, he doesn't get the opportunity with so many short stacks at this table to collect that portion of the prize pool.
So he does defend and flop top pair, backdoor nut hearts, and he's also got the same gut shot as Watson, who holds bottom pair and the action checked over.
Yeah, obviously great to flop top pair top kicker. Is just one of the worst ones to flop it on just because your hand is capped, never having ace king in your range. So if Watson wanted to, he could multi-barrel off and would put ace queen in an ultra tough spot.
Nakdali aware of the vulnerabilities. Flats now on the turn. You see the four-liner. Two-tone texture. Neither player likes it. Plenty of King X Broadway combos, I would imagine, that would be
For both players, actually.
available. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, for Watson, it's tricky because if he bets a turn, he gets called, usually up against a king. But if he doesn't bet the turn, he can't represent a straight anymore. Because ace-king would always bet the turn to get max from a king. So he has to decide whether he wants to follow through with a bluff on the turn rather than the river.
$165K as Watson applies pressure here.
This seems like an impossible call, face queen. That's a four-liner. You don't know if another shell is coming.
Yeah, where are you trying to go? I mean, an offsuit king is what we're hoping for, and do you get paid off if your opponent doesn't have ace-x in that spot, right?
Agree. Yeah, there's not really implied odds like, oh, I make my hand, I get more chips. I know he's got the best hand, but just so hard to call. Oh, but you know what? Seems like he's figured this one out. There
Well,
we go, Yaman.
I ask you this, Randy, as much as we can see he's got the best hand, if you're Mike Watson and you observe that deliberation and then the flat call, do you get the sense, as the four-liner does show up along with backdoor diamonds, this is sopping wet, it will be a chomp at showdown. Who knows whether or not we'll get there. But if you're Watson on the turn and you kind of watch Nakdali navigate toward that call in the way that he did, do you get the sense that this is a weakish hand that I might be able to get right on out of here with the third barrel?
I think we're going to find that out because, yes, he did kind of take some time to call. It looks like he does check it back. Just maybe because he does chop now. But I see where you're coming from, just in case he's up against a 2-pair that's going to have to fold, of course.
Like, I wonder if the 3 of spades rolls off, you know?
I
I
hear
don't
you.
think Watson's hunting showdown with ace-10 there.
It's also bad the diamond comes in just
Right.
in case your opponent has backdoor flush.
Yeah, there could have been a little bit of that, oh, I picked up a diamond draw. I didn't really unpack the combos of diamonds that would make sense, but
Yeah.
10 of diamond blocker 2 for Watson kind of takes that off the board, so maybe still...
But you got to give credit to Yaman to make that call in the turn, because I think a lot of players would just fold.
No, don't go. Where are you
Oh,
going?
So Kose
later.
being rebalanced elsewhere in the room, and everybody's saying don't go. That sucks.
Kose had 11 big blind stack. It's bad for him, too, because he can't stack Stanley Choi, possibly.
I'm gone.
That was just for one.
Right? Unlikely that he's going to find a shorter stack elsewhere in the room as we look at the overall leaderboard right now. And Stanley was one of only 2 stacks that he has covered. Santosh Suvarna's being the other.
I wish we had a shot of Kose going to the new table and seeing the smiles on every other player's faces.
Irashaimase. I just polished off my mochaccino. I didn't have any problems with the taste, Randy, just for the record.
It was Oishi.
Oishi deshita yo.
Mm.
Queen Jack. Martirosian thinks it's oishi, which is, by the way, Japanese for delicious.
I wouldn't think Queen Jack is delicious, to be honest. Queen Jack suited, though.
Well, obviously, it's a fresher piece of sashimi when it's suited, but you know, there's no. I've been to some all-you-can-eat sushi. It's just, you know, sometimes you just need it quick and dirty.
Quick and dirty. You want some quick and dirty sashimi unwashed? Skin still on and everything. Bones hanging out.
Queen 8 suited, defends, Soiza dominated and well behind on an ace-jack deuce board. Second pair for Martirosian. We await his procedures. You ever get sushi at an airport, like prepackaged?
Those are the worst.
Now, see, now you say that because you've tried it.
Yes, I have tried it. It's also as bad as the Safeway sushi.
How do you know about Safeway sushi? Safeway's a grocery store in Northern California. Yeah,
Many times have you
that's,
had
yeah,
that?
Safeway sushi's
First
bad.
time. I've only ordered off the Asian menu.
Well, we didn't always have money,
I haven't
Randy.
ordered
That was the
much.
thing.
I usually make it to the lunch and buffet.
And it was always like ebby. Like they had like this,
Yes.
right? It
Woke
was
up,
like
went
cooked
played some
shrimp.
tennis.
Then you had like
I
a
haven't had breakfast.
like an avocado maki. It was never like good stuff. You know what I mean?
But it's like refrigerated rice, so it's like hard.
Oh yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, I had that.
And it was always like over vinegary.
If you're on
too,
the
I
Triton
feel
poker
like.
tour, we're really living large.
It's expensive here. Sometimes.
Want to get some sushi later, though?
I mean, if you can find us a place, I'm in. Pocket aces. Stanley Choi certainly going to be in. And look at this. Martirosian getting frisky with the ace tray under the gun open.
Arthur must be so happy right now. It's like, yes, the short stack is in. Let me get a chance to get that bounty. What is this percentage here? Must be so slim, but you got to keep in mind, with Choi in there, 100K, other players, they're going to want to lurk in there.
That's the thing. It's not as though Chris Brewer has a taste for 10-5 of spades.
That's a taste for 60K.
You put enough umami on anything and it tastes good.
On.
Wow.
He's going
Jammy.
to rip in his
Oh, yeah,
380,000. Walking papers being served for to the field behind him. He would like a table for 2. Unclear if it gets back around to Artur, which it has. How compliant he's going to be. If you have ace-3 and you need to call another 320, sitting with 1.6 back for a shot at Stanley here, not to mention Brewer, because he's covering them both. That's a 120K overlay.
It's a huge overlay. He just knows that there are scenarios where he's dominated in like both ways, but he's priced in.
Welcome to the party.
Well, Stanley,
Oh, good luck, man. Good. Good luck, man.
is going to hunt a triple in cheese, closer to a quadruple for the main. 560 on the side. Artur looking to give a real bad beat.
Ace 3 when 2 aces dead.
Probably.
I'm not sure to be honest.
Probably, yeah.
10-3 deuce. Top pair against second pair on the side. Choi's aces. Commanding lead for the main. Turn doesn't change anything. Artur readying the prepay. A 3 would really spoil things.
Thank you.
So it's
Instead.
100.
Good. No luck.
7.
I'm rooting for you
Right.
also.
And then 280 to me.
Oh, Ollie, where's the bounties?
Intact.
Patience, pay off.
Yeah, I was pretty patient too.
Definitely.
Hey, I waited till he was all in. It took so much fucking patience.
I'm convinced the bounty climate is so distinct from the other events insofar as it's fun. These guys enjoy it. It actually gets their brains working in ways that events absent that wrinkle don't, and I think they appreciate it.
It's a labyrinth, right? Like, it's hard to figure out exactly what is the price you're getting, what hands to continue with. You know that different players approach it differently. Other players might not go with 10-5 suited like Brewer did. It's a lot of fun, and you get a little giddy when you knock someone else, when you knock someone out with some, you know, garbage. Brewer's got ace-10 now.
How much do you have, Mike? You have.
I have 540.
Okay.
535, sorry.
So he's looking around trying to figure out who he's got covered here. Currently, that is Soiza and Choi.
Interesting, isn't it? Limping.
Sure.
Like
And I believe
555. Oh, 560.
560.
I tried to count it.
I gotta look at the stacks a second. He wants to kind of put in the minimum against bigger stacks, allow him to see flops, conserve some chips. Because there's reason to conserve chips so that you have the ability to cover more players. For example, Soiza and Brewer are very close, separated by one big blind, but by raising and folding, you kind of become the shorter stack a bit more. There's just a lot going on in the bounty format.
7-6-3, Martirosian with second pair in the gut shot way ahead of the field.
Problem.
Pair of sixes should fare to be best.
Limpot Pre, the big blind, obviously feels credible when leading.
These are gonna be brutal.
It's a tail. These shouldn't exist in bounty. I don't think. I think it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Like how are you gonna?
The stacks matter way too much in every spot.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like I try to play fast too, but it's insane to have these in this format.
10 seconds, do the math, man.
Yeah, like
Fucking math.
Do see outer table action. Punat Punsri sitting down. Brian Kim's got cards in front of him.
5, 6, 7 board, bringing us up to speed on this one. It was a Brian Kim open to 60. Dickerson defending the big blind.
I would say normally these are the boards that hit the big blind, but it's the bounty tournament.
Yeah, look at Brian Kim moving all in here. And Jules wins it. I mean, we can't predict the future, but I was hoping for something a little bloodier than that.
Okay.
Does that make me, am I violent?
You are a violent person.
Thank you.
I've seen what you've done to the
Shut
fly.
up, Randy. I'm just kidding.
You know those flies that fly around, you always try to smack them?
That's true. Actually, I do love animals.
Okay, can relax for a while.
But insects.
Chillin'.
Nah.
You're kind of like an insect to me.
If I was an insect, I would want to have wings.
Yeah?
But those are the most annoying ones, though. if I'm
Like a
being honest.
mosquito.
The mosquitoes are the worst. That's the most annoying animal, I think.
Insect.
Mosquito. What the hell are we talking about? Did I bring us here? Usually this is my fault.
No.
Yeah. I believe we might be separated from commentary going forward.
Ace 3 suited as the blinds are separated from some chips courtesy of
Raise to
Watson's
like
button open.
50? How much would you have called? 45?
Just call. Just call.
Just call. Yeah, I
Just
guess
call,
I needed
yeah.
to limp. I thought you would call
And then wait, I
anyways.
hit something and then just call.
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
I might lose
probably
huge pot to
advantage
Arthur.
for you as well.
I
Yeah.
might lose huge pot to Arthur.
Let's do that. Lim in.
Soiza, King 10 in the hijack.
Damn. I just looked at my cards and 5 seconds like shit.
Oh, I know. It's wild. Like I said, it's crazy for this format.
I realized that you actually just have to look at your cards before you
Yeah, I guess,
act,
yeah.
which not my normal routine, but
Chris,
like,
how much
you
is
have
it?
to.
Yeah.
I have
That's why I just
5.
realized.
Oh, I might have bundle 5 now.
No, Soiza didn't play it.
480, 500 exactly.
Worried
Colin?
perhaps about big stacks to his left hunting him?
Yeah, I would think so. It seems
no.
like players are discussing
Reasonable amount of hands to call with though.
that with the fast action time banks in play, it makes it tricky just because we're playing the bounty format where maybe you're supposed to limp, you need to know other people's stacks. So Watson was pointing out that, oh, we should be looking at our cards before they get to us so that we have more time to think.
That's interesting. Fast action system, of course, is during phases of any given tournament here at Triton where one might typically anticipate play to slow down, maybe a little bit of sporting stalling to be going on. They reduce the shot clock to 10 seconds, and then you can utilize these specific red time banks in unopened pre-flop pots.
It makes sense why it's in play now because we're 25 remaining and 20 cash, and that's a min cash of 57,000.
Okay, well, let's talk about the people who have already been eliminated as we did resume play here. 28 remaining. Soiza, ace-king suited in there. Choi on the button. Not a covering stack.
Oh,
but he does
goes
move
for
it
it.
in.
Lucky. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait, hold on. There's that one. Okay.
Aces again?
Might Stanley Choi be joining the likes of Ding Biao, Sean Winter, and Koze Ichinose, who have already been eliminated here in day 2 of the 50K Bounty Quattro? It's going to take a lot for the 675K to go his way. 9-7-3. Things looking good for Ace King. And Soiza off of a lean stack. Could he be collecting 60,000?
I don't know because Choi has turned additional outs.
Double gutter.
wow.
Sixes, fours, and deuces. Keep Stanley in there, and instead it's the jack.
Good luck.
GG, Stanley.
60K.
That's a great little pickup for Soiza.
Excellent. He's not supposed to have that many opportunities to pick up a bounty.
Yet that's exactly what he's done, and let's not overlook the 300K in chips, plus the blinds, which is actually going to leave him with 30 bigs.
Do you owe you a favor or something?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
Chip dumping.
surprised me.
Malaysian chip dumping.
That was surprising.
It's not what I expected.
Did he think maybe he thought he was covering you for a second?
I don't think so. I think just.
Time for a dealer change. And perhaps it's time for a change to where you play your online poker. Because if it isn't, at our official partners over at GG, it needs to be. That's where you can get in on a $50 Global Millions ticket with a minimum deposit of $20. Just be a new player and sign up using the code Triton_2024. Of course, this is also where you can satellite your way into Triton Super High Roller Series events. Hit them up today at GG Poker.
Yeah, 4 tables of 6.
So we're going to be battling on absent Stanley Choi, although I do believe a rebalancing effort could be afoot here.
Hopefully somebody over there using time banks that throws it back in our favor, you know.
Matas Simbolas of Lithuania also busted just moments ago,
Yes.
Randy. So that actually leaves us with 23 players.
Very fortunate.
Oh, okay.
He and Choi
We got 23.
both being eliminated at the same time. And below 24 players, I would imagine a redraw should be upon us to create 3 tables, table break. Forgive me, not a redraw break. So some rebalancing will be required to bring us to 3 tables of ideally 8 players, but it'll be 1 table of 7.
We're 7 max, so yeah.
Okay, 7 max, so we will break a table once we get down to 21. Got it.
Correct.
Ace King suited. Not going to be requiring any explanations. Martirosian, 60. Soiza digs in with Jack 8. 10-5-4.
Not too shabby from Martirosian. Backdoor hearts, 2 overcards. Lots of turn cards he can barrel off. Imagine his hand is just over though.
That it is. Take a look at Artur's Montenegro so far. 0 for 4. 2.2 million plus in career earnings. 14 cashes for the Russian. Got the Gucci double tiger hat going again.
That's when he's gonna run much better.
You think that's his lucky hat?
Well, look at his stack. It makes sense. I'm sure he's got bounties under his belt already.
And
Little heater for Soiza.
We should take his hat when he's not looking and then hold it ransom.
Against Martirosian, you really want to do that?
I didn't think it fully through, Randy. You're right. Not a lot of thought required for Soiza, of course. Small blind, ace, queen, rips it in. Watson with a very
looks like a tight fold.
dramatic muck.
Probably. I don't know what to do there.
King 10 suited.
It looks like King 10 suited. It's either King 10 off or King 10 suited.
It was definitely not King 10 suited. I know what to do with that one.
It was 10 of clubs, I know that.
It's very subtle, actually. That last hand, Soiza jammed 29 big blinds and a small blind of ace queen. But you might be thinking he wants some
I need to
action.
post anyway.
But we're only, what, 2 or 3 from the money? That's a huge bubble in itself. So he kind of just wants to slide in there first.
Stalled up here, back to the desk. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this is because we lost a couple of heads. And yes, indeed, Triton Poker Plus app just updated. We've lost Seth Davies in 23rd and Leon Sturm in 22nd. That means that we're down to 21, so we are breaking a table. There's going to be 3 tables of 7 players. That is the max in this particular event, the 50K Bounty Quattro. Shortest stack in the room belongs to Jules Dickerson of the UK. You saw him briefly involved earlier on the losing end of one. 10 big blinds in front of him. There's a few 11 big blind stacks in there as well. Do want to give you a chance to take a look at this for those of you that aren't grinding the apps alongside us. There it is. Frederic Deval, Santosh Suvarna down toward the bottom here. So Obviously, it's going to take a minute for the logistics. Randy, just getting our feet wet here in the Quattro Bounty, but we've already seen the impact of the bounty hunting. You love it.
I love it. And I think that normally bubbles are supposed to be very long. I think this one's going to be very fast, as there's multiple reasons. First, you can maybe bustle and get some chips.
Right.
Also get that extra 60K. The short stacks, they need to play very tight because they've got a huge target on their back because people want to bust them, and they want to slide into the money with just one more elimination.
It's interesting because it's a 60K bounty, but if you guarantee yourself a min cash, it's sort of like a $117,000 bubble as you add up, 57 and 60 and realize that the overlay is quite big. And I remember during our discussion with Sam Grafton over lunch today, he was talking about the calculus. I'm looking at ICM and I'm saying, what is each chip worth? Now I have to add in terms of what is $117,000 expressed as chips, that to every single decision that I'm making as I navigate forwards, which is why we see calls in spots that we wouldn't otherwise.
Yes, it's a big part of the game. Multiple different regs have different approaches on how to approach it. Earlier, when there's no prize pool, it's more easy to calculate, you add this many chips based on the bounty size. But with the ICM factor of the prize pool itself, you have access to both ends of it. Mm-hmm. It gets very murky on how to navigate, and some players will go after it more than others.
The flat bounty actually, I think, becomes a little bit easier on the players in terms of what you got to think about, because he was touching on, imagine if it was, a fluid situation where as each bust out is happening, instead of condensing it all into one affair that happens the following day or having a flat bounty, you've got to then go, biggest bounty is already out of play. Now I got to re-update, what's the EV of the envelope. And I can imagine that would be just really like a headache.
I think the reason that we don't draw bounties right away is so that we don't take away the game show aspect for you to open all the bounties at once. We don't want to take away your thunder, Ollie.
Listen, it's my favorite part of any given festival. It's happening later on today. Of course, that's the mystery bounty draw from the 40K. Randy and I are going to step aside. We're going to get this table break sorted out. We're going to come back. Continuing coverage of the 50K Quattro Bounty comes your way from Montenegro after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy, and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
All right, back at the desk, early coverage of day 2 of this 50K Quattro Bounty, where we are on the stone money bubble now, and that is courtesy of a couple of eliminations. We didn't manage to bring you them during our coverage, but Randy, you've got an update on exactly what led to the demise of Seth Davies and Leon Sturm.
Yeah, at your service. So let's take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, and you can see that Seth Davies was put all in, blind versus blind against Shingis Satubayev, and he had ace-9 versus the ace-3, but unfortunately for him, came out 4 spades, so that was the demise of Seth Davies.
So nasty because he turned 2 pair, too, with the aces and 9s.
It's brutal, but check out this one. Leon Sturm, who did get eliminated in 22nd place, got an ace-7 against the king-10, where Leon Sturm did reshove against Adrian Mateos, and look at that brutal river card, the king.
Ugh,
just hurts.
Queen 8-9, and then Binky. Goodbye. Good night to Leon Sturm. He's not going to be picking up any cash. Unclear whether or not he picked up any bounties, though, obviously, is I think 11 of them in total at this point, with 21 remaining, 32 available, have been claimed. So we're just a little bit away from getting things back underway. Your overall chip leader is Paulius Vaitiekunas. There he is, the Lithuanian, up and over 3 million, just a hair in front of El Conquistador. Brian Kim, a big drop-off in third right now, and Shingis, by the way, having taken down Davies, has 60 big blinds in front of him from Kazakhstan there. Watson in 5th. So let's see who's filled the holes. I already know because I'm looking at my app, and now you do as well. Hello, El Conquistador. A very unwelcome addition, and I heard the guy saying this is a big sweat. As they were wondering who it is, it's going to be someone sent over to their table. You're always praying for a short stack. Obvious reasons, 60K bounty would be available, and instead, Mateos, everybody's a bounty to him.
Yeah, they're not happy to see Mateos.
Oh, the worst.
But he does
Not
have
low.
He covers the 54 and 50 big blind stacks as well. And they can't mess around as much, knowing that Mateos can just put them in at any moment.
No, now it's 20.
10 seconds, no?
No, 20 handful now.
Then why do we need these red things?
I start with 1.5. 1.7?
Watson?
Yeah, a little bit more than you.
Folded around to a small blind. He will limp, mindful of Martirosian stack also being deep to his left.
They should be looking to play small ball just because they're both very healthy.
Nine, 7 deuce, all hearts. Watson the only flush draw.
Nothing for Artur. Wouldn't expect him to bet just because on a monotone board with wide ranges, Watson actually has a lot of hands that can just check call, whether it be a pair or a lone heart. Okay, never mind. He's actually going to shoot this one out. I'm a little surprised.
Well, it's a hand that has plenty of clarity in the event it's forced to take further streets. It's so dusty, and sometimes there's some comfort in that.
True. It does get murky when you get called because you're...
Martirosian not interested in a second barrel. He checks back. Board pairs on the turn. Watson with just king high.
But just king high actually has a reasonable amount of showdown value in this spot. He doesn't really need to turn into a bluff, especially on a board pairing 2. It's very difficult to bet for Martirosian. He should expect Watson, if he had a busted heart, to bet himself, but man, he's really pressing. So him betting here must mean he thinks Watson would value bet a 9 or 7 himself, so the check is unpaired.
90K. Earns it.
There's a
Archer.
reason why they say Martirosian is one of the best. He finds spots to win chips that others don't.
And when you're saying they, I think we should go so far as to make sure people understand that they is not a proverbial one. You and I have had conversations with many players. Oftentimes the subject of, who are your toughest opponents will come up, and that is a name that is mentioned with great regularity.
Yes, it does come up a lot amongst his peers. Martirosian is just one of those fearless players who isn't shy of playing big pots when necessary. He's just so good, and
he's nice. Not kind.
I mean,
nice is like that slang. Dude's nice,
Right? Yes, he's nice.
You're not convinced.
No, it's not one of your fancy adjectives that you usually use.
Thank you.
If nice is fancy, Randy, you're really capping my ability to take it further. This is 4 letters, 1 syllable, universally understood word. You go to a non-English speaking country.
Even my
you say
daughter
the
knows
word
the word
nice.
nice.
There you go. Nova knows a little bit more than just nice.
Later. Later.
I later.
Good afternoon, YouTube.
What up?
Sorry, Twitch. No,
Dude, you can't leave them hanging like that.
I just don't check the Twitch chat, man. I don't have the bandwidth, Randall.
I cannot believe.
By the way, Randy's name is not Randall. It's just become this thing that I've started doing. Quick peek at the chip counts here. A little over 100 bigs for Mateos. Almost 2-1 over Watson now. Short stack. Belongs to Brewer, but 15 bigs, obviously. Depth. But he can do a little something with.
I don't think he's looking to do something right now. He wants to slide into the money, then maybe get involved.
Yeah, that's a good point, but you do kind of have to make sure you don't get bled out. That said, taking a peek at the stacks elsewhere in the room, there are 4 shorter than his. Brandon Whitmire, Frédéric Deval, and then Suvarna and Jules Dickerson.
Normally Watson would have opened that, but with Archer Martirosian right behind him, just gonna pass. And again, they have Mateos in the small blind. That's scary.
Yeah, Artur loves being to the left of Watson, hates having Mateos to his left.
Notice him limping the button rather than raising.
Sure.
Oh, and Brewer has ace-jack suited. There we go.
How much?
Is this one of those rare scenarios where you get the double pay jump?
425.
Bust a burble and get a Brewer bounty?
425.
You could see it.
Very close.
Brewer would not like to see this call.
Listen, this is chunky. I mean, Martirosian has 1.5 back, but this is approaching a third of that.
It's a mathematics problem here. How does Queen 9 perform against Brewer's reshoving range? How often does Chris Brewer actually just flat the big blind because we're on a Stone Cold bubble? He is going to make the call.
And that Stone Cold bubble, as we touched on briefly, 57,500 for the min cash guarantee, plus the 60K for the bounty.
I got scammed. Adrian should never fold. I go jam, fold, and then Adrian calls me like 6-2 off.
Well, looks like we got an outer table.
I see an all-in.
Progress, yeah. Suvarna involved. Gonna bring you up to speed here. This was an open from Pauly V to 60. Suvarna jammed the button to 250. And it looks like, did he make the call here? Or is he just playing with the chips? No, yeah. He is making the call.
So we wait for all hands on outer tables to finish first, and then we reveal the fate of Santosh.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Santosh has the best hand here. Considering Paulie V's a chip leader, Santosh is one of the short stacks. A button open, obviously quite easy, but the jam from the small,
see if you're right,
should be attached to a better hand. Ace 10 against what is that dust? Queen 5?
It was paint number.
See, that's the 60K pork chop that Santosh is rocking right now around his neck that Paulius is hunting. Very, very clear influence of the bounty apparent in this pot, and the issues for Suvarna are now apparent as well. King, Queen, 8. Does have a Broadway gutty, but he's up against second pair and behind.
With a 4 of hearts on the turn.
4 is Dusty, and Suvarna needs a jack or an ace, and instead it's a 4.
Santosh in his hand.
Well, the money bubble has burst.
For the next
here in the Quattro Bounty, but note, Santosh could be sharing some of that 57.5 min cash, depending on what happens.
And on the TV table we have
back at the
Chris
feature.
With ace.
It's an ace jack versus, is it a queen 8 or queen 9? I can't remember.
Queen 9 suited.
Artur Martirosian, yeah. Sonny heading over there.
I'll tell you, Santosh is anti-sweating Chris Brewer right now.
Here we go. 900K pot. 6-6 deuce.
6 of diamonds and 6 of club.
Ace jack is doing all right. And now it's locked it up. So it is official.
Glad you didn't have 6-2.
And a 9. Chris has got a lucky stack. We're down to 20 players remaining.
The exact hand I said.
Suvarna.
So you didn't get scammed.
Will be on the outside looking in here.
Yeah, you ran good.
Martirosian with a
Dealers,
balance
before you continue,
transfer.
make sure you still call all ins and calls and keep the players at
Over
the
to
table.
Brewer.
Make it like medium rare, yeah.
I've seen a few that look really rare. But this looks nice.
So the bubble's
really
popped
steak,
now.
But I got a bit of gulp, so I can't eat it often. So
Is that the verb we're going with now? Popped? We always say burst.
Yeah, but we don't burst bubbles. We pop them, don't we? Like if it was a real bubble floating.
Well, you're a dad. I don't know. You're doing bubble stuff. I'm not really in the bubble streets, Randy, so you tell me.
Yeah, we pop them.
Okay, pop it is. Did you just do an actual sound effect pop there?
I double mic now. Let's go.
I can eat it.
What's going on? What was in that coffee?
What are you doing with a red pen drawing on your white
It's
pants?
a Tide pen, Randy, and I think I got a little bit of coffee on my... You know what? Why don't you worry about...
Chop it up like a kiddie meal.
You want me to call to action for you? Okay, I'll do both ends
I'll
of the
do
job.
laundry, you do the action.
How about ace 10 of clubs or Mateos?
Well, here's the thing. Big stack on the button, opening a pot. This is to be expected. Brewer fresh off of the double, by the way. Ace-King suited, a little medicine. Jams over the top.
We're in the money, right?
8.95.
It's a healthy reshove.
Yeah,
30 big blinds, yeah.
I don't even care, so yeah, we're in the money, great. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Calls it off. Wow, Brewer can be a huge stack.
And just note the money bubble bursting. Now, things flowing even freely than they were.
Flip. They clutch, he's clutch, bro.
Classic flip.
Classic flip. In Adrian's world.
To the flop we go, 8-5-4. Ace high work moments ago for Chris.
Oh.
10 on the turn.
Turn card.
Mateos in front. Note, though, that it's the spade.
With Adrian,
Certainly could have been worse.
72%, and he's about 72% right now. That's perfect.
We're good.
That hurts. You can feel it.
Good winning flip. He's clutch, bro.
Roll of the eyes there from Brewer. So much optimism after making the money and then doubling up to 30 bigs. You take the best of
All
it.
right, whatever. Let's get to the redraw.
And then a smackdown by El Conquistador.
Dumb now.
Not an insignificant pickup.
Мы до того, как он пришел,
Really
рассуждали, что типа
catapults
он очень
to a
сильно
dominant chip lead, and
невозможно не выиграть.
the silver lining, of course, for Chris Brewer is at least the bust comes with $57,500 attached to it, but unfortunately for him, that will be all.
We've got a dangerous chip leader who just keeps collecting 60K bounties.
10, 11, 20, 40.
So we move on. 18 remaining. It's actually kind of interesting because we do have pay jumps, but they're $6,000. So the real pay jumps is actually busting players.
Yeah, 60K, far more meaningful than a ladder for the time being. Queen's far more meaningful than Queen 10 suited. Martirosian.
240.
Watson open, 3 X's to 240.
The good news for Martirosian is that Watson's got incentive to call to 3-bet with this hand that's in horrible shape because of the playability of Queen 10 suited and the covering stack of Watson.
Another 160 being sought. Watson in bad shape here, just 16%. Doesn't know it, makes the call. 580, creep toward the middle. Couple of bigger stacks. Colliding in a 10-high board rainbow with the diamond involved. All bad news for Watson.
And Watson was looking for a fluff like this to try and stack Martirosian. I just don't really see a way he doesn't lose all of the chips. The main question here is going to be whether Watson check calls or check raises on the flop. I think there's merits to both. Being out of position, your opponent has the option to kind of check back and see a river card, which could kill your action if you think that the pair of 10s is good.
170K, bet and called. Got up to 920, 1 over card to the 10, and for that matter, the 2 queens rolling off on the turn.
Yeah, it appears at first glance to be a bad card for Watson, but this could actually save him from paying off more because Archer's got all of the ace-kings in his range as well as the king-queens that would probably 3-bet. I wouldn't say the king improves Watson's range though, so Martirosian does have a bit of a decision on whether to bet or not. He blocks king-queen, ace-king would have shipped on him pre.
340.
$340,000. And now Mike needs to construct the King X combos and how often they would have been c-betting and now hitting this turn. Not to mention the other hands that he falls to, Jacks plus.
There are a lot of King X's. Yes, of course, you see Queens betting. However, he's getting a good price, and he does beat Ace Jack, Ace Queen, 2 hearts that would have turned, Queen Jack, so isn't going to fold at this moment. But there's only 370K back with 1.6 million in the middle. Breaks off on the river 5. Big pot.
On the end, Martirosian just plays it safe, doesn't try to chisel more value off of Watson. Mike does end up with a showdown after calling the turn and nothing further, but it was indeed a big pot as Martirosian looks to keep pace with Mateos, who's got that 2-to-1 chip lead over the top of him. Watson now slips to 21 bigs, by the way. Believe it or not, that's the shortest stack at the table. Take a look. Soiza and Nakdali obviously giving Watson company down toward the lower portion of this leaderboard. That's just something we're going to see a lot of from here until Adrian Mateos decides he doesn't want to play Tritons anymore, and why would he ever do that given how well he performs. But him with a lot of chips at the top of any given feature table's leaderboard.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add, Ollie. It's just a true statement.
It is. It really is. In the same way in which, you know, there are those that we know make deep runs, but a lot of times, procedurally speaking, they rate not to be chip leaders when they get there. There are those who do. Michael Adamo, another one. When he makes a deep run, dude shows up with a lot of chips, big chip leads, because of the style that he employs. And while I'm not equating Mateos to Adamo by any stretch, Adrian absolutely does seem to go for every single chip, every pot is fought for, but not in a reckless manner, just in a very effective one, as we've seen throughout time. Pocket eights for Watson. Comeback bid. Under the gun, 80 to go.
Who covers you here?
You cover me.
This is important.
660 behind.
760 behind.
Sorry.
You heard that exchange. Who covers who?
Yeah, 8-9 from Soiza. Double gutter on a queen 10-6 board. 2 overs to Watson's 8s. And ever so slightly, Soiza's the only guy that can pick up a bounty in this one.
Yeah, and that might change the way he would approach against the C-bet if it does come in. Does have double gutted.
Final table is 8-7. 8, yeah.
Not the best board for Watson, but he did raise an under the gun, and this is the board that would hit him.
$55K, check called. On the hunt for a 7 or a jack instead. Soiza looks up at a 10. Board pairs, 2 tones out there. If we're Watson and we get check called on that flop, how do we feel about a 10? There's a decent amount of 10x, I would imagine, in Soiza's range here, right?
There is, as well as the Queen X, but it's actually a good card for him besides the 8, just because draws didn't get there at the moment.
And it was wet texture, no doubt.
So you check and see if the river card hits some of those draws and maybe call a bet. Unfortunately, the spades do come in.
Soiza knows he doesn't have any showdown value with 9 high. Is he done with it, or is he going to fight?
I feel like he has to fight, and I think if he does, he's going to go big to try to represent either the 10 or the flush. He needs to bet big enough to kind of get rid of these hands that would try to pick off missed straight draws, whether it be 8s or like an ace-king high.
All in?
Oh my. Soiza moving all in here, Randy.
I like it. I think his range is so much stronger than Watson, especially when Watson doesn't bet the turn.
It's a huge overbet.
It is a huge overbet, and there's actually a little bit of meta in the sense that he's like, I've got the covering stack. I'm trying to put you all in to collect your bounty because I've got the best hand. Nicely played.
Well, it's not the last time we'll be saying that about a pot in which Michael Soiza is involved. The Malaysian tactician, always gracious, very professional about his business. Looking at his Montenegro thus far. Has not found a cash. 0 for 4. So he does have 2 Triton titles. 10.1 million in career earnings. This will be his 21st cash. TBD how big it will be, though. Mateos shaves a few tokens off the mountain. 80 to go. Yaman Nakdali. Prompt fold with king jack of his own.
Didn't really have the stack to mess around with off of 22 blinds.
Well, people aren't really looking for excuses to get involved against Mateos under normal circumstances, but consider these ones. He absolutely could end up calling you lighter than normal, with making your path to victory that much tougher because you're always a bounty in his eyes. Plus, he can afford to do it. There's no money bubble discouragement.
How do you say his name again? El
Conquistador.
What does it mean? The Conqueror? I'm guessing.
Randy, that is a very astute. Would you take Latin? that's an excellent deductive piece of reasoning. Of course you're wrong. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm just
Of course you're.
No, that was good. That was good. That was solid, actually. I'm going to look it up just because sometimes there's another word.
225.
It's a good hand for someone who might be conquering. Problem for Hajiev, who takes this shot at it with king jack.
Confirmed, Randy.
The Conqueror?
Yeah.
I like it. El Conquistador.
Make sure you say the R on the end.
Go again.
Justice. El Conquistador.
The Spaniard.
Why did you say it in English with a Spanish accent? 225,000 says Hajiev here. Mateos has him in a way with these jacks. Jams. This is not what Ramin was hoping for. Forced to release.
I swore I just saw him stacking his chips.
He might just be on a continuous stack. You know how like we always look at Patrick and he's eating? We just always look at Adrian and he's stacking is what it feels like so far here today. Do you remember that Argentinian guy that made multiple? Was it Alejandro Lococo?
Oh,
I think that's the guy, right? This is who Nakdali reminds me of. Similar flavor on that guy. You know what I'm talking about? Just kind of that tatted up, you know. I feel like street poker is available.
Street poker definitely available, and Lococo was definitely on that spectrum.
Oh, yeah.
Of the streets.
80.
By the way, Moneymaker, too, yesterday, that run. I mean, there was plenty of go-with-your-gut street poker going down. King-Queen for Soiza. This is a more suburban approach. King-Queen, standard.
Deuces. Standard call incoming. You know what? There is merit to reshoving, actually. Normally, you would call yes.
Look at this.
It's because he's got the covering stack. He's got fold equity as well.
Look at Soiza, right? He knows what's up.
Mm-hmm.
And look at Mateos. Just same face that we'll always see on him in a spot like that.
Okay,
You
it's
need
that
to
scene
keep in your
again where
mind
he's
when you
just
do math.
stacking his
Plus
chips.
told you it's gonna be-
in all.
It's on a loop.
I say I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. What do I do? Shit.
Don't gamble.
It's like I know this situation in my mind already when I raise. You know. It's going to happen. You know. But then what do I do? I don't know.
Next time limp, and let's see what happens. Just
Yeah,
call.
that's a good point as well.
Yeah.
Valid suggestion.
Look at Adrian giving lessons.
Could have saved the big blind.
Look at Nakdali. He doesn't seem altogether amused by this whole deal.
No.
I wish just one day I could like play poker at a table as Yaman Nakdali. Just to know what that feels like.
Makes sense.
Like if a guy gave me a bad beat and I just put my hand behind his head and smashed his face into the table. I just want to feel like I'm capable of that one time. I got problems.
We can dream, I suppose. These are odd dreams that some of us have. But if that is your dream, Ollie, you're welcome to have it.
Right? Like Hajiev snaps him off and he just mashes his head. The glasses come up broken. You know what I mean? Just anyway.
I think that Hajiev can defend himself.
Fair points, by the way. 995. Mateos. Just C-bets after limp in the diaper.
Let's play that loop again.
Yeah, here it comes. Camera 3 ready. There it is.
Yep.
Roll the tape. And yep. This is insane. How many pots in a row has this guy won?
It's been 3 or 4.
It's just incredible, the benefits of the big stack and the way in which they are being so effectively leveraged. We make light of it, but, you know, you got to know what you're doing out there. Some would go, oh, well, I know how to play a big stack. It's a big responsibility and one that Mateos is obviously up to the task of. Guess who's on the button?
80.
Uh-oh, a real hand.
This is wild, because when he picks up real hands, it makes him infinitely more dangerous, given that you're expecting full range, practically, to come after you. And yesterday in the final table of the 40K Mystery Bounty, we saw Chris Moneymaker in moments such as this, where it just felt so sus, make a decision like, you know what, nah, 3 bets. And it had nothing to do with necessarily what he was holding, but just rather that
he showed
spidey
it.
sense, you know?
I was not.
Hey, Adrian, why didn't you show the last few hands? Why this one?
Wait, cue Mateo stacking chips.
That's true too. There's a football team like this in Uruguay. I think it's always ready.
I got chip envy. I'm not even at this table or in this tournament, and I have chip envy from the booth right now. I hate it.
What do you want? Some Frito-Lays?
Just trying to hang.
Oh, you're talking about poker chips.
Lucky redraw.
You like Fritos?
No, I don't actually.
Is anyone shorter than me?
What's your favorite
Might not be
potato
any
chip?
lucky redraws.
Doritos.
Anyways.
Well,
Cool
that's
Ranch.
Wow, that's old school.
They don't make anymore, in Australia at least. Doesn't exist.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
I'll bring you back.
I also
Next
like
try.
salsa verde. Do you like that flavor?
I mean, listen, I said I'd bring you back. Give him an inch, take a mile. Yes, salsa verde's all right. The best is not King Jack offsuit, but nevertheless, Nakdali. Rips. 760 count requested by Soiza, suited one gapper and a covering stack behind.
This would seem a bit loose, detrimental to his stack. Does have covering.
One Coke Zero and 2 water, please.
Not for
Getting an official count. Oh, he wants to play his.
60K overlay, Nakdali. He'll be all right with it.
I want to know what is this brand of chips that is your favorite, though. I'm not going to let you run.
Oh, right. Well,
Continue.
I like Doritos, but it's real hard to find. It's one of those flavor combo mashup ones, and it's like buffalo
Go.
with ranch.
Let him keep it.
Okay.
Flamin' hot buffalo with
And is
Cool
Doritos
Ranch.
brand?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's
Like Doritos
it's like-
Fusions.
It's like when you go to Asia and you get, I don't know, this.
No, in Asia you get crazy. It's like squid flavored Doritos. You're like, what's going on? I'm
Sprinkled some soy sauce.
yeah,
You know?
bulgogi flavored Lay's. Like, you know, some of it's good, by the way, but some of it, it's like, woo, my Western palate is not prepared.
We are on 10 seconds now. Yeah.
Mike, how much you have?
I have 855 total. All in.
Ace 10 for Hajiev on the button. He shreds.
See, the second he found out that Soiza had a smaller stack, he opted to jam into him and snapped off by 2 10s of Watson.
Yeah, I have one of those too.
All right, that's good news.
Well, he is the covering stack, and he does have an overcard, but Watson in great shape here. Can he find the double and deny Hajiev a bounty? Queen Jack 5, now not just rather, aces, but kings also to worry about for Mike.
Yeah, 7 outs.
Thank you.
Add 8s.
Fun, fun,
Sarcasm out of Mike. River cards a queen.
I have 45, I think.
8 would have been a chop, of course.
Exactly.
Both players had the 10. So Hajiev limited involvements.
Thank you.
And as the accounting gets done, the celebrations have begun here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. We're going mainstream, we're going major. We're on Pluto TV. Out in the United States region, specifically for the time being, TBD with regards to the expansions, but you know what you're doing. There's ways to set yourself up as though you're in the US.
Yes.
I'm not going to say exactly what it is, VPN, but, you know, watch the Triton Super High Roller Series 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year in between festivals. Soak up all that you've missed, not to mention plenty of ancillary content that you won't get through our live streams at our festivals. The documentary team feverishly working in the spirit of Formula One Drive to Survive, that tremendously successful franchise launched by F1. We've shot a ton of stuff. I know, Randy, you've been a part of some of it. I've been a part of it as well, and we're very much looking forward to the debut.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Might as well like and subscribe all the Triton social channels to be told once it's released.
Ace Queen for Watson in the small. See how he's feeling.
Feeling limpy.
I'd say it's more trappy, isn't it?
Feeling limpy. Yeah, trappy. There we go. Sure. Okay.
Martirosian and King 8. Check back.
Thank you so much.
Archer, the covering stack on the ace 4-3 board. Watson, way the best of it.
Arthur just has King High, but King High actually is the best hand a lot on this flop, blind versus blind. So I could easily see him losing one bet at some point in this hand.
7 on the turn.
Watson might want to start to build the pot now. Straight draws exist. Doesn't seem to want to bet. Perhaps he thinks Martirosian will take a shot at it with like a 5 or 6x.
Two rounds of checks. 4 pairs on the river as Watson fails to induce.
It feels like if your opponent didn't take the bait on the turn, they probably won't bet with the arrival of the 4.
Because a 4 would have been more likely to bet the turn?
Or the flop, possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
And I also think that 5 and 6x would have bet the turn at a high frequency, so it just looks like your opponent's on some kind of showdown. And
yeah, Watson comes with 40K, by the way, and just shaves one big off of Artur's stack with the king high. There's a little bit more to it as you unpacked it, Randy, than one might think.
Couldn't wait anymore.
I think it was noted that Watson kind of slow played his hand.
Yeah, he
several
did.
streets. Did you see? What was that? Sorry, there was this piece of paper, was it?
Confetti.
Confetti.
It was just one piece of confetti, by the way, which is really strange.
It was late from yesterday.
A late arriving piece of confetti at the booth.
I was like, Lazowski won. Oh, it's time to go. Let's release ourselves. No, that was yesterday.
Yeah, he woke up and was like, where'd everybody go?
I actually expect Archer to limp his whole range against a massive stack of Mateos.
Yeah, he's got to tread lightly. It's super inconvenient to have Mateos to his left. It really just limits his options. So like Watson before him, he limps an ace from the small. Mateos says run it. Neither player paired, but Martirosian in front. Gut shot and backdoor clubs as well.
When you're holding a gut shot like this with high card value, you tend to play as a check call rather than bet because you never get a pair to fold anyways, blind versus blind. I believe he will continue to go for the check call line.
Second round of checks. Ace high, holds all the way down.
Both players with high card, enough showdown value. Even king high wins occasionally. No, he's actually going to bet. So he must feel that Artur, if he had a pair, would have bet at some point, and maybe he can fold out a similar hand. Slightly better king high, ace high, of course. He goes 100 into 120. The way it's playing out, it almost looks like he rivered a queen in terms of value.
But Artur is well aware that Mateos just has so many chips. He can just try to take pots down with these kind of uncomfortable sizings. Ace high. You're just guessing at this point.
It is a guessing game, but he should expect Mateos to bet the flop or turn with a 10x and 8x a lot. Don't think he would expect a value bet this large with 6 and 3x ever. This is just a great call. Good stuff.
What was that we were saying about Artur earlier, Randy? I know you remember.
No, actually I don't. What did I say?
Widely considered.
Oh, yes.
By his peers.
As one of the best. Same said for Mateos, of course. Archer's also one of those players, when he gets to the end of the tournament, has a big stack. And 48 big blinds is plenty to work with.
I don't think I won one from Mike in like 6 years.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going.
No, man. At least give him one, man. Then we'll give him 6 years again.
Let's keep it going.
Hajiev has just 9 big blinds in front of him.
Have you ever gotten it in the head?
Oh, yeah. He did.
Yeah. And last Triton, where was it?
You got it really far ahead.
Yeah. Was it nice? Yeah. And then I decided to get all behind, you know.
Because the head was not working.
Head is not working,
Try
right?
the other way. Still not working.
Still not working. I have to do something else, something goofy against my.
Just pull when there's a chance he gets it in all in, you know.
Actually, I don't like. I never had like a person like who I thought like I'm running bad against or like losing. Like I'm starting to have.
Number 2 stack opens into
feel like
number
I haven't
1
had that
from
many,
the button.
Like I haven't been many people's nemesis over the years, so I'm glad that I can finally be in that position.
Dominating.
Maybe I just don't have a good memory. Maybe I have been.
You're nice, respectable guys.
You probably have 10 guys.
You think dominating's going to stop Mateos?
No, but I don't.
Very possible. I have terrible.
I do not.
I don't like him.
3 bet
Yeah, I'm kidding.
to 300,000.
Run bet against Mike. Like, he's like, everybody's neutral against me.
Producer James
I'll lose a few more.
has just flung a whole stack of papers into our face.
Yeah. Really professional, producer James.
Well, that's not-
Mid-hand.
That's not his brand, Randy. Come on. Yeah. Go ahead. No, crumple him near my mic. Okay, now he's standing in front of the monitor.
Producer James, there's a 3-bet and
Yeah.
a call in front of us. Queen 10 versus Queen Jack suited. Please, out of the way.
Ace 8-4, swing and a miss for both parties. As Martirosyan does have position, does not have the betting lead. This one's been inflated. Note, by the way, that Mateos could very well look to represent Ace-X as the pre-flop 3-better. And the thing is, he's such a menace, not simply because everyone else is a bounty, but also because he's got the chips to multi-barrel you.
This is a micro bet. What, 70K into 680? North of 10%.
I got to tell you, the math is not lost on Artur, but he is certainly susceptible to the same paranoia that many of us would have on this ultra-dry board, that this sizing is designed to make sure we don't muck because the hand is strong. A big ace, for example.
And that's why he's not folding.
Now on the turn, Martirosyan picks up the gut shot, straight flush draw, just the gut shot for Mateos.
That's actually one of the best cards Martirosyan could hit on the turn. And it does give Mateos that bit of equity to consider multi-barreling with. Gut shot to a straight, 2 overcards to the 8 and 9, which his opponent could have. Extra equity. Plus, Queen 10 is nice in the sense that it blocks Ace Queen and Ace 10, which is a large part of your opponent's call down range.
$460,000 chip bet. Of course, with all of this equity, even when we're up against an ace, Martirosyan isn't looking to get away. He makes the call. This thing's been bloated heavily. 1.7 plus in the middle, and on the river, a very dry seeming 3 of hearts, Randy. Is it the kind of card that will leave Mateos feeling as though a 3rd barrel might get the job done?
It is. And it's because he blocks the top 1 pair of hands that Artur can hold. Ace Queen, Ace 10.
No Ace Jack in there?
Ace Jack could be in the range, but Ace Jack, I'm not sure if it calls the jam. Ace Queen for sure, and that's the best thing is that you're blocking Ace Queen. Ace King would always jam on your pre, so you don't have to worry about that. There's definitely a lot of merit for him to rip in this one in. Keep in mind, he bet 70K on the flop, so he's invited a lot of calls that normally would just be folding. And those hands sometimes pick up diamonds. He unblocks diamonds, which is good in case his opponent has like a King X of diamonds. He can fold out those better hands.
All Mateos needs to do is say bet. Oh my God.
You the man.
This is a clinic. Well, we've laid plenty of praise upon Artur Martirosyan, and it is not as though it is a slight to him in that exchange in any way, shape, or form to focus upon Mateos, who has certainly announced himself to those who maybe weren't as familiar with his talents and exploits here early on.
He has conquered.
5.4 million in front of him. Martirosian slips to 22 bigs. Hajiev still hanging around with 16 left. Here in the 50K Bounty Quattro, second biggest stack in the field, by the way, Punat Punsri, he's got just 2.7. So a 2-to-1 chip lead over the entire field for Mateos.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, that last hand was a demonstration of his talent, you know, really just going for it despite it being a large part of his stack, in case he was wrong. But he just knows how to construct the range of his opponents and how to exercise the right bet sizing to get those hands to fold in general. He's just too good. And I love watching it.
I couldn't agree more. I'm not trying to oversell it. It is a hand of poker at the end of the day. Obviously, he's got a big stack. There's bounty implications and whatnot, but he just seems to do the right thing so much more often than not, right?
I tell you,
Mike, you ready?
I know the hand is over, but there's a lot of guys that would just give up the river and they lose the pot.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Let's go, Hajiev.
Watson.
Oh, man,
Jack
come on.
10.
You have to give me this one.
This is a hard
Really
bounty to
nemesis
collect.
if you lose this one. Holy shit.
Definitely in this spot.
I'll sit down, man. It's not good to stand up with jacks.
Ramin, the covered stack. He was on his feet, got told.
Shot, nothing crazy.
It's unlucky to stand up with jacks. How about now? Middle set against bottom 2. Where is Watson trying to go from here other than running 10s? It's over.
Okay, okay.
You win one.
I cried in time, you know? 15.
You said he was under review, so he let you said he was under review, you know, so he let you win one. Before he swings too far in the other way.
I told you, he's a nice, respectable, generous guy.
Yeah, what a great guy. Man dog.
Plain theory is undefeated.
How do I?
Sometimes you just get what you're hoping for, and then not actually what you wanted.
Let's take a peek at how Hajiev's been doing so far. I believe it was an 0 for, yeah, 0 for 3. Coming into this, his first cash.
What was that big score he got again, though? Was it the invitation or the main? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was one or the other. I feel like it was an invitational. Let me take a look back. I do want to say that he has scored, by the way, a ladder as Frederic Delval finished in 20th, Brewer in 19th, Jules Dickerson in 18th. Those three collected $57,000. Jason Kuhn, the most recent elimination for 63.5. That's what's on tap.
65.
If you bust in 16th, another ladder of 6,500 if you make the top 15.
More.
Jack 7 suited here for Hajiev, fresh off of the double.
Did Soiza announce himself?
More. All in?
Yeah. Sure did.
What is fun, man.
Telling you, it's just, do I cover you? Oh, I do? Okay, I'm all in.
Yeah, get some. But that can also be leveraged, you know, for trappy purposes.
That's why if you are the shortest stack, you should play your hand passively to try to invite your opponent to just rip on you with like a king 4. Right? If you raise into them, they're not going to reshove. They're just probably going to flatten position. So you need to make the proper adjustments to get the most value out of the bounty format.
5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. 5, 6, 7, 8. 850, 860, 885.
Couple threes. This is an all-in type hand on the button.
All in.
King, queen.
Yeah, Watson going to be a customer here. And again, we're going to spin between these boys.
I believe it's round 3.
This time, Watson covering by a significantly smaller margin. So the wound could be deep. If Mike can't find paint, let's find an open-ender to go with 2 overs here. The underpair still in front.
Plenty of outs.
5 of spades.
4-board corner pocket.
Ramin looking to keep his bounty in front of him and not fling it across the felt. Oh, but the river had different ideas.
The bounty.
So no sooner does Ramin brim with some optimism, courtesy of a double, than the deck has different ideas.
You get a half bounty. Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
GG's issued.
That one.
Hajiev will collect $63,500 for a 16th place finish, as Watson will pull back the chips he lost moments ago and then
been
some.
like a 2/3 bounty, though.
Yeah, that's true. Under the chips for that, that would be sick if they have 2/3 and quarter bounties.
And we are 14 or what?
No, one more. I think.
No, he said that we are 14 and
Oh,
we play one more hand and that's all.
Oh, is it 14 already? Yeah. Okay.
One more hand.
Cool. Okay.
One more hand.
Right.
Archer versus Mateos.
Might not be the worst bounty hunter.
By the way, a redraw is definitely what Watson and Mateos, or sorry, and Martirosian are all about. I am still showing 15 players. I'm not sure.
14. Look at the screen.
Okay. Has not populated into the app just yet. Okay, so it was Whitmire actually out in 16th and Hajiev in 15th, which means Hajiev collects $70,000. He did manage to eke into that pay jump. Brandon busted just before him. Mateos, hijack open, Martirosian in the big. Gonna get involved yet again. Queen 10-3. Unpaired for both players.
60.
60,000.
Let us play that video once more. Mateos stacking chips.
Here it is. Roll the tape. Yeah, reaching down.
We finished.
Grabbing tokens.
Yeah, I will make a photo. It's nice right now, but
Mateos, did he say take a photo now?
He was like, just in case, you never know what's going to happen. This would be great. Let me relish this moment where I'm sitting on 5.6 and absolute stone cold command of the 50K Quattro Bounty. So we're going to get this redraw conducted. It's going to take us a few minutes. Randy and I are going to step aside, but when we return, we continue to march our way toward a champ here in the 50K Bounty Quattro. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Najad, Randy Lou with you. Table redraw in progress. Just about to get that done. While they're finishing things off, let's dive really quickly into a peek at the overall leader, Adrian Mateos, Punat Punsri behind him. This is all in the Triton Poker Plus app. That is also where you're going to see the seats being populated. Flash them back over. Average stack, 1.8 million, 36 bigs. You see 6 players above that water line, and then Igor Yaroshevsky bringing up the rear, 14 bigs in front of him. Fairly even stack distribution all the way on up, and obviously the 60K pork chop being worn around the necks of those short stacks and being hunted by the salivating carnivores, and chief among them, El Conquistador.
Yeah, he's got many more new victims at his table who don't have a covering stack, so it's good for Adrian Mateos. He will have the opportunity to try to pick off, Hecklin, Yaroshevsky, Haxton, but those are not players to give it to him so easily.
Note, by the way, that Antonius sits directly to Mateos' left. Far better situation than Watson and Martirosyan found themselves in at that prior feature table. Across the way is Punsri, the number 2 stack. Obviously, Punat not thrilled to draw the same table as Adrian, given that if he were at that outer table, he would be the mayor. Instead, he runs in number 2. As you get a look at both tables, Paulie V, mayor elsewhere in the room, fairly even distribution over there. Kim, Watson, Donchev, Martirosyan, Soiza, Nakdali in that order at that table. This glimpse brought to you by sportsbet.io. Blinds, quarter 50. 50K Big Blind Annie. Again, for those joining us a little bit late, $35,000 of the 50K entry fee put into the prize pool, $15,000 of every buy-in put into the bounty pool. Bounties began when a quarter of the field remained. That was 32 players. Money bubble burst at 20 players. And here we are with 14 remaining. Current payout is $70,000, a ladder of $6,600 if you can make the top 13.
Mateo's going to limp into Antonius's big. Ace-7 suited.
Hang on. Outer table looks like Nagdali's fate hangs in the balance. Queen Jack on its back. King Jack, rather, for Nagdali. Ace King for Soiza, who flopped the straight. And Yaman unable to find the chop. Needed to find an ace. Instead, it was a king on the river. So short-lived on the back end of the redraw is Nagdali's presence.
Yeah, but still,
$6,600 pay jump.
Still, how
Nabbed.
aggressive you have to be, how aggressive you have to look to get close.
Crazy, but the man
Ventures out. $100K if you do, boys.
Don't think 10-4's in there. Is out.
Over and out. You've heard that one before. Did you watch Dukes of Hazzard, Randy? You know what? Don't answer that.
Dukes of Hazzard. Is that the one with Jessica Simpson?
That's the new one.
Oh, okay.
You're not that much younger than me, Randy. I know you're always going to look younger than me, but, you know.
Okay, for the record, me and Griffin the other day, we were able to talk about movies that we both knew. It was Asian movies, you know. It was.
Were you Japan? Were you talking about Akira? And
no. We were talking about Jackie Chan and Chow Yun-fat and Jet Li. But yeah, with you, it's
God
hard.
of Gamblers, come on.
Oh, you do
hang
know
on.
it.
Stand by. What's going on here? Martirosian, Ace Jack, Soiza, Queen Jack. This one began with an open by Martirosian to 100K. Soiza big blind push back. Martirosian dug in. Note that Soiza was spinning the wheel with Queen Jack, a covering stack, hunting the bounty of the Russian, but doing so unsuccessfully. So no sooner does Michael
Also has crazy
shower Nagdali than a big bite gets taken out of him by Martirosian, costing Soiza about $1 million in chips. What are we doing back here? Let's keep the the violence is at the outer table, guys.
We do alternate feature tables, so it is what it is. Looks like actions on Haxton.
That it is. Antonius open to 100, just a min raise. Ike might be thinking about more than that. Yeah. He has jammed. And Patrick will concede. Not sure what the holdings were there. Time bank utilized. Let's take a peek at how Ike's been doing thus far out here in Montenegro, Randy. Of course, we know he's got 11.3 million plus in earnings across 38 caches. However, this is his 39th cache. Will it be his first title? He did finish 9th in the 25K GG Millions, so FT'd that one. He's gone 0 for 3 since, so this will be his second cache of the festival in 5 attempts.
Yeah, Haxton's one of those names that we mention is the best without a Triton title. Perhaps this stop, unclear so far.
I gotta tell you, I'm tired of saying that. I'm tired of saying that about him. I'm tired of saying it about Kiatley in particular, who's got 5th, 2nd place finishes. And not from a personal, emotional standpoint do I want to stop saying it, but just because their time has come. They're due. They deserve it. We know how hard they work. We know how well they play. And we know how often they've been on the wrong side of the variance in certain altercations. Here, an altercation develops between Satubayev and Antonius. as Shingus min-raised open with the ace-king, a flat by Patrick, who ever so slightly covers him. Ace 8-7. Gutter and backdoor spades for Patrick. Top pair for Satubayev.
Also has position, which is nice.
I'm getting.
5 seconds. There. 125,000.
125K was the C-bet, but hang tight. We got something else going on at the outer table. This involves Brian Kim, whose King 6 looks like it is falling to trip aces for Soiza, who was a covering stack against Martirosyan. Covered, however, it would seem here by Brian Kim. I'm saying, keep it here.
This is where the bounty hunting is happening.
This is where all the fun is.
Easy come, easy go, easy come. I didn't play.
I don't blame you. I have no idea what's going on.
I want to take the over on no idea what's going on for Soiza.
5 seconds.
Meanwhile, we return to the feature table. You see the recap there to the left. Shingus open, Patrick flatted. That 125K we left off on was called by Patrick on the turn. He failed to improve or pick up any equity. And now the second barrel, 175,000.
175 is actually quite small, the way the board's running out. I wonder if Patrick is thinking, I've got position, I can still spike the 9. Maybe I break and check me, I can steal it away. Doesn't want to, though. I think Shingus will be happy to take that one down on the turn. Could have been a lot of bad river cards.
Satubayev looking steely. Does have a number of guys that every break I see him kind of hanging out with. You know, he's got some support. He's got a crew of his own out here. I believe I've seen him hanging with Yaroshevsky, who we see here in the one hole. 584,000 plus in career earnings for Shingus on the Triton Tour. 4 for 4 so far here in Montenegro. Had a nice little Jeju. 4 cashes in 7 attempts, batting over 500. Went 2 for 4 in Monte Carlo at the very first festival we saw him at, late 2023.
There's another player from Kazakhstan that is here, right? Is it Zhugalin?
Damir Zhugalin.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely been holding their own, seeking a Triton title.
He's 6 suited, and we know Haxton seeks a title. Perhaps more so than anybody else out there, just given how many cashes he's had, how many FTs he's had. No takers here as he jams. Mateos showing mercy up front. Suited connector for Haxton in the cutoff.
5 seconds.
This hand's got some fight.
Lets it go, though.
The value of suited connectors go down a bit in bounty format just because people reshove on you a lot more. Queen Jack, though, has more strength with broadways.
And more chips than everyone but Mateos, and perhaps the presence of Punsri direct left of Haxton having a little something to do with his choices. He's too suited for Shingus.
Yeah, great hand to see a flop with.
His defense takes us to a queen high board with 2 hearts. Top pair for Punsri. Nut flush draw checking over.
Yeah, this one could get very spicy if Satubayev wants to play it as a check raise. For now, though, Punsri should come in with a bet. Expecting to have the best hand. I believe you're more likely to check call if you don't have the covering stack. You've got more incentive to build a pot if you can collect the bounty, but Satubayev is a smaller one. Relatively safe turn for Punsri. Could easily go for another street on the turn. Heart draw, straight draws, worse queens do exist.
Second check out of Shingus. Unimproved on this turn, having called the 95K on the flop, now facing a much larger sizing of 320K. Hang on. Looks like Soiza's got himself involved yet again. Pocket nines against the ace-king suited of Martirosian. King-queen jack. Boy, ace-king has a chokehold on this one. 10 doesn't do the trick as a gutter. A 9 is needed, or that's it. As Martirosian covering Soiza, what a roller coaster ride it has been for Michael. Involved in no less than 3 exchanges. He doubled, got doubled through, and now gets showered. That one came down as Soiza raising to 100K. Martirosian 3-betted to 325,000, and then Soiza jammed. Covering by only 345K. Martirosian, of course, made the call with that ace-king suited. A little shrug of the shoulder shared by both Soiza and our ever-present and reliable staff member, Sonny. So Soiza not going to be making the FT in this one.
Yeah, but you did collect some bounties in between those multiple all-ins. Back to this action.
Yeah. 13th place finish, by the way, for Michael, 76,600. We'll go home with him. There's just 12 remain now. And on the river, after calling the 320K on the turn, Satubayev totally unimproved. And showdown provided, courtesy of the check back from Punsri, who failed to see the upshot on a river card such as that of barreling. Even though we can be quite comfortable, we've got the best hand. What pays us off is maybe a little bit of what he's thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Did get quite a chunky turn bet in, so
yeah,
good for him.
So what, one hand and then they move me? Yeah. Unless we lose a player, and then you won't.
No, unless we lose exactly him. Because he's the big blind next time anyway, right? Oh, right.
Yeah, but we won't balance.
Oh, yeah. You're right. 5 seconds. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Queen 4 suited for Pranat Punsuri.
5 seconds.
Doesn't look like he's interested.
Oh.
Satubayev.
5 seconds.
Gotta look over who's to your left. It's Mateos. Actually bringing in one of those red time banks.
Yeah, fast action system. If you need over 10 seconds pre-flop, you use those time banks as opposed to the typical blue ones that are distributed during portions of the tournament that would otherwise be replete with stalling, dare I say. Unopened pots, pre-flop specifically where we use the red time banks. 10-9-3, the limp allowed by Mateos, who flops second pair. Check back from Adrian.
Yeah, that's okay because he's not going to get called by worse. He can pot control a bit with his weak kicker. He might bet the turn because of straight draws.
Still no betting on the turn. 4 rolls off on the river. Just king high for Satubayev.
If he gets checked to Mateos again, he should be betting just because he's got second pair. His opponent could easily have an 8, 4, 3, ace high. Mateos really just shouldn't expect Satubayev to ever have a hand that's better after checking 3 times. Puts in 125.
I mean, don't we expect that ace high would have been heard from pre-flop and as such given 2 checkbacks on the prior streets in the sense that a pair like 3s or 4s might not be betting or anything better would have been betting? Does the king high maybe increase in value in Shingiz's mind there? We do see him make the fold.
It does a little bit, and if you recall the hand where Mateos was playing against Martirosian, you know, he was just bluffing with a king 4 high.
Yeah.
So definitely merits to that.
Well, there's a look at a less dominant stack of Adrian Mateos than it was prior to Pranat Punsuri getting busy during that last level. 41 big blinds separating the two. Satubayev in midfield, followed by Haxton, Hecklin, and Yaroshevsky. In that order, chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Cagey nature of procedures here brought to you just by El Conquistador.
Yeah, you notice a little bit less splashing now just because the final table is right around the corner.
Well, remember the bounties are flat 60,000. When we're looking at the payouts right now, Randy, 76,600 means, you know, we're dealing with more than the bounty. But the pay jump is still insignificant relative to the bounty.
True.
Right now, it's about 9 dimes. Call it 11, forgive me. So the envelope is just definitively, not even expected value, worth way more than the latter.
Yeah, there's just so much more dynamics when you get deeper into the tournament. You know, the final table pay jumps, they start to become equivalent to a bounty itself. So it'll be nice to see how this unfolds as we get there.
Also nice, 2 red kings on the button for Satubayev. Mateos has issues with king 8 suited, comes along.
Big problems.
Ace 4 for Yaroshevsky short stack. Might he think a squeeze is available?
I think it's on his mind. He might be thinking that both players would raise very loose. Actually just mucking it outright.
Wants to stay out of the way.
And he was like, "You guys want my bounty? No. No chance for you. I'm out."
So to the flop we go, 5-5-9. One spade out there. Mateos checks.
One spade in backdoor straight draws as well as the king high. There's a chance that Mateos will continue against a continuation bet, especially if he comes in small. It's the type of board texture that the pre-flop raiser bets most of their range. Mateos has got the chip counts to kind of splash a bit. So he does check call.
Ace on the turn. Not exactly what you want to see if you're Shingus, although I presume he thinks that Mateos would be far more likely to play the ace X's as a 3-bet, Randy, right?
Maybe the bigger ones, yes, but it is reasonable for Mateos actually to flat a lot of them because Igor was playing 10 big blinds and he wants the bounty to have a chance to get into the pot.
Well, we'll see if that thought is on Satubayev's mind and perhaps would lead to a pot control check back on the turn. As we can see, that's not his design. 175K and relief, of course, when Mateos lets it go.
Hey, what's that green chip? I know the yellow ones is a bounty, right? Is it multiple bounties? Or is that just
Unclear.
$25 chip from Vegas?
Thank you.
Yep.
Asking producer James right now over headset. Look on his face suggests it is a foreign
Foreign
sight
chip?
to him as well. Maybe it's a commemorative bounty chip. Maybe.
Yeah.
1.150 right?
Yeah.
A little more.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
1.190.
Thank you. All in.
Jam from Mateos. Yurashevsky with the same hand. He's playing from the small blind. I think in the big he would have called it off, but not the small.
Agreement. As he does let it go.
It's a new backdrop. Same story, collecting chips.
Yeah, you're right. He has colored up. I've talked about this, by the way. I don't like the color up. I know, makes sense. If that denomination is no longer in play, I'm all right with it, okay? Obviously, there's no reason for it. But color me down. I want as many of the smallest chips as possible.
Oh, you're that guy.
I want to feel like a winner at the casino. I want heaps in front of me.
So is roulette your game where they give you all the $1 chips?
Oh, that's the best, isn't it? I don't play roulette.
And they scoop them all into that little hole. Like, oh, sorry.
I've actually never placed a roulette bet in my life. Now, I've sweated friends, and I've gotten max value out of it. But I've never, ever... I can't do it, man. You're taking the worst of it so bad.
Yeah, but what color would you bet if you had a choice?
Green.
You're that guy. The guy everyone's rooting against.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. 10-9 offsuit for Mateos.
Punat comes in with King 8.
Ace 8-3. Punsri with the best hand. Now we did see Mateos with some brute strength 3-barreling earlier. Granted, Martirosian in that exchange ended up with just Queen Jack high, which was better than the Queen 10 that Mateos was barreling. But here, let's see what Adrian has in store for Punsri. These are the two biggest stacks in the field right now. Another 140K into the middle. Picking up an open-ender is Mateos.
The perfect card for him to multi-barrel. Equity win behind. 2 overs to the 8. Additional outs against the 8 of Punsri. Seen him empty the clip before.
675.
Holy.
Second barrel and overbet. 675 into 415. And you see the way in which he's all over you. He is out there to create maximum discomfort and leverage this landscape to great effect. Even if Punat senses that he's up to no good. Let's say we make the call with the 8. Obviously, a heart or a spade rolls off. That makes it a little bit tricky. And we're just playing the guessing game in an inflated pot on the river. SPR situation could be a bit precarious. Yeah, down he goes.
I don't blame him because you know Mateos can easily fire once more. Mateo's just making it so uncomfortable. Whether it's a single raise pot or a 3-bet pot, he's willing to just put most of your chips on the line.
I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. Some of this stuff is going to be regarded as relatively standard by many of the pros in our fields, and they would be executing in presumably similar fashion. But Adrian in particular, within the spectrum of available decisions that could all be considered sound, I just love watching the ones that he makes and the manner in which he goes about it. Those overbets are not the things that get dialed up by other guys. Would they maybe fire the second barrel? Sure. But he comes with the overbet. He just is willing to push a little bit further, it seems, than the average character, you know, in similar circumstances.
I agree.
Why didn't you stay home and play online?
I like to hear.
It's better for you, huh? And for us. Malaka, he's
playing online.
Yeah, you should too.
I play for 1 week after this.
A lot of tournaments. It's on here. It's only 50K.
Yeah.
Online, you can play 200K in one day.
But I like the
Punsri
trophy.
hunting Hecklin with dust. Will Henrik wake up with something?
You know?
Yeah,
He
dust
poker
himself.
stars.
9 deuce into the bin.
Yeah.
You know how like Jungle Man dresses up sometimes for these things? Just one time, we got to get Hecklin to come with
Did
like
he win
the,
something already?
you know,
One.
Scandinavian
Like
warrior
Viking.
outfit, like like wooden shield, leather and metal, you know, armor. And then for sure you got to have the horns on
The horn on helmet.
That's the
yes.
guarantee.
2 horns, yes.
Absolute must. I would be like, dude, is that an actual? Oh, it's Henrik. Okay, thought maybe somebody time traveled over here for the 50K. You see it.
I see it. I agree. Don't think that's what's on his mind when he's playing 14 big blinds Ollie.
I get it.
He's got a guy opening 7-3 of clubs on the button.
This is nasty. Punsri with impunity attacking ace-9 for Satubayev.
Just enough to continue from the big.
You think he pushes back ever? It's just like...
No. He has to respect
the
ICM. he also doesn't want. You never want to put yourself at risk
Right.
with a medium strength hand if you are the one that isn't covering.
Right. Swing and a miss on the Jack 10 deuce board.
I'm actually a little bit curious to see if Satubai will check call flop bet, just knowing that Poon 3 is supposed to be super wide. But let's go to outer table action.
Well, hang on. What have we here? Checking in on what looks to be Dimitar Danchev with pocket sevens. Mike Watson, ace king. Brian Kim, ace jack. Danchev covers both, and he's in front on a 10-6-3 board. The turn, keeping it tidy. Could this be double bounty situation? It is indeed, as a 6 hits the river. We're going to count it down and make sure, it would seem, but Watson appears convinced. And how about that for Dimitar Danchev? Here's 120 dimes and a whole load of chips.
And a little pay jump.
Mike has more.
So Kim showered.
So we lose 2 players, he's short stacks, and he has 3 more.
He had the shorter of the 2 stacks. So he'll collect 12th. That's worth 76.6. And then Watson, already with the title here at this festival, won't be picking up his second, but he does pick up the pay ladder of 11,500. So 87.5 going to him in 11th. And now just 10 remain. 2 tables of 5.
Are you sure?
Here we have Punsri, ace-3 suited. Far more legitimate than what we've seen him opening late position over the last 2 pots. And Shingus, king-queen, makes the call. He's got Mateos behind him. He's got Punsri in front. And he's got an ace-queen to deal with.
Yeah, he's going to be annoyed when he sees a potential 3-bet from Mateos.
435.
Oh, this is something.
It's kind of like you expected this to happen too, right? Mateos known to be aggressive. I wonder if Punsri ever continues, or does he just think, look, I'm comfy in second. Take it. There's merit to calling, 4-betting, and folding, to be honest. With Shingus flatting the small blind, that's a capped range, so Mateos is supposed to attack a bit more with a squeeze.
And Punsri's been V-pipping a little bit of late. He is the second biggest stack. He knows Mateos is incentivized to be very aggressive.
$1.1.
Damn, that's good.
A 4-bet to 1.1 million. You say that's good, and yet it's in a lot of trouble here. But let's see how Mateos deals with it.
It's a tough spot for Mateos because if he's up against the top tier range of Punsri, Ace King plus, Ace Queen doesn't perform that well, especially unsuited. I don't think he's ever going to 5-bet jam. It's basically call or fold. Perhaps he expected Punsri to put in a 4-bet?
Что сказали?
Can he push back? Ace Queen offsuit doesn't feel like the right candidate,
I
right?
think it's too risky. I think it's call or fold.
4Б. Я с СБ зашел, Матео СБ сквиз, 4. 4Б. 1 100 000. Больше, чем.
Mucks it. Credit to Punat Punsri. Messed with the bull. Somehow didn't get the horns. You see Adrian thinking it might have been a little sus there. And that is a sight that we have really not seen much of on the day, Randy. Somebody taking Adrian's chips and earning them in that instance.
Very well deserved. What's happening here, Ollie?
Outer table. Paulie V has cards in front of him, but they're not on their backs. Let's get you up to speed. Donchev limped from the button. Paulie V check back. There was no small blind. Flop came queen 10-5 rainbow. It went check check. On the turn, it was a bet from Paulie V of 75,000. Donchev called. River, king of diamonds. Paulie V did check. Donchev checks back and shows down queen deuce. Top pair on the flop. Paulie V had second pair with 10-4. So that one relatively damage-free. And on that note, we do head to a scheduled break. Mateos off of his high water mark as Punsri narrowing the gap to just 10 big blinds between the two. 12 bigs for Hecklin. The short stack there at the feature. Blinds going up to 30, 60, and 60. Brought to you by Poker Stake. We bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. And, well, it has been the El Conquistador show for sure. But I, for one, am very impressed. Obviously, perhaps some recency bias. But Punat Punsri there, willing to tussle where few have been.
I mean, to tangle with Mateos in that spot is a big statement. He could have easily just said, you know what, take the chip lead, do your thing. I'm happy in second, but Punsri's here to try to win it.
Yeah, no question about that. So we're going to send you to a quick break. This one's scheduled. Like I said, players are going to come back, and we're going to fight on with 10 remaining here in the 50K Bounty Quattro after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
The specific red time banks and unopened pre-flop pots.
It makes sense why it's in play now, because we're 25 remaining and 20 cash, and that's a min cash of 57,000.
Okay, well, let's talk about the people who have already been eliminated, as we did resume play here. 28 remaining. Soiza, ace-king suited in there. Choi on the button. Not a covering stack.
Oh,
but he does move it in.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, hold on. There's that one. Okay.
Aces again.
Might Stanley Choi be joining the likes of Ding Biao, Sean Winter, and Koze Ichinose, who have already been eliminated here in day 2 of the 50K Bounty Quattro? It's going to take a lot for the 675K to go his way. 9-7-3. Things looking good for Ace King. And Soiza off of a lean stack. Could he be collecting 60,000?
I don't know, because Choi has turned additional outs.
Double gutter.
Wow.
Sixes, fours, and deuces. Keep Stanley in there, and instead it's the jack.
GG, Stanley.
60K.
That's a great little pickup for Soiza.
Excellent. He's not supposed to have that many opportunities to pick up a bounty.
Yet that's exactly what he's done, and let's not overlook the 300K in chips, plus the blinds, which is actually going to leave him with 30 bigs.
He owe you a favor or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Chip dumping.
surprised me.
Malaysian chip dumping.
That was surprising.
It's not what I expected.
Did he think, maybe he thought he was covering you for a second?
I don't think so. I think this.
On an outer table.
I see an all-in.
Progress, yeah. Suvarna involved. Gonna bring you up to speed here. This was an open from Pauly V to 60. Suvarna jammed the button to 250. And it looks like, did he make the call here? Or is he just playing with the chips? No, yeah. He is making the call.
So we await for all hands on outer tables to finish first, and then we reveal the fate of Santosh.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Santosh has the best hand here, considering Pauly V's a chip leader. Santosh is one of the short stacks. A button open, obviously quite easy, but the jam from the small,
let's see if you're right,
should be attached to a better hand. Ace 10 against what is that dust? Queen 5?
It was paint number.
See, that's the 60K pork chop that Santosh is rocking right now around his neck that Paulius is hunting. Very, very clear influence of the bounty apparent in this pot, and the issues for Suvarna are now apparent as well. King, Queen, 8. Does have a Broadway gutty, but he's up against second pair and behind.
With a 4 of hearts on the turn.
4 is Dusty, and Suvarna needs a jack or an ace, and instead it's a 4.
Santosh in his hand.
Well, the money bubble has burst.
For the next
here in the Quattro Bounty, but note, Santosh could be sharing some of that 57.5 min cash, depending on what happens
And on the TV table, we have
Back at the
Chris
feature.
Olin with ace.
It's an ace-jack versus, is it a queen-8 or queen-9? I can't remember.
Queen-9 suited.
Artur Martirosyan, yeah. Sonny.
Your white pants.
Tide pen, Randy, and I think I got a little bit of coffee on my... You know what? Why don't you worry about...
Chop it up like a kiddie meal.
You want me to call to action for you? Okay, I'll do both ends
I'll
of the
do
job.
laundry, you do the action.
How about ace 10 of clubs or Mateos?
Well, here's the thing. Big stack on the button, opening a pot. This is to be expected. Brewer fresh off of the double, by the way. Ace-king suited, a little medicine. Jams over the top.
We in the money, right?
895.
It's a healthy reshove.
Yeah, 30 big
blinds, yeah.
I don't even care, so yeah, we're in the money, great, yeah, sure, whatever.
Calls it off. Wow, Brewer can be a huge stack.
And just note the money bubble bursting. Now, things flowing even freely than they were.
Flip. They clutch, he's clutch, bro.
Classic flip. Classic flip. In Adrian's world.
The flop we go, 8-5-4. Ace high work moments ago for Chris.
Oh.
10 on the turn.
Turn card.
Mateos in front. Note, though, that it's the spade.
With Adrian,
Certainly could have been worse.
72%, and he's about 72% right
Give it
now.
a shot.
Perfect.
Good.
That hurts. You can feel it.
Good winning flip.
He's clutch, bro.
Roll of the eyes there from Brewer. So much optimism after making the money and then doubling up to 30 bigs. You take the best of
All right,
it,
whatever, let's get to the redraw.
and then a smackdown by El Conquistador.
Dumb now.
Not an insignificant pickup.
Мы до того, как он пришел,
Really
рассуждали, что
catapults
типа, очень
to a
сильно
dominant chip lead. And
невозможно у него выиграть.
the silver lining, of course, for Chris Brewer is at least the bust comes with $57,500 attached to it, but unfortunately for him, that... Welcome back to the desk. 10 remaining in the 50K Bounty Quattro. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, El Conquistador, and Punat Punsri, really the focal point in terms of the players. So let us dive right in. We know where we're at right now. 5 and 5 is what we're playing. 10 players, $87,500 on lockup. The gap, if you can work your way up until 9th, is 18,000, let's call it. 17.5 to be specific. However, Randy, as we've alluded to, every one of the bounties is worth a flat $60,000. So even though the payout supersedes what's in any given envelope at present, the jumps are really what we're focused on in terms of ICM, and therefore bounty hunting still going to be more the concern for the average player out there?
It is still more of the concern, but the pay jumps get really big if you get into the top 3, so you need to still put yourself in a position to try to capture that score. So I think that the bounty comes into play more against the super short stacks, you know, the 10, 15 big blinds and lower. But all the stacks above that, they're going to play more or less more normal.
More straightforward. Okay, $1,052,000 is going to go to the champ. You talked about those big pay jumps. Obviously, from third to second, second to first, they keep getting bigger and bigger. No doubt about that. And on the topic of big, Adrian Mateos has been very big. Every time he's shown up in terms of a pot, he has given us all that we could ask for in terms of top shelf pro procedures. 88 bigs deep right now with this blind jump, up to 30, 60, and 60, 150K in orbit, the price of poker. Punsri, aforementioned, running in second. Let us not sleep, however, on Artur Martirosyan. And note the man who just picked up 2 bounties, double elimination, Dimitar Donchev sitting in fourth. Those are the only 4 in front of the average stack. And in terms of Donchev, haven't had a chance to observe him much so far here at this festival, playing under the Bulgarian banner, 1.7 million plus in career Triton earnings, 1 cash under his belt. But over time, he does own a title, by the way. You know, we've talked about these Bulgarians, Kulev and company, showing up, and now maybe they've got the secret sauce sorted out.
I mean, they've always been known to be very strong in tournament poker. You know, them coming out late to the Triton series, right?
Yeah.
But they've been making a splash. Danchev already has a title under his belt. Kulov has made final tables in the big binds at Triton. So he's a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Monte Carlo 2023 is when we first saw Dimitar. He had 3 cashes across 8 attempts there. Then in Jeju, a tidy little 4 for 7, and he did pick up his first title, and it wasn't a bounty event. Granted, the 40K mystery bounty, but nevertheless, he understands how to swim in these waters as we send it back down to the arena, where Danchev has already secured his second cash. Just how big will that cash be? TBD. He's over at the outer table, behind Martirosyan, in front of Antonius, Vaitiekunas, and Yaroshevsky. Our feature table, of course, is where Mateos has been holding court. And again, Punsri, not the greatest draw when we were down to 14, ending up at Adrian's table. Did navigate that one pot against Adrian quite well, but if he were over at the outer, he could hunt everybody else. Instead, Martirosyan, fortunate to be the chip leader there ahead of Danchev, who only recently slid up to 62 bigs.
Yeah, a slight advantage in being at the outer table right now because Yaroshevsky is sitting on 7 big blinds, so all 4 of the other players have that opportunity to collect that 60K envelope, potentially. But it's fairly split. 2 big stacks on each table, 7 and 12 big blind for shorts on either side. Shall we get going?
Cards in the air. You see Sonny making the announcement.
I was close.
Pocket 8s for the Dane, Hecklin. Shortest stack at this table.
He's going to charge them in there.
Yeah.
Horns first.
Believe it's 695.
695.
Yeah.
Paxton covers ace-3. How tight are Hecklin's ranges off of 12 bigs?
They don't consist of the normal bluffy stuff like 10-9 suited as much, just because you get called down a lot more.
Right.
So it is a little bit stronger. The only problem is Haxton gets a better price with the covering stack. And he is deep in the thought. 2 hands in between the
I don't think
strands of the hair.
I can remember the last time I saw that sight.
Even Satubayev is reenacting the Haxton pose.
I mean, Ike, widely considered to be one of the brightest minds in terms of poker, and yet even he, with relatively limited bounty experience contrasted against non-bounty formats, is trying to work out if it pencils out. Decides no.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Like I mentioned multiple times, is there's another portion of the prize pool at stake.
What was your hand?
Hmm?
What was your hand?
I don't want to say.
Can't blame Shingus for trying.
Yeah, like what is the close decision
Yeah,
that's
right.
borderline, so I can know if I can open into you more or not.
Right, right.
5-7 easy.
Similar, maybe.
Huh?
Sort of similar.
If you had that, it would have been in bad shape.
Hmm?
It would have been in bad shape against My hand is so impressive.
I don't remember 5-7 suited being close to ace-3 offsuit.
Hunter gets a walk. Well, I'm a little late to this, but obviously, no matter what time zone you're in, but in particular the ones where maybe you're supposed to be asleep, but you can't keep your eyes off of us. Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or YouTube. Hello and welcome. Thanks for being aboard. Randy and I do keep an eye on the chat and certainly appreciate your engagement. We come to work each and every day with the intention of giving you guys the finest in streaming poker entertainment, regardless of platform. Appreciate your presence.
Might as well like and subscribe.
It's conditional, you know what I'm saying? I only appreciate it as long as you click like and subscribe. If you don't, then screw you.
No, not and screw you. Okay. And it's okay. Maybe next time.
Wow. And this is why you're a dad and I am not. Be like, why does this thing keep crying?
Screw you.
Can you imagine? I could probably have a really successful YouTube channel for like frustrated parents everywhere. It's just a webcam of me in the nursery. It's just like, this dude is having daily meltdowns. He doesn't know what to do. He keeps calling it it.
DC?
No, but in all seriousness, please do click like, subscribe, follow. Get with us on Twitter, Instagram. Download the app. Become a part of the Triton family. We do see many of the same screen names in the chat. We've gotten to know some of you. Appreciate your daily presence and your support. It does mean a lot. Axton, supported by King Jack offsuit. Raise and take. Is this the Space Kitties shirt? Which shirt is this?
Have you seen it before?
He does have a Space Kitties shirt, I think. I don't know which one this is. He's got like some really unique, you're not going to see it anywhere else sort of shirts. There's an animal there, right?
It looks like a...
Is that a partridge?
Cat? No. A rock? No, it's not a rock.
A cow?
Can we zoom in, please?
That'd be great.
Oh, it's getting closer.
Actually, this is a tease. This is too wide. I can't make it out.
Oh, we are going
on. Oh, come on. Oh, wait a minute.
Outer table.
Yaroshevsky. Looks like he's shipping it in. What's he working with here?
Oh, looks like he did just take it down on that flop.
All right, back to the shirt. Oh, Arthur, what are you doing? You can't take the hat off, bro.
Oh, no.
This is lucky. Okay,
oh,
there he is.
It's backwards, too.
Maybe forwards until you burst the money bubble, backwards because you're more chilling once you do.
He does look laxed.
We're going to stay here at the outer table, where, to be fair, it does feel like the bulk of the action has been taking place. Fold it around to Yaroshevsky. Donchev, believe, opened this one to 120,000. Now we're around to Martirosyan.
Martirosyan playing a 2.4 million chip stack, making the call.
Dimitar, far and away the chip leader here. 9-8-3 board with a couple of hearts.
Considering a follow through.
5 seconds.
Yeah, action checked over to him, and 100,000. The sizing dialed up. Called by Artur. 7 of hearts on the turn.
That's the card that really changes things. Brings in straights, flushes, more draws. The rates to hit the big blind a little bit more.
That's 160,000.
You can see Archer taking the lead, realizing that Donchev will often check back the turn, even for like an overpair. It also freezes the action, allows him to set the price himself.
5 seconds.
160K lead, and Dimitar, I believe, is announced raise.
Yeah, those are black chips, multiple. How much is that?
480, 3x.
This likely wasn't to be expected. Just because, like I said, this is the type of card that hits the big blind more and you lead and your opponent raises and gets it done.
Well, we're not sure what either player held in that particular exchange. We do not have RFID technology at our outer table. That's only on the feature, but obviously the line was a little bit peculiar in terms of Donchev. Leverages his big stack to claw some chips out of Martirosian. You see Artur, he didn't expect that at all when he led the turn. In fact, it really goes against sort of the flow of play and the implicit agreement in terms of ranges and positions, and nevertheless, in it came and out went Artur. Keeping it here. Or we may not have hold cards, but we definitely have action.
He's got that stack that's all in a fold for Yaroshevsky.
Player will in.
This is an Igor jam.
2 players will in.
Oh my goodness, Martirosian is jammed as well. Over the top, what have we here? It looks like an ace-4 for Martirosian, suited, I presume, in a queen-jack offsuit for Yaroshevsky, who had less than 10 big blinds. Can Igor find the necessary help? Heck yeah. Jack 10-9, top pair, open-ender, no heart. Turn is safe. And so's the river. Top 2 will earn Yaroshevsky a double. Boy, things trending in the wrong direction for Artur.
It's been very swingy for him. Up, and back down.
These are the natural products of throwing a whole bunch of bounty hunters out there. And the water's perpetually chummed by short stacks. I would hate to be a short stack in a bounty event. Right? Like, I don't find shark-infested waters and strap a tuna to myself and think, hey, let's dive in. This feels like what you're doing. I mean, just, I want to be the guy with the spearfishing gun. a little harpoon in you.
Right. Right.
Spearfishing is dangerous, Randy, because what happens is you spearfish, and then the distress from the fish that you've speared attracts the sharks. Little blood, a little bit of that electromagnetic dinner bell, and all of a sudden they come in, chompy chomp.
Last time I checked, this was a poker channel, not National Geographic.
Right, but that was last time you checked. Now we've evolved. You don't watch Shark Week, Randy?
Shark Tank?
Shark Week, Randy, on Discovery.
Simmer down, my friend. Things will be okay.
Well, they're going to be a lot more okay if you can double and get off of a short stack, which is exactly what Hecklin is looking to do. 14 bigs. He's the only stack that Haxton covers. Frustrated is Ike to look down at a king deuce and not be able to pursue the 60K.
It feels good to get one through when you're in a short stack.
My goodness. Doesn't it?
It's like, please, king 10, don't call me.
Yeah. Queen 10 offsuit. Haxton. Deliberating.
He's playing about, what, 16 blinds? Finds it too excessive to open jam into the covering stack.
Limp.
Yeah, no, this is fine. He's not looking to limp fold to a raise. But Punat Ponsri puts him in with Jack 3 of clubs. There we go.
That's nasty.
You can just get away with this when you've got the covering stack.
I mean, listen, you do kind of assume there's going to be some ABC straightforward behavior around you in this spot. But let's not forget, Ike is very capable of induction, a little limp with the intention of getting it in. So you do need to be a little bit careful. But at the end of the day, even in those spots where the Jack 3 is on its back and spinning the wheel, it's doing so with that nice price. The envelope overlay can really let you get away with what might otherwise seem like a torch, but the numbers make things softened in that regard.
Extremely softened, actually. So that is really nice by him.
This is crazy because I don't think anybody in this field would ever walk up to a roulette wheel and drop 60K out there. But to be fair, this is a bit of a 60K free roll, whereas, you know, when you walk up to the wheel, red, black in it.
Yeah, and it falls green.
Different.
Your favorite color.
Green, I'm telling you, man. They got the 000 wheels out there now. Not that I'm, you know, I don't operate a roulette blog or anything like that. Ace-10 suited, Satubayev. Min-raise Mateos, King, Queen, playing it as a flat.
So playing as a flat is because it allows dominated hands to continue. And Satubai is playing that stack where if it does go kicker versus kicker, Mateos can really just stack and get a bounty as well.
Obviously, there'll be some Broadway combos in Satubayev's range, some of which Mateos would be dominating. But here he is up against top 2 with the gut shot.
Satubayev is laying the trap to the chip leader.
Now that allows Adrian to check back and take a swing at the turn, which leaves him drawing dead. 10's full for Shingus. And one could see a second check here, Randy, with the intention of getting El Conquistador.
I would love to see a check. You check the flop. You've got all this board. You know the chip leader will attack you. I wouldn't fault Mateos for attacking, picking up the diamonds. He can fold out better, like a small pocket pair under the 10.
Well, just pressure application is something that we've seen him very much embrace.
25.
And on this occasion, he's doing it to the tune of 225,000. Music to Shingiz's ears, of course.
Just keep laying the trap. Really no reason to raise at this point. Your opponent's trying to rep a 10, and if they got it, you're going to get a lot of chips anyways.
Now, I heard 225. I'm seeing 275. So correction there. Obviously, the flat seems quite nice for Shingiz, who has observed Mateos be very aggressive. But interestingly enough, now Mateos gets showdown value courtesy of this king, Randy.
Yeah, it's going to save Mateos because he was definitely thinking about betting once more, but King-Queen does beat some hands like Jacks and Queens. Going to be relieved.
Yeah, and you know that smile on his face, I think, is because he realizes how lucky he was to get that river, which gave him the check back. I think the next barrel, unimproved, was likely inbound.
And I think it would have been a huge bet to represent that 10 or
Sure.
flush.
And try to clear out some of the ace-X's that can't take the heat, maybe.
Agree. Fortunate for Mateos, even though he did lose that pot.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird designation when you're losing chips, but I think everybody out there understands where we're coming from. Certainly Adrian does. Take a walk, Shingiz.
Little smile.
Yeah. Shout out to Matthew Curtin in the YouTube chat.
What's up,
Randy?
Matthew? Why? Why are you shouting him out?
Well,
Did he say something
says
cool?
He's from the Bay Area, says he just bought his first house yesterday in Oakland. Now, obviously, I wouldn't advise this sort of purchase, given it is the murder capital of the United States, if I'm not mistaken.
Ollie,
But
seriously? Like,
he's
this
in
is a milestone.
neighboring suburb of Piedmont, basically. So location, location, location. Nicely done.
Okay. You recovered from that.
I'm just saying. Congrats.
I know where Piedmont is, actually.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's next to Oakland.
Yeah,
As you
right.
said.
It's Oakland adjacent.
Well, congratulations. Upstairs we go.
Shingiz trying to limp this King-9 offsuit. Mateos, Ace-10 in store.
King-9 actually plays this as a call a lot. Just because Mateos is playing polar to raise after the small blind limps, King-9 would perform all right.
Queen-7 deuce, neither player connecting.
Very dry texture. No straight draws present. Less hands for your opponent to continue after flatting the raise from the small. Only needs to bet 120 to win.
See bet and take it. King high. Easily going into the muck. Well, we talk so often about solvers out there. This isn't something inaccessible to you out there in the general public. If you aspire to compete in a Triton event one day, then study with the world's most powerful poker solver and try it for free today at GTOWizard.com. Get free access to all features for the first 24 hours. Beat the best and crush the rest at gtowizard.com. We do see you in the YouTube chat. Indeed, I was catching up on some comments from a lot earlier as we were a bit more engaged with what was going on the screen. But when things do slow down, obviously love to field your questions for Randy.
140.
Let us know where in the world you're streaming us from. Love that. Punsri, letting everyone know it's 140 if you want to continue with King 10. No takers.
Been smooth sailing for Punsri.
Hang on, is this...
What? What?
Natural 8 patch says Team Hot?
Did it really? So what's Team Cold like?
So like if you don't cash for like a couple months, your patch gets downgraded. What about Team Lukewarm? Maybe there's that.
The guy who min cashes occasionally.
You don't think it has something to do with like the better looking ambassadors get Team Hot, and then if you maybe, you know, you didn't win the Gene Lotto, you get Team Not.
Team Hot or Not.
You remember that website?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at you, Randy.
I know of it. I didn't use it.
Yeah, right.
Wink, wink.
Come on. It's all right. You weren't always married, Randy.
All in.
You're allowed.
Is he allowed to go all in King 8?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Small blind.
Yes, he is. Because you know what? Punsri really just can't splash around.
13 bigs is a sizable ask. Punsri does have a lot of chips.
Один мой, вас а у тебя?
4-5, never really much of a consideration for Punsri. Shane Jackson joins us from Atlanta, Georgia. I lived in Atlanta, Georgia, Randy.
Did you? Nice.
Lowe's Hotel Residences. Peachtree Street. There's like 91 Peachtree Streets in Atlanta, by the way.
There's also a lot of first streets and second streets in around the world.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Peachtree Streets in Atlanta. That's what I was.
Huh?
That's what I was saying.
All right, go on. Just God, don't. I'm gonna stop engaging with you. Is that all right?
Randy.
Yeah, just.
Nobody wants that.
I want that.
No, but no one else wants it, Randy. God, stop being so selfish.
What's going on?
Well, hang on. Outer table once more is where we're paying a visit. Martirosian. Raised to 120,000. Donchev, action on him, on the button. What's happening here? This looks like more than 120. In fact, the announcement of all in signified by the presence of the octagon. Snap call. And is this deuces versus ace queen? It would appear so. Offsuit is Martirosian and unpaired on a king 8-3 board. Set of deuces on the turn. It's over.
Oh, man, that was a massive pot. Martirosian. Out. Just like that.
You talked about the roller coaster ride. There's not going to be any more upswings. as the last of Artur's chips absorbed by Donchev. What a surge up the leaderboard for the Bulgarian. We lose Martirosian in 10th place, 87,500 collected by him, and now the remainder of the field guaranteed a six-figure payout of 105,000. The next jump, sizable, 31K, and it would bring us to the final table. On the FT bubble, courtesy of Dimitar Donchev.
And Donchev is the clear chip leader, sitting on 8.2 million in chips, 136 big blinds. Getting right back into it. One blind down.
Igor does flick in the extra 60 to take a flop here. Messing with the Reaper. Queen 6 deuce, 2 clubs.
This is a board the big stack is going to bet pretty much near his whole range. Can go small as well. Big blind doesn't have that much to continue with.
90K. Yaroshevsky thinking about this one. Came in with 30 bigs. Second biggest stack behind Donchev, by the way, who has 136 bigs. Overall chip leader by a wide margin over Punsri, with Mateos in third. Meanwhile, the call from Igor does bring the 4 of hearts to the turn. 2 flush draws out there. Again, Igor checks. Look how comfortable Donchev is looking right now. Mountain of chips aiding him in that regard.
Lots of bounty tokens in front of him as well, those yellow ones.
Look at Paulius rocking the calculator app here. What's going on?
He's doing bounty math, I'm pretty sure.
He's just trying to figure out what 15% of his lunch bill is for a tip. Well, after it went check-check on this turn, suddenly Yaroshevsky, the man that takes the swing, 4-liner on the river, given there's a 5 out there. So the board reads Queen 6 deuce, 6 deuce of clubs on the flop, Queen of hearts, 4 of hearts on the turn, 5 of diamonds on the river. And Donchev lets it go.
Yeah, it seemed like he might have had like an ace high, but didn't get baited by that small price. Pot going to Yaroshevsky.
I don't think Dimitar's going to lose any sleep over that one. Flesh wound.
So Ollie, we are playing 5-handed on one table, 4 on the other. Tournament director announced that we're counting hands and they're going to balance it accordingly so that they take turns playing 5-handed.
Yeah.
Keep things fair.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an advantage, depending on what side of the chip counts you're on, to be at one table or the other. So want to ensure that no coincidental edges are offered to anyone in the field. Although a big edge for Haxton with 2 red jacks on the button.
120.
This is the type of hand you want action. You don't want to open jam. You want to force reshoves on you by worst pairs. Ace-X suiteds. This one being offsuit for Punsri.
$1.5 million.
Oh, and he is going to attack Haxton, who will be calling this one off.
Yeah. So the covering 3-bet to 1.5 million by the ace-4.
That's pretty good.
Haxton getting the authorization to turn them on their backs.
You have 1, yeah? Just under 935, I think.
Almost 2 million in the middle. Can Haxton find a double? Jack in the window, obviously, with absolutely nothing to speak of for the ace-4.
Yeah, 10 queen spare. There we go.
Oh, hang on.
Best card in the deck.
10 on the turn, 7 or queen on the end, and they carve it up. Fortunate is Haxton that Punsri doesn't have an incidental spades, given the run out. But he will find the double, as we will not find the FT.
That does put a dent into Punsri's stack. Haxton with breathing room. 2 million in chips now.
Heckling the shorty with 10 bigs. And that 2 million is good for 33 bigs as it stands.
Punat's got queen 8 on the button. Makes it 120. Just a 10-6 offsuit for Satubayev. It's final table bubble. He's not interested. Ollie, may I take the time to read a comment from the chat? Normally that's your
No,
department.
I love it. Get involved, Randy. What do we have?
How about this guy, Tom the Fall? Hey, Triton. I recently discovered this channel randomly, really enjoyed it, and now I started playing poker myself.
Okay, now, I know that you brought this up because you think that this is a good thing. Tom, caution. Okay? It's a jungle out there. Tuition can be expensive. Don't think you can monkey see, monkey do your way out in these streets. That ends my public service announcement. I mean, obviously...
I think Tom just said he no longer plays poker.
and is unsubscribed. I'm sorry. No, but obviously it's delightful anytime we realize that in spite of some of our apathy and sense on occasion that we've saturated the market and everybody who wants to play poker is already playing poker, we still find people new to the game, and we love to see it. Welcome aboard, Tom. Best of luck to you in your journey. Punsri journeys forward with a couple of queens. Classic race developing here. Satubayev looking down at ace-king.
All of the chips are going in. Punat Punsri will be happy to beat his opponent into the pot. Classic coin flip indeed. Here we go.
Predictably, the jam came in. The call always easy. 3.6 million chip pot.
Гарик, мы в волыни.
Classic.
Да, тут король в дамы. Who you rooting for? Huh? Ace.
To the flop we go, and a king is there. The final table and a pay ladder feeling within reach for the remainder of the field, as does all of Shingish's chips. Forgive me. Got it the other way around. Mild bout with dyslexia. The double for Satubayev. Let's take a seat. No final table in sight. I always get so excited to build drama. Sometimes I'll just do it incorrectly. That's commitment, Randy, and also a lot of spin.
At least you believe in what you say.
I'm living my truth. What is that people say? Oh.
But it's just been an awful run now for Poonsri. He's got, what, 2.5 million?
Well,
failed to collect 2 bounties.
To be fair, it was a terrific run for a second that put him up, you know, top of the leaderboard. And then now a little bit of pullback. Ebbs and flows. No cause for panic. Certainly rates to be amongst those who punch a ticket to the FT. 42 bigs deep. Can definitely navigate. Frustrating, of course, not to grab the pay ladder. Not to grab the bounty. Not to be able to hold with 2 queens. But that is an all-in and call confrontation that throughout time we have seen so much of.
Yes. Yes.
Hence, we call it the classic. You know what we should start doing on these trips is like one of us pack one of those, you know those super small, ace queen for Hecklin, NES systems that have like all the games preloaded in them?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? We'll never sleep if we do that, by
What
the
do you
way.
want to play, though?
What do you want to play, Randy?
I'll play anything.
Huh?
Anything, any price,
Fine.
bro.
I do feel like from a gamer standpoint, you're definitely going to shower me no matter what we do. Probably 2x your salary. I'm going to start working for free. Hang on. Mateos.
I think he looks this up.
King, queen suited, small blind. Not just looking it up, but making sure that Ike gets out of the way. Not that there was any considerations for 8-3 suited, so
Pretty good.
Hecklin's in great shape. 1.2 million in the middle. Outer table hand concludes. Authorization issued. On their backs they go. Now Hecklin needs to hold to keep this final table bubble intact. It isn't personal, but a whole lot of people beyond just the chat rooting for Mateos. 7-7-5, 1 spade.
Two spades.
Flush draw. Threats to the ace-queen, quite clear. But a
5-4-5.
river as Hecklin gives Adri the count.
The snipers, they got those shaky hands right now. They can't hit the target.
You ever play Halo, Randy?
I know of it. What about
Is
Counter-Strike?
that a
Have you
no?
played Counter-Strike?
Oh man, that was more of a PC game.
I
you know?
only
I'm
mentioned
old, bro.
I only mentioned that because Hecklin used to be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's right. He was.
So he definitely knows how to dodge the
Bullets.
targets. Yeah. Hence why he held. Translates.
I'm saying in Halo we used to do like mods, like game variants, you know.
Okay, what theme were you playing?
Sniper rifles on certain levels was delightful. I gotta tell you.
Master Chef?
U.S. military missed out on me.
Master Chef was his name.
Master Chief, you donk. Master Chef is a show with Gordon Ramsay.
That's right. That's right. I was pretty happy I knew the name.
Yeah, man. It was this disgruntled chef who went into space and decided he would lead the rebellion. Ace-Jack suited. 10-6 for Mateos. Raising to 120,000. Punat has been heavily involved. Will be on yet another occasion. In what fashion? 650, a 3-bet from the big Mateos. Displeased. Releases.
Punat's not shy of kind of attacking. Well, what's happening here? I see
Yeah.
cards on their back.
Neither is this man, Dimitar Donchev, as he's got Paulie V in here. This one played out limp from the button of Donchev. And then it was a check back from the big blind by Paulie V. Queen 10-5, it went check, check.
Never easy, never easy.
On the turn back call. No, you know what? This is not at all the breakdown. Just watching the pictures, clearly this is an all-in. Paulie V. Donchev called it off. 9 ace 9.
Let us go back to our feature table as they wait for the outer table. Because we're playing hand for hand with 9 players remaining.
Forgive what may have seemed like a brief aneurysm by yours truly there, but we've got 3 different places we look to for this outer table action. We've got text updates that we get sent. We do have a stats tracker, and then obviously the pictures on the screen should have been referring to the latter of the 3 on that occasion, but unfortunately, eyes were trained on the wrong spot, and what a bad spot this is.
Yeah, fortunate for Punsri to get some chips back.
Satubayev, ace 10, has run into Punsri's aces.
$630.
Okay, 630K. A 3-bet from Punsri. Satubayev, zero hesitation on the muck there. Mini rebound for Punat. In that seat sits a healthy 12 million plus in career Triton earnings, 2 titles. This Punat's 18th cash, second of the festival already in 3 attempts. Finished 21st in the 30K 8 max. Didn't play either of the 25Ks. In fact, I don't think he arrived until after Reg was closed for both of those events.
That's right. He did come in a little later.
I guess like people bust it.
Wanted the buy-ins to be a little bit more expensive first.
Almost 50 bits.
120.
120 for Mateos. Hecklin ace-6 suited in the small blind, and he knows Mateos has been opening wide. This could be a spot where he gets involved. Doesn't want to. Neither does Shingus. There's a lot of chat in Thai. Must be rooting on Punat Punsri. Nice to see.
What if it's nothing but haters?
Not once haters just show up, they're waiting for him.
No, he's very well liked. I'm actually a bit surprised that we haven't seen the rest of the Thai delegation. KT, where's he at? Haven't seen him at all.
Vanchara Wongwitchit.
Pachata.
Yeah, that one.
Wongwitchit, yeah. Haven't seen him either. So it looks like what you touched on earlier is happening here. And Mateos, a relieving sight to the field. The big stack being pulled over to the other table. They're going to hate to see it, obviously. They're rooting for somebody like Hecklin with 18 bigs to come on down. And inheriting the chip lead now is Satubayev.
Table lead.
Yeah, here at
But
the
important
feature.
because you cover everyone.
Correct. The bounty hunt aided by that. Gee, look, I got to see the reactions here. Here we go.
Look at Patrick. Like, oh, look away now.
He looks down like, oh, yeah, that's his chips. Couldn't bring us a nub.
How do you like this player, Dimitar Danchev?
Deep stack dude over here. What are you doing?
He's all smiles.
I'll tell you what, though, seed draw-wise, this ain't great for Mateos to now have to deal with a larger stack than his own for the first time in a long time. Dimitar direct left.
I agree. It's actually not good for him, especially with the chip leader right behind him.
Yeah.
But we shall play four-handed here.
We shall play king-queen as well. Henrik.
Options on the table. Could be jam or raise.
Hold on.
Ship it.
No, please.
All 1 million plus. Count requested by Haxton. Note, this is the only stack that can earn Haxton a bounty. So that 60K is also a part of the math here.
That's actually really important that it's one of the stacks he can cover because right now he doesn't have access to that portion of the prize pool. But now, an opportunity. He's also thinking, would Hecklin raise and not go all in if he had a big hand to try to induce action? So maybe a6 performs a little bit better against unpaired broadways. But once again, Haxton in that position, deep in thought, doing the math. Hecklin just begging for a fold.
Haxton in the blender once more. We might need to run an Advil out there. Just goes to show you how much more is involved in the decisions in these situations in the bounty events. Spots come quite easily to Ike under normal circumstances. But the complications of that extra 60K, pay ladders, and all the standard considerations.
Oh, he calls.
And is a favorite, 57-43. Would love to know Hecklin's thoughts on the call. Deeply impactful for him, potentially, in a 2.2 million chip altercation here on the final table bubble. Flop 955.
That is fair.
Ace high.
Running 9 is fair. Yeah, okay, I'll take that too.
Well in front. Hecklin wants a sweat, doesn't get one. 6 outs once. The bell tolls. The light flickers. Can the Dane stay intact and keep us on this FT bubble? No, sir.
GG Hecklin, nothing he could do.
$105,000 payout goes to Hecklin. A 31K pay jump goes to the field. And the final table will be upon us. Ike Haxton, picking up the 60K bounty,
Yellow one.
moving up to almost 50 big blinds, and dashing the hopes of Hecklin, who was hunting a third career Triton title here today. Instead, it's just his 25th cash, but his third already here in Montenegro in 5 attempts, as his career earnings will eclipse $7.3 million here at Triton.
Look at Hexen's stack. It's pretty healthy.
Yeah.
48 versus 49.
He might be 3 of 3 on that particular leaderboard, brought to you by sportsbet.io, but now we're going to allow him to play a little poker, as it were. And while the boys get situated and we get everything in order for the final table here in the 50K Bounty Quattro, we bring you back to the desk briefly. Randy, I don't know, put a bow on the action going into that final table. For a time we were talking about Adrian Mateos kind of running the show. Then it seemed like Punat Punsri was the man that got heavily involved, and of course can't overlook Donchev.
Yeah, and of course Punsri was looking hot, made some all-in calls, didn't go his way. Donchev near the top of the chip counts too, but it did come down to Haxton doing the math, right? Hands in his hair, head down, like what to do, and he found the call, and it set the final table.
Yeah.
Also gave him 60K.
Yeah, not to be overlooked. And, of course, Donchev, the double elimination, gave him 120K. So then I will step aside. Randy's going to take it home with Rasty, at least for a time. Unclear. Maybe I'll have some time to come back in. Maybe I won't. I got to get ready for the 40K mystery bounty draw, which will be taking place during the dinner break in another 50K, which is taking place in the room as well, day 1 of that one. So then we're going to give you about 10 minutes. When we come back, it's going to be final table time from here in Montenegro. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
good, by the way. But some of it, it's like, ooh, my Western palate is not prepared.
Around 10 seconds now? Yeah.
Mike, how much you have?
I have 855 total. All in.
Ace 10 for Hajiev on the button. He shreds.
See, the second he found out that Soiza had a smaller stack, he opted to jam into him and snapped off by 2 tens of Watson.
Yeah, I have one of those too.
All right, that's good news.
Well, he is the covering stack, and he does have an overcard, but Watson in great shape here.
Thank you.
Can he find the double and deny Hajiev a bounty? Queen Jack 5, now just, not just rather, aces, but kings also to worry about for Mike.
Yeah,
Extra ice.
7 outs.
Thank you.
Add eights.
Fun, fun, fun.
Sarcasm out of Mike. River card's a queen.
545, I think.
8 would have been a chop, of course.
Exactly.
Both players had the 10.
To exercise the right bet sizing to get those hands to just to fold in general. He's just too good. And I love watching it.
I couldn't agree more. I'm not trying to oversell it. It is a hand of poker at the end of the day. Obviously, he's got a big stack. There's bounty implications and whatnot, but he just seems to do the right thing so much more often than not, right?
I tell you,
Mike, you ready?
I know the hand is over, but there's a lot of guys that would just give up the river and they lose the pot.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Let's go, Hajiev.
Watson.
Oh, man,
Jack
come on.
10.
You have to give me this one.
This is a hard
Really
bounty to
gonna
collect.
miss if you lose this one. Holy shit.
Definitely in this spot.
I'll sit down, man. It's not good to stand up with jacks.
Ramin, the covered stack. He was on his feet, got
Not a
told.
gut shot, nothing crazy.
It's unlucky to stand up with jacks. How about now? Middle set against bottom 2. Where is Watson trying to go from here other than running 10s? It's over.
Okay. I cried in 5, you know?
16. You said he was under review, so he let
Huh?
you said he was under review, you know, so he let
I feel like it was an invitational. Let me take a look back.
It
I do want to
was,
say
it
that
was.
he has scored, by the way, a ladder as Frederic Delval finished in 20th, Brewer in 19th, Jules Dickerson in 18th. Those 3 collected $57,000. Jason Kuhn, the most recent elimination for 63.5. That's what's on tap.
55.
If you bust in 16th, another ladder of 6,500 if you make the top 15.
more.
Jack 7 suited here for Hajiev, fresh off of the double.
Did Soiza announce himself?
More. All in?
Yeah. Sure did.
What is fun, man.
I'm telling you, it's just, do I cover you? Oh, I do? Okay, I'm all in.
850, 885.
Couple threes. This is an all-in type hand on the button.
5 seconds.
All in.
Play roll in. Oh.
King, queen.
Yeah, Watson going to be a customer here. And again, we're going to spin between these boys.
I believe it's round 3.
This time, Watson covering by a significantly smaller margin. So the wound could be deep. If Mike can't find paint, does find an open-ender to go with 2 overs here. The underpair still in front.
Plenty of outs.
5 of spades.
4-board corner pocket.
Ramin looking to keep his bounty in front of him and not fling it across the felt. Oh, but the river had different ideas.
The bounty.
So no sooner does Ramin brim with some optimism, courtesy of a double, than the deck has different ideas.
You get a half bounce. Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
GG's issued.
That one.
Hajiev will collect.
Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 6, the 50K 7-handed Quattro Bounty event. My name is Randy Liu, joined by Brian Rast, who's pumped to be here. Shall we go straight into the Triton Poker Plus app and take a look at the chip counts? And you can see that Dimitar Danchev is our chip leader, followed by Mateo Satubayev. What kind of stands out for you?
Yeah, wow, this is... We really got a lot of big Triton names here. I mean, going down, we got Isaac Caxton, Patrick Antonius. I mean, Igor has already made a final table. Paulie V, Punat Ponsri, Shingus Dimitar. I mean, these are all, you know, kind of mostly longtime Triton players.
Okay, so we're playing the bounty format, right? So every bust out you get 60K flat. Which should come into play. If we look at the payouts right now, everyone is guaranteed 136,000. There's what, a 50K pay jump or so. So the first pay jump is smaller than busting out an additional player.
Yeah, I mean, regards to that, I'd say the bounties are going to become somewhat unimportant as the final table moves on, although maybe like right at the beginning, there'll be some importance too. I mean, that said, you know, I mean, the other thing that stands out is this final table, at least at the beginning, at the outset's relatively deep, right? I mean, the average stack is 53 big blinds. That's a lot of chips compared to, I think, what we're used to here coming into these final tables.
Sometimes we see like those 10 big blind stacks where we know they're going to get in, we're going to call it off, but 53 big blind average clearly has got a lot of room to hang around and play normal poker, I suppose. It does seem that the final table is ready to go. They are seated as we are going to throw it down to Luca.
Event numbers, the 50K Bounty Quattro event has seen 126 entries. We're down to a final table. They're going to compete for $1,052,000, the title, this beautiful trophy, and each yellow token for the Bounty Quattro representing 60K each. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Seat number 1, from Ukraine, with 1.9 million. Please welcome Igor Yaroshevsky.
Igor Yaroshevsky, this is his second final table, had a third in the 25K GG Millions for 419,000. Looking to outperform.
Seat number 2, representing Kazakhstan, with 3.4 million. Please welcome Shigis Satubayev.
Satubayev on the run-up, getting some double-ups with a very healthy stack of 3.4 million.
In seat number 3 from the US, 2.9 million. Please put your hand together for Isaac Axton.
Known to be one of the best, but has no title. 38 cashes, 11 million in Triton earnings. Will this be the one?
Seat number 5 from Spain with 4.3 million. Please welcome Adrian Mateos.
Adrian was nursing the chip lead for the majority of this tournament, made some big bluffs. It's going to be with a comfortable stack, one title under his belt.
From Thailand is seat number 6 with 2.9 million. Please welcome Punat Ponsri.
Punat Ponsri has 2 Triton titles, won the main event, 12 million in earnings, looking for a third title.
From Lithuania with 1.9 million in seat number 7, please welcome Paulius Betiekunas.
Paulie V, this is his second cash, first final table of the festival. Does also have 1 title under his belt.
From Finland, seat number 8, 1.1 million. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Legendary poker player Patrick Antonius, 1 title. It's going to be a good one. He's one of the best.
Last but not least, closing our final table in seat number 9, we have our chip leader from Bulgaria. 6.8 million, please welcome Dimitar Danchev.
Massive chip lead, had amazing Jeju, 4 cashes, 1 victory in the mystery bounty for $804,000.
The button has been drawn in seat number 1. We still have 1 minute remaining of 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Joe, shuffle up and deal, please.
And let us go. Final table set. 8 remain. Brian, you ready?
Yeah, listen, it was another beautiful day at Triton, Montenegro here. I went for a run, went outside. It's gorgeous, and we have another final table packed with some of the stars of the poker world, stars of the Triton poker scene. I'm ready. Let's go.
And there is that top prize, $1 million plus $60K for each player you do eliminate from the tournament. That's a fixed rate. All 8 now guaranteed $136,000.
7 figures up top, and that's not including the bounties. I mean, let's kick the tires and light the fires.
Let us light those fires. Perhaps not with Queen 4 offsuit, which hits the muck immediately.
All right, Patrick with a little something in the hijack.
Just the question is to raise or to open jam.
He is
little deep.
About 18 blinds. Yeah, it's a little deep to have an open jam range, really.
So he does make it a min raise. Haxton's got Queen Jack. He did set this final table, eliminating Hecklin.
It feels like a spot where he's going to defend his big blind extra wide here against Patrick.
And that's because
of the bounty, right?
Having the covering stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth 60K busting him. Right? It's 60K?
60K straight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
not a mystery. So that is just north of one buy-in for this event, which is 50K.
Yeah, but Queen Jack, obviously a good hand, but I do suspect he would defend probably some hands that like maybe he would otherwise fold but are really close.
Yeah, obviously the bounty format kind of allows players to play wider if they've got the covering stack. We do have something developing here. Open-ended straight draw for Haxton, middle pair for Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, I wonder if Patrick is going to check this back. It looks like he isn't. This is interesting. I wonder if Ike is more likely to play this aggressively because of the bounty here.
Yeah, I think standard practice is to check call with no bounty on the line, but if you've got the covering stack, definitely incentive.
Yeah,
perhaps take what's in the middle or get that bounty.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I do think he probably normally check calls, but does he check raise here because of the bounty? No.
Do have to respect the prize pool portion. 9 on the turn, brings in the straight.
Yeah, the pot's already pretty big, so I can go check, check, and still essentially put Patrick all in on the river for 1.5x, even if Patrick checks this back. This is a tough card to double barrel, is Patrick. Looks like he's thinking
wants
about
to bet,
doing
doesn't it?
I feel like some ace-10 is just around the worst hand that you could kind of think about betting again here for value.
Like a queen 10, jack 10 would always want to check to realize the equity with a straight draw. Seems on the line.
I mean, I think if Patrick goes like half pot here, I mean, he's probably folding to a jam, right?
I think so too.
Yeah. So I think he's also probably thinking about if I bet like what is my response to Ike's various responses.
He does check it back, and the ace is just the disaster
That's a
card.
dirty card. I mean, Ike's very incentivized to go all in here with his value hands and his bluffs, right? Because he wins the bounty rather than like betting pot, right? Because that extra 275K or whatever it is also earns him the bounty if he has the best hand. The problem for Patrick now is before it would have been a pure bluff catch against a big bet size, but now like, you know, you're beating Ike's 2 pairs now, basically. Because, I mean, the only 2 pair you're losing to is ace-king. That jams or
always jams pre,
yes. So, I mean, I would imagine Ike probably bets all in. And I don't see how Patrick can fold that river, really. Seems like our Finnish friend might be on his merry way. Unless Ike chooses a smaller size. But, I mean, this is a hand, obviously, it's the nuts, so...
All in.
Yeah.
You're right. Going to go for all of it. But Patrick hasn't snapped off.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably... I don't know. Will he even use a time bank? I would guess no. Yeah. Okay.
That's going to be the end. The finish. Patrick Antonius. Just an awful river card for him. It's a short stint for this final table for Patrick.
Yeah, really cooler river for Patrick there.
I mean, what can he do?
Yeah,
He
mean...
beat some of the value as well, right? Like King 10, 10-9, or aces, worse aces up.
Yeah, precisely.
Nice. And
Patrick is going to cash in 8th place for 136,000. Unsure how many bounties he did collect en route to this final table.
One of the real legends of the game, Patrick has been playing the highest stakes for as long as anybody his age. I mean, the guy's in his early 40s, and he's just been playing nosebleeds forever.
Yeah, when we think of the best players of all time, Patrick, Phil Ivey always come to mind, and they've been playing for so long. He will be missed by us and the chat, but not by the other 7 players who do get that pay jump, now guaranteed 183,800. Axton climbing.
Yeah, I've already decided that, I mean, WSOP's coming up, and so the Hall of Fame nomination process is coming up. I'm going to write like a little article on my blog and post it on Twitter that I'm not saying who should get in, but just that it's silly that Patrick isn't being nominated.
Oh, he's not
like
even
last
being
year when
nominated.
I won, he wasn't one of the other candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was probably good for my candidacy, but like bad for poker.
Yeah.
Because...
Yeah, that's no knock on you, of course, but we know Patrick is that guy who's just... Everyone loves him, you know what I mean?
Listen, whether you like the guy or not, and he, you know, he's pretty likable, but like he's a great poker player who's been playing the highest stakes as long as anybody. He's had... Now, he's not like a tournament crusher, although he has been doing pretty well in tournaments recently.
Yes.
But yeah, he does not like 20, 30, 40 million in tournaments, but... I mean, he's a cash game crusher, and he beat live games. He's played in Bobby's Room. He's played in all the biggest. He's played in big PLO games. I mean, he crushed the internet back in the day.
He was one of the best online players.
He was one of the best online
yes.
players in the beginning too. So you know, he's kind of done everything, and he's playing more and more tournaments nowadays. Even though for most of his career he didn't. So you know, I mean. The guy, whether or not he gets voted in, there's a lot of other deserving candidates. That's not the point of what I'm saying. He should be on the ballot as an option. So I'm writing that article in the next, you know, couple weeks.
There we go. And we do have 9-6 suited raising on the button, getting 3-bet by Haxton, laying it down.
Got to give the man his flowers.
So with that 3-bet and take and the elimination of Antonius, Haxton moves up to second place in chips, 55 big blinds. He's a dangerous one to have with that many chips.
Yeah, Ike's just crawled into second, right?
Yeah, just got in there.
170.
He was a short stack for a lot of the tournament.
He's directly out of position to Mateos, who's third, but Danchev, the chip leader, is all the way around the table. He's the real guy that Ike
really stands out.
That Ike and Adrian need to kind of watch out for right now. And another pot for the Prince of Darkness.
That's the nickname coined by Jungle Man.
Is that who
it
called
was?
it? Okay.
It was Prince of Darkness.
I have no idea why, but like it's kind of a fun. It's
like
kind of
it.
a fun nickname, right?
Only Jungle Man can give you those nicknames.
We need to get Jungle Man on the stream. Let's go. What goes on in Jungle Man's brain? That's he's got to answer these questions. Nobody knows. It's a black box.
Shingus has got an ace-9. Not interested with these heavy hitters right behind him. Possibly the Jack-5 of Hearts from Mateos.
I ran into Shingus at the Four Seasons after Jeju was over. And not a big deal, but just like at the buffet and chatted with him for like 5 minutes and just really nice guy. Says hi every time I walk by. He's in here. This is making final tables at Triton. He hasn't been on the Triton scene for too long, if I recall. Maybe just this year. I don't know. I wasn't doing these last year, but he wasn't here in 22.
You're right, though. He did. First stop was Monte Carlo 2023.
Okay.
Played the Jeju. That just happened 2024, and now his third stop is here in Montenegro.
Yeah, just playing solid poker, making final tables.
There's a lot of talent that's coming.
Yeah, no, okay, in
Kazakhstan.
Jeju, he didn't make a final table, but he did cash 4 of 7 tournaments that he played. And in 2 of 4 in Monte Carlo with a final table. So this stop has been a little dry for him so far until now. But I'm just saying he's like one of these guys who I feel like really kind of no one's heard of, so to speak, but just come on. He seems pretty talented. Pretty nice guy. Just want to throw him a little shout out.
There's a lot of these players that, they don't have that recognition, not a name you see too often, but obviously big crushers. They're willing to put up 50K to play against the best, right? And they really can hold their own and perhaps win a first title. And the other day we had Artyom Ozalskis. I'm not sure if I pronounced his name correctly, but it was his first Triton. He got a first title, and he was very ecstatic to finally ship that trophy.
Yeah.
You covered that one, right,
There was
Raz?
a lot. I did. There was a lot of. It was noticeable to all of us in the booth that actually both of them playing heads up were very emotional. Like they clearly wanted it, and not just kind of sitting there. So you could see it when they lost pots, when they won pots. It was the emotions were on the sleeve a little bit. They tried to put them away during hands, but in between hands it was coming out.
Yeah, that was Samuel Ju who got second place in that one. 3-bet jam from Paulie V.
Can I get a call?
Officially getting a count.
So he raised from the low jack, it looks like. And Paulie V has just north of 20 blinds.
22 to be exact.
Yeah, I feel like the decision you come to here is probably call, especially with the bounty overlay. Not happy about it. one of the things that makes you unhappy is because he raised from such an early position. Like if he's in the cutoff here versus a small
He
blind,
would've got in
it's
already.
kind of like a fist pump call. But I just, yeah, it does suck for his tournament a little bit if you call and lose here. But you still got 1.3. You're last in chips, but you're alive. You get to 60K bounties a lot. I'm curious what he comes with. What do you think, Randy?
I agree. It's very close because of the +1 position. Cutoff, button, hijack, probably get in really quickly. But Pauly V is not supposed to reshove too light from the small blind, right? Like ace-10 offsuit. I don't know if they're coming in like this.
No, but can he have some suited wheel aces?
That's the
what
question.
What about like ace-jack suited?
Is it all the suited aces, or is it just a little bit?
No,
maybe
probably
ace-5,
just
right?
like a little bit. Like, you know, not, you know, you roll it or something. But what about ace-jack? Ace-jack suited.
I know, and
But that's a hand you dominate now. So.
And I feel like it's the bounty aspect that's going to tip the scale one way or the other, and it is going to be a call for Shingis Altubayev. Could be happy to see the chop.
Yeah, I like this call. If someone came in with the Silicon Overlord and showed me some things and said I was wrong, you know, I could believe it. But with the bounty especially, I like it.
I want to know who the Silicon Overlord that you reference.
Yeah.
This is the poker god?
No, that's the... So silicon is what computer chips are made out of.
Right, right
so
on.
Now,
okay, so it's like the computer...
It's the computer...
Answer.
Like answer. What does he say? The Silicon Overlord. I ask you, dear sir, what wisdom do you have to impart upon me today? Should I call? Or should I... Oh, rejam. Okay. I wasn't even thinking that.
Быстро не стал принимать решения. Надо же подумать, правильно?
You're getting some love, Rast, in chat. He's glad you got into the Hall of Fame. Kevin Quattro.
Oh, thanks, man. Me too. It was a pretty sweet moment. It's nice. I mean, I've pretty much dedicated my adult life to poker, so it was very nice to receive that kind of recognition amongst a lot of worthy candidates and great players. So it was a cool little feather in the cap. And, you know, now I get to kind of contribute as one of the voting members going forward. And so
nice.
I feel like a lot of the people in the hall are much older and maybe don't understand.
Like nowadays talent?
Yeah, the younger players quite as much. And so I want to make sure that I make my voice heard as somebody who I think does more than many of the people in the hall. Not all of them, but, you know, a good chunk of them, I would say.
You're doing your part.
Yeah.
You're doing your part here at Triton. Giving us excellent analysis of the Silicon Overlord.
I love the poker. Love the poker.
Couple threes in the hijack. Starts to hand with 38, 39 big blinds.
160.
Min raising.
Yeah, threes is right near bottom of range here. Kind of also he's going through three players that cover him, but the good news is he covers the big blind.
I feel like if he was a bit shorter, he wouldn't be opening this hand, but 40, very comfy.
Yeah, yeah, they are deep, so it's not even just the stacks, right? But I mean, so the comparative stacks. But it's a very good point, Randy. It's a deep final table right now. I guess the blinds did go up, so that 53 average is down to 45, but it's still a lot of chips for a FT. Yeah, guys, listen, I'm telling you, the way to sweat this is you just get the Triton Poker Plus app, which you can download for free. And while you're watching, I mean, like, literally, Randy, right? We're doing this right now, right? It's like we're watching, and we just got the app up, and you can see on the one hand, you the table, all the positions of the players. On the right, you got the under the leaders, all the chip stacks. In between third and fourth, which is Mateos and Punzri, there's a little bar, average stack, 3.6 million, 45 blinds. I mean, it's just replete with all kinds of, all the information you'd want. The level, everything.
It gets you to complete information to also realize why some players may be opening bigger. Maybe there's a small stack in the big blind. Maybe they're folding hands that you thought they might open. You know, it's just important to know the stack sizes of all players. And on the plus side, you can get profiles of their results, follow them around as they play the other events on the side.
Yeah, you can look up whatever. I mean, it's just the best way to watch, you know. If you want to understand a little bit better what's going on, you want some of that information.
Multitasking. Yeah, you can watch the stream with us and play around with the app on your phone. Blind versus blind, ace high versus 8 high. 8 high is doing the betting on 10-5-5 rainbow.
Yeah, Ike has a nice little hand to bet here in the sense that a lot of cards give him some equity with his backdoor straight draws, right? Like a 6 or
At
a
6?
or a 9 directly give him open-ended, and you know other cards like a 4 and a jack give him a gutter, so he can. And then 8 high is obviously a terrible hand that isn't going to win at showdown, right? Like you check it all the way down, you're not winning. So there's that immediate, okay, I get a better hand to fold, and then kind of has the added value of runouts giving him equity so he can keep betting. And so like after betting the flop, I would be shocked if Ike doesn't bet this.
Kind of shake out the weak ace highs, king highs,
yes,
maybe even some queen highs that would check call to flop.
Yeah. And yeah, he goes big here because he's now polarizing his range to probably some 10x, definitely 5s, and you know, some bluffs. But it's a little bit nicer in this big range for your bluffs to have some equity.
That equity in this case does have 32%.
This is, I mean, Shingus is probably not happy, but kind of hard to continue here.
Yeah. Did you notice the 320,000 bet for 32% equity? I don't know how Haxton found that perfect sizing. It's a bet size tell. Yeah, Shingus can't call 2 bets of ace high. Doesn't know if a third is incoming. Paulie V, ace jack of hearts.
Oh, he brought back the Louis Vuitton, what is that type of hat called? The swag hat.
That one's not Louis Vuitton, is it?
Looks like it. I thought there's an LV on the front. And if it's not, but this was his final table hat from
Oh, okay. I thought it was on me.
Maybe. I might have misread the... Anyway, the point is the cool swag hat that's like the furry swag hat, the black hat.
The little velvet, perhaps. Yeah. Do have same hand on same hand action. Hearts versus diamonds.
Call makes a lot of sense as Shingus. Against an EP opener, you're not really pushing much value here, 3-bet getting it in at all. You are maybe against the range that calls you, but you're not going to get called a lot with ICM at this stage of the tournament. So a hand as good as ace-jack suited, but not better, likes flatting a lot in those kind of spots. And you pick worse hands with blockers, such as like ace-5 suited or whatever, to 3-bet. And
Ras, one of these ace-jacks is better than the other. Royal flush draw possibilities.
Yes. And Pauly V has checked that ace-jack to his buddy Shingus on the button, who's going to bet for him. And this is, in the biz, this is known as the free roll.
That's right, he's got a massive free roll. 36% to be precise. Shingus betting 25% in position.
I mean, I imagine he just calls here. Especially, I mean, it's not like he can bust Shingus and get his bounty either. So, yeah, call just, let's keep in his bluffs. At the end of the day, he does only have one pair.
Didn't free roll him on the turn. An 8 would make a straight for both players now.
It's not that easy for Shingus to fire again here and get called by worse. It's definitely possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but his hand is starting to approach the situation where after betting, especially if you use a decent size, which normally you would because you start polarizing on the turn.
Well, both players are going to make a straight. Going to feel very happy, given there was no turn action. King Jack seems unlikely.
Yeah, I think Pauly can be pretty confident he has the best hand here because he is more likely to have King Jack than Shingus, who almost never has King Jack after betting flop and checking back turn. Yeah, so he's
hoping for a crying call out of a 2-pair, I guess, right? 400K.
And Shingus knows all this, yet it's not that likely Pauly has King Jack either. But because of that, it looks like he's just calling.
Yeah, you don't want to free roll yourself
Yeah.
and jam and be like, wow, what did I do? Never going to get called by worse anyways. Should be relieved to see the ace-jack of hearts did
Every
not
time
get
I have
there.
same hand. Reroll.
That's right. Ace, queen, ace-jack, ace-jack.
I thought I have hearts, glasses. Misread my hand.
Free roll. You want to get a gambler excited? That's the magic word. Free roll.
What about betacr.eu? That's a great way to get a gambler excited because there's plenty of opportunities to get your sports betting fix or perhaps predict your favorite players how they perform at these Triton events. You can get 15% up bonus on your first deposit up to $250. Try out betacr.eu.
Интересно, можно было просить типа поменять? Мне не нравится.
All right. A nice solid hand to open here for Igor and the hijack.
Does play 21 big blinds.
160.
Nine eight of hearts for Haxton on the button.
Yeah, with Igor having really about 20 bigs. Wonder if Ike decides to play this Thought about it. Even a little head shake when he pushed in, like, feels like he wasn't really sure about that one.
Yeah, but good timing because Mateos has got ace queen in the small blind, and we know he's going to put chips in.
Yeah, if he flatted, don't think it would have deterred Mateos from taking an aggressive action there.
3-bet rip.
It's not really what Igor wants to see here with ace-9 suited. He's doing some accounting, but most likely this hand just goes in the muck.
Yeah, it seems a bit too much given he's got 1.5 back, which is still very playable. Counting says fold. Mateos now in third place, 50 big blinds, 4 million chips. Igor short stack duties, but the short stack, like you mentioned, the average stack is quite large. Still has 19 big blinds for the shorty of Yaroshevsky. Feels like the way of play will be more standard with these stack sizes.
Yeah, despite being the chip leader and by, 20 blinds, Dimitar has really just got nothing to play. So we haven't seen him applying any pressure, but I'd imagine that's going to change at some point once he gets a little something to work with. But for now,
8-5 suited, going to jam all in.
So this must be versus a shorter stack, yeah.
It is. Paulie V started the hand with 25 big blinds, quickly laying down.
It's like one of these spots where, you pick up the pot a lot, and when you get called, you're behind, but maybe you get there and you win an extra 60K when you do.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world if your opponent calls with ace, king, you got 2 live cards.
Yeah.
Maybe get there. Maybe get a pay jump and another 60K on top. The general consensus, I would imagine, at a bounty tournament in general is get in there, be more aggressive.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that's the case. There were some. I did the bounty final table yesterday, and there were some hands that were certainly not like standard for a non-bounty tournament.
It's kind of interesting because Samuel Ju, I believe he spoke to Ollie and said his mind was more go for the title, not worry about the bounties, and that kind of created situations where he just got it in good regularly, right? So different approaches, of course, different needs, but here bounty is a portion of the prize pool to play for. $160 to go for Mateos. A little something to play with now for Danchev.
Yeah, it feels like maybe this is the first pot we're watching him play, unless I'm forgetting one.
No, seems right.
Yeah.
Ace King 4, top pair for Mateos.
Yeah, this flop is all one-way traffic, so should
be over
a very
soon.
Long hand, yep. Precisely.
There we go.
It's like you can read my mind, Randy.
I've visited the Silicon Overlord, and he said, C-bet, fold.
There's a question in chat Producer James, did we already pull envelopes for yesterday's mystery bounty? I'm new here, so.
No,
the answer
you
is
don't
no.
need to refer to Producer James. You can refer to me, Brian, and the answer is no.
Yeah.
We have not pulled
I just
those yet.
wanted to involve Producer
Oh.
James, you know?
Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, Producer James.
We haven't done it yet, and it will happen on stream today.
That's right.
160.
That's right.
And Ollie will be the host for that.
Okay.
And we get to watch who pulls the 400K, who pulls the 40K.
Oh, so that probably happens soon.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll get that later today. What I do know is the chip leader has 12 envelopes, which is not the chip leader, the guy who won, Hozauskas. So that's pretty insane in itself.
My turn.
Queen 7 for Yaroshevsky. As he faces the Haxton Open.
Be
Folds.
careful with your cards. You had them like in back of your chips, and I wasn't looking, but I think if I had been looking, I might have seen. Yeah.
How do I do it? Like this?
Yeah, you just pick them up, and because they were like in back of your chips, I could see behind your chips.
I'll be
and
careful. Thank you.
yeah, you need a hand in front of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Block your chips in here, you know? One more row.
Yeah.
Or just
Like-
use your hand.
Yeah.
Protect your hand, of
Still
course.
holding flat.
Important.
Ладно, поставить. 50 столбов.
You know something I've noticed? Adrian Mateos is very quiet at the poker table. He just lets his chips do the talking for him. His chips do talk a lot.
They do talk a lot.
But he doesn't.
Before you came in, he put on this pretty nasty 3-bet jam with just queen high and got the fold. And he's good. What can we say? Danchev opening the button, Jack 9 offsuit. Igor, King 4 suited, gave it a thought. It's going to fold. Onto 9 deuce of clubs. Not the ideal hand. As he folds.
Oh, I'm looking. It was Pot versus Artur Martirosyan.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
I mean, Archer didn't have a hand to call with, but had he checked, Archer would have had the opportunity to steal the pot because Archer was playing Queen Jack of Diamonds on that run out against Queen 10 offsuit. In case you're wondering how Brian knows about the hand, he is using Triton Poker Plus app. You know, taking a roll back. Looking at the big punts that Mateos was involved with. You can do the same if you want.
Yeah, if he gave up, he loses at showdown, I guess, with
Either
Queen
way.
10. But feels like Artur would have bluffed that.
Yeah, Archer doesn't look like a guy who's just going to, oh, I didn't hit my hand, let me check.
Queen high.
Yeah, no. Danchev getting involved now, King 8 offsuit. Go pick up that pot. Things being a little slow as of late.
Yeah, and the blinds keep moving up. The average stack keeps moving down. But given how deep we were, it's sort of expected that we wouldn't get a lot of bust outs early.
Can you go service, please?
Yeah, it's just so much different than the play earlier when we weren't at the bigger pay jumps. Players were just playing more for those 60K bounties. Now you got to respect that the other what, 65% of the prize pool is available. What I mean by that is, of the 50K buy-in, 35K goes to the regular prize pool and 15K to the bounty.
230.
Oh, wow. Showdown of two pretty good hands here. But versus UTG7, Mateos just calls. He is the covering stack. And that is
not bad.
A pretty action flop here. We got the overpair on 8-3 deuce and the overcards with a second up flush draw. Hello.
Mateos does have the covering stack, which may change the way he approaches this flop.
Possibly. They are playing for a lot of real chips, though.
True.
I mean, these are guys who, you know, both have around the average stack with 7 left. I mean, if somebody goes all in and wins this pot, well, Mateos would be the chip leader and Punzri would almost be.
Yeah, Punzri came out big, 400K.
Yeah, which kind of implies that his value region sort of makes sense on a board like this because he has the overpair advantage. But he's going to want to do this, especially with hands like ace-8, 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe even queens. All those hands have a lot of incentive to bet big enough to get overcard type hands out of there, and they want to build the pot. And you can find a bunch of kind of semi-bluffs and pure bluff type hands to mix in there as well with those value hands. Now that 6 is a much better card for Mateos because, I mean, really he's the only one who can have 4 or 5.
And 8-6 as well.
Or even, yeah, or kind of hit 2 pair with that. So, curious how Punzri approaches it. So it is a better card for Mateos, but Jacks is still a pretty strong hand all in all. Kind of with a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. It's the grossest thing in the world if you bet and get jammed on. I mean, I guess you're not folding, but
you wouldn't feel great about it.
No, you
could be drawing.
Should not feel great about that.
Checking it back, and the ace on the river is interesting. But Mateos does have king, queen high. Is it ever good? I think it's possible, but under the gun open carries a lot of ace X.
King high.
I'll check around.
Yes.
Punzri passes up Mateos in terms of chips.
King queen. King queen. Still water and green tea, please.
And Americano for me, please.
Green tea in big.
Oh, it's disappointing to miss with that many outs.
I mean, the turn would have been interesting because if Punzri bets like 900K or something like that, you know, Mateos could check jam his hand, right? I mean, he knows the 6, like he can have the 2 pair, obviously could have a set and the straight, and you got to find some hands to balance it with, and that's like not a bad hand to like throw in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like starts to get pretty uncomfortable check calling it. It's like he's still losing to ace highs if his opponent's double barreling, you know? So yeah, it would have been like to see Mateos' decision. I wouldn't have been surprised at all. Maybe even like slightly expect check raise, but you know, different universe.
Yeah, you can see why Punzri checked the turn is that I don't really want to be put in a spot to call it off on the turn with this healthy stack at this final table, and it turned into a check, which came to a check
Corner
down.
comes up off the table. If you put them flat side by side, that the corner is higher on the one on top.
800.
Yeah, somebody in the
800K.
chat.
Hold on. Ponsri 3-betting A7 offsuit from the big blind against the +1 open of the chip leader.
Wow.
This is out of line.
This is out of line. And it's... I think he's kind of making... He kind of has this feel like Dimitar hasn't been playing many hands. Maybe he's going to look for a spot for a light open or something, but that's not what happened in this particular case.
Look at the click from Dimitar Danchev. 1.4.
The minimum, yeah, 1.4 half to it.
I think it's a little interesting that he opts to click rather than 4-bet rip, which some players would do in this spot.
It is a little bit interesting. I mean, I guess he's hoping there's a chance to induce from hands like, you know, ace-5 suited that 3-bet or a hand like that. Just
It was a 4.
kind of decides to go for it again for the really ambitious 5-bet jam.
Yep. Definitely that door was possible, but not with ace-7 offsuit.
I mean, it sort of makes sense because, like, normally you'd think, oh, ace-king off. Like, you don't want to give your opponents 3-bet range, hands like Jack-10 suited, etc., chance to call real cheap and continue. But Danchev knows that Punzri's range there doesn't have hands like that. It's super polar. Like, it's either really good stuff, like aces, kings, maybe queens, ace-king, or, like, kind of hands like ace-7 off or ace-5 or, you know.
Right. That's a very good point because hands like Jack-10 suited, they probably just defend the big blind, getting the right price closing action.
With this ICM, under the gun, basically, versus the big blind, you know, that just like he's not 3-betting that type of range with just like a lot of strong hands that you normally see in more cash situations or like small blind versus cutoff or whatever. With just like strong hands all at the top of your range, you know, he's 3-betting a much more polar range. So versus that range, it does make sense for even ace-king off to just click it back,
not expecting the opponent to flat the 4-bet,
because he's like, I guess I'm getting it in if he has something good, and if he's got his bluffy stuff, let me give him a chance to, you know, let me give him a chance to shove it. And this also would give me a chance to re-bluff with some hands versus his bluff range. Like, imagine he didn't have ace-king and he just had ace-8 off, and he's like, you know what, screw it. I want to get his bad hands to fold here. You make it 1.4. You're not jamming, right? So it kind of actually really makes sense if you parse it down that he would pick that sizing in that spot, and it's because he isn't giving like those good kind of hands a chance to call cheap and realize equity, because he doesn't have like queen jack suited or Jack-10. Yeah, so Punzri doesn't have those hands.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown, especially when you really think about it. 2 kings now for Punzri. Just got caught 3-bet folding the very last hand.
740.
He's going to try to play off of that. Making it 740. Sizing down, given he's a little bit shorter now. Couldn't get Haxton to put in more chips. Well, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please subscribe, like, let us know on all the social channels. Or else Rasty won't be happy, right?
No.
We're happy to give you this free coverage. So we appreciate. Just a simple click of the mouse, tap of the thumb or finger if you're on mobile.
Yeah, no. Actually, we'll just do a little clickety-click, but mentally, you're going to do a smashity smash. Smash that like and subscribe, you know?
That's what all the YouTubers say, right?
Visualize just punishing it with a bam punch.
But don't break your screen foam.
But actually click.
Yeah.
You know, it's the difference between the visualization and the actual physical activity, right? Like, see, these guys at the poker table are doing that too. Right there, they're like, oh, okay, see, Punzri with his great posture, and he's either going to toss his cards in or he'll grab some chips and place them into the pot. But in his mind, he's smashing those chips into the pot in order to win more of his brothers. Come back with your friends. They're my boomerang chips. I'm smashing it.
All right, so apparently Punzri had just smashed in those chips with King 9, although he did place them in gently.
See? But mentally, he was smashing.
Mentally was smashing.
Because he's smashing his opponent.
Is Danchev smashing in Jack 8 suited as well? You know, in terms of a call.
Yeah, he's smashing in that call. Just like you're going to smash the like button. Boom.
Oh, a little something something. Top pair for Danchev, gut shot for Punzri.
Punzri has position. He's got a decent amount of chips here, over 30 blinds, and this board is definitely better for him. He has an equity advantage. He has a hand that has an overcard, a gutter. A lot of things lean towards smashing in a c-bet, and that's what he does. And Danchev, well, he's got top pair and a backdoor flush draw, so he's going nowhere. Feels like, especially with the 8 kicker, starting to get as much as he'd love to bust Punzri and get that 60K. I mean, over 30 blinds is a lot to take the check raise line here. I wouldn't expect it. Yes.
Yeah, it just seems so unlikely for you to ever get in good, and if you do, they've got like a combo draw, like a King Queen of Hearts.
I mean, it doesn't have to be that strong, but yes. Yeah, it's hard to get it in good for 30 plus blinds there.
King going to pair Punzri with top pair now, taking the lead.
And not, I mean, that's a really bad card if you're Danchev. Now, that said, you know, Punzri can still have a worse hand than Danchev here. But, I mean, a lot of the natural hands with equity got there.
Board development not looking so hot, as it does bring in a 4-liner. 2 pair for Punzri.
And Danchev is going to be hard-pressed to find too many hands that he's beating if Punzri bets. I'm sure he's going to check, though, because he can win some check-check lines, especially versus some 10x. That's the main hand he's winning versus. And he gets there with check-check. Punzri doesn't even bet 2 pair, which is interesting.
I guess he fears the check raise that could come. Maybe he doesn't think a worse hand would call. Regardless, though, pot does go his way.
There is some truth to that. Worse hands, not too many worse hands like calling there. They might, but
they might.
Yeah,
but we're unsure if they do.
But
and you do open the door.
It is still an interesting check, though.
You do open a door to get check raise.
You do
on the flush board.
Yeah. It's a notable check, I guess, but
by no means standard. Definitely, there was a possibility.
Yeah, no, I don't really know. I would be curious what the Silicon Overlord says. Run that hand and little Pio Solver.
Oh, his name is Pio Solver now.
Well, this particular aspect, or you would say faith, is Pio Solver, but there's others. Silicon Overlord has many different faiths.
Different forms.
Yeah.
Different locations.
There's Pio, there's GTO Wizard. There's, our sponsor, got to throw them out there.
Yes,
but there's, many more.
One.
The Danchev's got Jack 4 suited. The big blind is Yaroshevsky, who he jams into. Those cards face down. Danchev on 7.5 now. There is the short stack. 1.1 million. King 6 suited now for Punsri, who is going to fold. Perhaps not for Pauly V. Ace 10 in the cutoff. Brings in 200,000. Shingus Satubayev, Queen 5 offsuit with the covering stack. No interest.
Big pickup for Pauly V.
Rasty, I've got a request from the YouTube chat. They would like you to give a shout out to the Thai fans that are watching Punat Punsri. Can that request be granted?
Yeah, hey, shout out all you fans from Thailand. I've heard wonderful things about your country. I haven't been there, would like to go. Take my wife, actually. I'm sure she would too. I do like your food. Thai food is great. And
what type of food are you into?
I mean, I like all kinds of. You mean what kind of Thai food?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Thai,
I mean,
curry?
I love. I do like pad Thai, but probably my favorite is like Penang curry. Love
Good
Penang
stuff.
curry. Yeah, the coconut-based curry. It's so good. But that like a lot of good salads. I mean, I like. Yeah, I don't know, just lots of good stuff. I mean, many curries are good too. That's just my favorite, but
I like the papaya salad.
yeah.
You into that?
Yeah, I like. That's a staple for me. They implement spice really well in the cooking too.
Yes,
like
they do.
I like spicy food. Maybe a person from Thailand who likes spicy food. I'm a little below that level.
You're
but
just right below, like,
for like a white boy, I like spicy food. Yeah, and Thailand, they work it in really good.
Might have a decision here. Haxton, seeing the limp from the small blind of Satubayev, does check back. Top two pair for Haxton. Satubayev with the pair of fives is going to lead out himself. Now the question is, does Haxton want to raise or slow play in this blind versus blind confrontation?
Yeah, this is. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of hands that he wants to raise here after checking back pre. So he's not going to raise very often. And I guess Ike decides it also kind of sucks blocking the ace and even the 7.
So he's blocking all the value that can pay him off?
Yeah. He's in position, so he does have the option on any future street to bet when he's checked 2 or raise, right? So it is nice in that spot. to play your range that way and just know that you can just keep on making the pot big later. You know, when you're out of position and say you don't check raise in those spots, you always have you check turn, your opponent checks back, all of a sudden, you know, you miss a street in order to grow the pot, which kind of sucks because it's like every street that gets bet, the pot gets bigger and bigger. So, you know, pot bet on 3 streets, especially with decent sizing, that's a huge pot by the river, right?
375.
That's really if you kind of break down why position is valuable, that's one of the biggest reasons.
Well, guys, check out PokerStake.com, the official staking partner of Triton. And they actually have no fees on any purchases, no rake, no transactions fees. All winnings are guaranteed by PokerStake. It's a great spot to get a little sweat in the Triton series. I did know that Moneymaker was selling action. Obviously had an amazing festival. He's gone, but there are others like Dylan Lin. I saw his name out there. Mandagiev as well. Check out PokerStake.
Oh, you know, so yeah, with the Penang curry, another thing I like getting. Yeah, we still got all these Thai people. You know, Penat's still here. All the Thai people still in chat.
Okay, go.
Dude, crab fried rice.
Oh, yes.
Crab fried rice. There's this Thai place in Vegas that makes this like bomb crab fried rice. It's so good.
I want to get some Thai food now.
Yeah, me too.
And I want to see how Haxton's going to play King Queen from the small blind against Thailand's Pawn Street, folding outright. Doesn't like to see the undergun open from Pawn Street.
No, okay, that's my auntie.
Like, I actually don't order rice that much anymore when I go to different places. But if I get Thai, it's
Crab
really
fried
hard
rice.
not to get crab fried rice. It's that goated.
You into mango sticky rice? Okay, you see hesitant.
It's pretty good, but not really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a staple, but
Pull out the machine.
I feel like at the right time, it's great.
Can hit the
Like
spot.
not as part of a dinner, but like if it's a really hot day, you're like out on the beach.
Machine gun.
You know,
Feels like beachy
You get
food.
like coconut water and like mango sticky rice. You know, you've been running around, so you need some carbs. It's pretty solid in that type of spot. But
The coconut water is amazing. When they, hatch the coconuts and give you a straw to drink out of.
Coconuts are dope, man. Coconuts are just great. The water, coconut oil. Coconut oil is great for all kinds of stuff. I mean, you can cook with it on high heat. You can use it as like moisturizer for your hair.
I think you love the coconuts. What about this board? Because Poly V, it's flop top pair top kicker.
I mean, it's a great board for Poly, but it's not a very interesting board when it comes to
Giving
this
action?
this poker hand.
Imagine that Poly is going to bet the flop looking to get it in, but Pawn Street won't be able to respond. $175, Pawn Street looking up.
Somebody in chat asked, he's folding. Panat just takes his time. He does this all the time. Somebody in chat asked, where's the place in Vegas? It's called Lotus of Siam.
I know that one.
Yeah, it's a really nice Thai restaurant, and their crab fried rice is super good, along with some other stuff that they make. But, I mean, Penang curry, a bunch of other dishes.
So you
They
can
even
order
have
every
really
single
good-
dish you named.
They really have good lollipop wings, too, actually.
Lollipop wings.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. Do they
They're
like kind of
chicken
wrap
wings
it around?
where they're like they're like thick and they're fried, which is I don't normally get fried food, but those lollipop wings are dope.
They got you.
Yep, they got me. Man, I want some Thai food now. We gotta change the
I
subject.
know.
I'm so
like
hungry
seriously,
all of a
like
sudden.
it's really one of the worst things you've done to me, Brian, this trip. I'm salivating as these 2-8s come in. Ace 4 for Pranat Punsri.
Yeah, is he gonna make a move? I don't think it's gonna work in this spot. Against a small blind aggression here with 8s and the dealer button, you just usually make your stand, you know? But
King 10 though.
Yeah.
That'll fight.
Yes, it will.
О, я не было твоего телефона, хотел тебя поздравить.
Oh, all in.
Oh, 3-bet jam and these 2-8s
Yeah, call.
priced in, right? There we go.
Call. I
So-
feel like in the last final tables, Mateos hasn't run well. I just see him get busted in this, but I think he's winning this one. El Conquistador, it's his time now.
He's a slight favorite against the King 10. Cam Mateos. Oh, so far he is in the lead. Paulie V needs a king or a 10.
We're running clubs.
Yeah. Running clubs is possible now. Plenty of outs. But no club on the river, and that is the end of Paulie V. We'll be finishing in 7th place for 183,000 multiple bounties as well, worth 60K apiece. One Triton title under his belt, hailing from Lithuania. Second cash of the festival. Not much you could do though. King 10 against the button open against Mateos. Took a shot. Couldn't get there. So, 6 remaining. All guaranteed $245,000. One step closer to a 7-figure payday. So Mateos now moving to second in chips, 5.4 million. Only one clear short stack, and that's Igor Yaroshevsky under the gun with 11 big blinds.
Yeah, it's tough. He has a hand that doesn't want to get called, and he's a little bit more likely to get called, especially by the big blind. I know the bounty's not huge anymore, but it's still 60K. It is worth something.
So the pay jump actually is about 60K in itself. So
Yeah,
survive
but
or bounty.
Yeah, but 1.1 million in chips is worth a lot more than 60K.
That's true, because if you can survive one more after that, then it becomes like 70, then 100, and several hundreds of K in pay jumps. So
yeah,
gotta respect the way the prize pool is distributed.
Yeah, that's the name of it. Bucket hat. Yeah,
Yes.
shout out to Paulie V for his dope bucket hat. It's got the swag. He's got that swaggy look when he wears it. Swaggy P, Paulie V. Good run. Just wasn't your time this time.
Danchev jamming king 6 into Yaroshevsky.
I think the mystery bounty envelopes are going to be about an hour for the people asking in chat. Something like that. So stick around.
Yeah, my guess is when they need to go on an extended break for dinner, then we can open some envelopes. Moneymaker actually flew home, does have envelopes to open, so he assigned that duty to Nacho Barbero, who he assumes, or who he knows is the luckiest person out there, apparently.
Just Nacho opening envelopes is good for everyone. So this is
It'll make it exciting.
Sharp move by Moneymaker. I wonder if we here in the production talk to him about that. Listen, got to get Nacho some more screen time, okay? Give him some envelopes.
Axton raising king 7. Yaroshevsky in the small blind. He's going to flat.
He's got the no fold equity. So instead of jamming, he goes with flat. Guess he prefers to see the flop and doesn't mind letting the big blind in.
You also create a way to maybe win it with a stop and go here and there. Maybe you can get away.
Yeah.
Be at risk. There's merit to it for sure. King 7 will love this flop.
Yeah, not a great flop for Igor here. Pretty tough spot with a 1-to-1 SPR.
Yeah, this is one of those check and give up. Preserve that 675 behind. Can't imagine Haxton not betting with a bounty on the line.
Yeah, the bounty incentivizes Ike to bet here. For sure. You either win the pot or you get it in, you run with your equity, and he does have some. The king, the open and straight draw, backdoor hearts.
I kind of think that Haxton wants his opponent to get it in with them, rather than, just see a fold. Given how short Yaroshevsky is, and how it doesn't hurt his stack for that chance to win 60K bounty.
120.
So trying to invite Yaroshevsky to come along, 120 is the bet.
So the idea here, I think, is when you get worse hands to fold, Igor's is a perfect example of this type of hand. I mean, he's giving 6-to-1 or something crazy, where Igor's actually getting direct odds just to call this, right? So Ike is targeting these type of hands and kind of making them uncomfortable to even want to fold. Like Igor was thinking about not folding that. And, yet at the same time, Ike, obviously he's not folding if Igor raises. So it's an interesting bet size choice. And I think that's one of the reasons Ike went in the tank there for as long as he did. Just really breaking that spot down, especially with respect to the bounty, and came up with a pretty cool bet size idea. I like it.
What some of the short stacks won't like is that the blinds are going up to 50,000, 125,000.
That classic level.
The one where the small blind isn't exactly half of the big blind.
Yeah.
That changes things. It should make the small blind play a little bit tighter if it does get folded over to him. Or perhaps in general.
All right, Igor picked up a hand.
675 on request.
Ike doesn't really need to. Ooh.
I like this question.
One of the worst hands to get.
Yeah.
But there's a bounty on the line.
There is.
Blinds just went up too. So better price.
This is like 4.5 blinds or something. 5 big blinds, sorry.
Makes the call, and Yaroshevsky at risk against deuce 4 offsuit. Ike wins it 1/3 of the time.
Now, this is a very clear example of the bounty influencing Ike's decision because he's folding this for 5 blinds without the bounty.
Will Ike be rewarded?
Oh my God.
You know what? He's got a diamond draw and a pair draw against this ace-jack.
Black.
50-50.
3 of them.
No. Oh. No. Black, please.
Yaroshevsky wants a black card.
Mamma mia.
5 is black, holding for Igor. 1.5 million now in chips.
Somebody in chat asked kind of a good question, and there's an answer that I want to give.
What is the question, first of all?
Why did he bother looking if he is calling range? Which is a reasonable question, but the answer to that is because I don't think Ike knew that he was calling range until he sat and had to think about it, is really what it boils down to. You know, in tournaments, listen, stack sizes are always changing. The situation's always changing for all kinds of reasons. Your chips, your opponent's chips, everyone else on the table. Not to mention that, you know, people don't just have all the answers just in a database that they can, like, look up somewhere like an AI, you know? Oftentimes people have some rough ideas and need to think about it. So that's really the reason why. I think it's he bothered looking and then thinking about it because he didn't know. After thinking, if you asked him, he'd probably say, yeah, I would call range because he called deuce 4 off. There's really only like one worse hand, but yeah, that would be the answer, I think. So you got to give these guys a break a little bit. I know they're really good, but that doesn't mean they just know every spot that exists without thinking about it, you know? Oftentimes what happens is guys don't exactly know some of these tough spots, and then they think about it, but because they're so good, they come to the right answer more than, you know, you might think they would.
Yeah, and with their allotted time, of course, too. Meanwhile, Shingus raises ace-queen suited. That's the flop. Mateos, nothing. Folds. Ace-queen suited now for Danchev.
250.
$250,000. Looks like he will be taking those blinds in antes. Hitting the 8 million mark in chips. Or just shy, 7.965. Good for 32% of all the chips in play. And now Satubayev, ace-10 offsuit, will be raising in the hijack.
5125.
Danchev, queen-6 offsuit. Seems like he was on the cusp.
Eagle.
Igor back to his seat. Will be in the big blind. Big slick now for Haxton.
Yeah, pretty sweet spot for him here in the cutoff to wake up with a hand. All the other guys with chips still left to go. Ike's going to be happy to gamble with any of them. Would love to see a 3-bet. He kind of has the worst position right now.
Position on the table, you mean?
Yeah, sort of like relative to chips, because he's third, but he's out of position to second, fourth, and first.
Well, Rasp, how about this 3-bet from Danchev? King 5 suited to $1 million.
See, this is exactly why picking up Big Slick in the cut and the hijack was pretty sweet for him. So get through 3 guys, you can all find light 3-bets, and he's got the medicine for a light 3-bet. So now his decision is, does he do a smaller 4-bet size or just rip? I think Danchev can maybe have some kind of, you know, I'm not as clear on this one whether Danchev is super polar or can he have stronger stuff that you don't want to realize, right? Because Danchev in a spot pretty similar to this 4-bet clicked, right? To 1.4 earlier. But that one was like early position versus the big blind.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And so looks like
he's pushing out 2.1, so clicking as well.
Kind of. The other was a pure click. It was 200, 800, 1.4.
Right.
This is like,
I'm not folding.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, because this isn't a click. Click would have been 1.75. And is this like, is he really putting in half his chips and folding? I don't know. I'd love to ask Ike that. I mean, he's not folding with this hand. I mean, with like other hands.
If he was 4-bet bluffing.
Yeah, like.
He did open the door for Danchev to maybe splash in more chips. Perhaps he also thought he was up against that polarized range. But maybe he wasn't sure and he juiced it up a little bit just in case. He was up against something that could call 4-bet. That is the trophy they are playing for. The 50K Quattro Bounty.
Is it? No.
All I know is that whatever it is, Ike thought about it. He's a very deep thinker when it comes to poker spots.
Widely regarded as one of the best thinkers in the game. All formats, especially no limit hold'em. Danchev will be raising the button. Yaroshevsky, Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. Saw him flat a suited Queen 10 against an early position raise. This one being a little different.
Yeah, I think I'd like that pass. I don't know, though, but...
He doesn't think he's got that much fold equity, given he's the shortest stack.
Oh, I don't think he's ripping it. I think it would be another flat. And, yeah, I don't think he has fold equity. Against the chip leader with a bounty, I mean, 10 blinds, you know, or yeah, I think you're just getting called. So...
We're going to let the big blind in of ace-9 offsuit.
It's a spot, though, if you think about it, Danchev is opening super wide, though, because he's opening on the 2 shorter stacks blinds, so he is probably opening very wide. I wonder if Queen 10 ripping there is just like plus chip EV. Probably is.
I think chip EV, yes.
Yeah, because the guy's wide enough that even if he calls you, it's like not that bad, but then that does suck for ICM reasons. You know, I don't know, though. I mean, he's so short. I mean, he has less than half as many chips as Shingus, well, prior to this hand.
Well, onto this hand real quick, because Shingus has got the better ace, backdoor, spades possibilities.
Yeah, I don't think he should fold this. Not with a backdoor straight and flush, and having specifically the ace of spades. It's even a nice candidate to check raise.
Which he does.
Yeah. I mean, you don't love check raising the chip leader here, but this is like such a beautiful combo to do it with. You pick up so many cards on the turn that you can continue telling your story with.
Also blocking, I suppose, some of the continues,
Yeah.
whether it be the ace X of spades, ace king, ace queen, 9x, relevant.
Yeah, like queen 9, 9-8.
There we go. Nice play from Kazakhstan's Shingus Satubayev.
Nice play.
Yeah, really nice play. Not a lot of players would make that check raise. They often go lean towards check call and maybe lose the pot somehow.
Yeah. I think a lot of the guys at this table might make that play.
Right, right.
Yes,
but just
like
in
the population.
a general
Yes.
population.
And even some might fold, which you just ain't playing the game if you fold in that. That's what it boils down to, fam. You ain't playing the game. But Shingus is playing the game.
Danchev gonna play this one. Nine, 5 of hearts for Haxton. Slightly connected.
Надо вырываться вперед его тоже. Пора.
Oh, what a flop. Haxton, bottom pair in the flush draw against top pair of Danchev.
Interesting. They are quite deep. It's also a spot where Danchev has a pretty massive range advantage. A little bit less because Ike is 3-betting way less hands. So, but the hands Ike is 3-betting do include aces, kings, and ace-king. So, and even like ace-5 sometimes. So, not really a great board. That said, I mean, I can have hands like ace-queen and ace-jack and stuff because he doesn't have to 3-bet those. But, I mean, Danchev just crushing in terms of like top-of-range stuff.
Yeah.
So, Ike actually kind of has a pretty great hand in this spot.
And that makes sense why he's check calling, because he doesn't have that much value hands that would be check raising.
Yeah, both doesn't make a lot of sense for him to check raise from a range perspective, you know, and also from like kind of an ICM perspective. Like he's just covered by the chip leader. He's second in chips.
Yeah, why is he inflating the pot?
Not usually a spot you want to inflate a pot out of position a bunch. So a lot of like I wonder if his range just like never check raises flop, probably.
Well, he does hit the flush on the turn. Danchev, top pair. Deuce kicker, drawing dead.
Now, flush, though, the turn is a great card, obviously for Ike's hand, but also for his range, since Ike will have more flushes than Dimitar, especially because the ace and king are hearts, which block a lot of the suited combos that Danchev raises. So, I mean, Ike has a flush way, way more. Definitely could have led it. maybe he leads less because of ICM. That I'm not as sure as the ICM discussion on the flop. Am curious, would love to pick Ike's brain as to why he did or didn't lead 5-9 of hearts, and maybe he even randomized it, to be honest.
Okay, so he comes in with a bet 1.5x. That's 1.5 million.
Yeah, and
polarizing?
That's huge. Yes, very polarizing. I mean, I think given that he has so many flushes, he's repping a flush. Is really what this for 1.5x here. Since he has a lot of flushes, kind of has a flush. You know, maybe you could say he has like pocket fives with a heart. Maybe like the one hand that's not a flush that would play this way, something like that.
Name me some bluffs, Brian, that Haxton could have.
Oh, yeah, bluffs would be like 5x with the 5 of hearts, or, you know, queen, jack, queen 10, jack 10 with a heart. I mean, those are like very kind of bluffs that stand out to me. You know, obvious candidates. Stanchip doesn't really, I mean, he's beating all the bluffs, but doesn't really have a great hand to call with, I feel like. He doesn't have to call this very often here. It's a huge bet. And I think you'd want to have a heart in your hand. In particular, it'd probably be good to have something like the 9 or 8 of 9 of hearts, 7 of hearts would be like really great hands. Really great.
The reason you didn't say 10 of hearts because it blocks some of those bluffs, right?
It's probably slightly better, but you're also blocking bluffs. The 10, jack, and queen. Wow. Yeah.
Nice laydown.
Yeah, it's a spot where, I mean, you're suspicious, but as Danchev, but you're kind of like, all right, buddy.
We can't call every time.
I mean, 1.5x pot, you got it, dude. Just take it. No problem. Top pair, you win.
So actually, that pot changes the chip lead now in the hands of Isaac Haxton. Officially, as you can see, outpacing Danchev by just 2 big blinds. Mateos has got 40, 29 for Punsri, and Satubayev's got 27, but Yaroshevsky is 10 big blinds hanging in there with 1.2 million in chips. Shingus, ace-5 offsuit. Mateos with ace-9 of hearts. He's in the big. He's going to make the call.
Okay.
So both players picking up a straight draw, Brian.
Yeah, very interesting flop with regards to the symmetry of both having an open-ended straight draw, but on the opposite side.
Satubayev is going to check it back. No straight for either player. Now does Mateos want to try and move his opponent off of a hand?
I mean, it's not like that much reason to bluff with the ace-9. I mean, you know, his opponent raised on the button, so he doesn't have to have like a really strong range that's just a huge percent is like ace-10, ace-jack, and ace-king, which would be kind of the hands you're talking about. So kind of happy to check down, and maybe ace-9 can win sometimes.
It is in the lead against these ace rags.
So now it's a little dicier with the ace-9 showdown. This is like really interesting if either one of these want to bluff. I mean, Shingus, in a really weird way, after the king and queen hit, he has a diamond as well. Like, I think this is kind of a cool combo to maybe bluff with. Because, like, if our opponent had 10 high or 9 high, like, he's betting on the turn, on the river, he's bluffing. Even jack high, he's probably bluffing river. So, like, ace 5 has almost no showdown anymore after this run out. And I like having a diamond. Let's go, Shingus. Come on.
Oh,
yeah,
he
baby.
knows.
I love this. This is a good bluff.
He is right on page with you, Ras.
And, I mean, Mateos has kind of, incidentally, the perfect combo to target, which Shingus can't know. But I love that bet because his hand, which he was checking down with showdown value, just really kind of ran out of that on that run out. So the hands that you were beating, again, the king and queen highs, they got there. You have, you know, you're playing board with the 5, and worse than that, probably has either semi-bluffed or is now bluffing the river. So I just think you're just never really winning at showdown when you check back ace 5 there.
Yeah, and Satubayev agrees with you. He found a bluff that some others might just check back and hope it's good.
Yeah. Shingus is
he's good, like you say.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, just at these last 2 Tritons, kind of watching him. He's just in there. You're doing so far nothing crazy, just making good decisions, cashing all the time. I mean, guy might be quite a player.
Yeah, quietly doing his thing. So Haxton's got 10-8 suited. Covering stack. Plays that as a flat.
Yeah, wow, now it looks like he's just covering Danchev, who's slipped a little bit.
Yeah, just by 2 big blinds. King 8, King 4 deuce. No connection for Haxton.
Yeah, and Danchev has not only does he have middle pair, he does benefit from protection here. A bet, if he decides to, really has the instant benefit of clearing out 2 overcard hands with nothing. Ike's is a perfect example. He has 22% equity with 10 high and nothing and snap folds, and you just get that out with a small bet.
So you're saying to lower the pair, the more incentive to kind of protect the hand.
Yes, yeah. And against hands that have like just 2 overcards but with no draw. And
they would fold anyways.
And fold. But like, you know, if you just check with them, maybe they bluff, which is fine, you call and you're going the pot. Or if they just check down with you, they just have 6 outs twice to just improve and beat you with a hand that you can clear out with a small bet, right? So you see that in a lot of those kind of spots. It's one of the reasons why, like, say on, you know, like king, queen, deuce, like 3s or 4s want to like c-bet more, and, you know, not in every situation, but in many situations they want to c-bet a lot more than like jacks for this exact reason.
Because they're vulnerable, yes.
Because they're vulnerable, but like either one, yes, you could be losing to 7s and jacks is beating, and that's like very unlikely, but the most likely pairs are like a king and a queen, you're still losing. But if your opponent has any kind of overcard nothing hand, such as 10-9 or that's even a straight draw, so let's say like 9-8, 8-6 suited, whatever, right? 10s is like an overcard to them. You're like, your opponent would need to hit running 2 pair to beat you, but with 3s, just hitting one of those pairs, 22% or whatever you saw it is. Anyways, moving on to a pot that's looks like it's going to be significant.
Yeah, it's ace-king versus ace-queen. Ponsri. It's small blind versus button, too. There is a decent chance that chips go in some fashion.
3 million?
3 million, so Ponsri practically announcing him all in.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't blame him here. This is like dealer, small blind. It's basically a cooler. Yeah. I mean, sub 30 blinds, right?
This hurts. Ponsri played 27 big blinds to start the hand off. Ace-king for Mateos. Thailand's Ponsri needs to find a queen. 6 remaining. There is an opportunity to chop it if we can find a 3.
Yeah, paired board, kind of nice for Ponsri short of hitting a queen.
Can also pair to 9 to chop it. Oh, and the queen comes in for Thailand's Punat Ponsri, and Mateos just can't get it going at final tables. You mentioned it before where it feels like Mateos just can't
Dude,
run well.
he's been running bad. I think at the previous one, like he had jacks versus 3s. I think this was the Moneymaker one, if I'm not mistaken, and just Moneymaker 3-balled him, and he's on his bicycle. And here, Ponsri did it on the river, and you could see he's a little exasperated there.
And to come in on the river, that is just brutal, and we now have a new short stack, Mateos, and also a new chip leader, Punat Ponsri, 7,057,000 big blinds. And the chat is going wild, supporting their man. Chat's just moving too fast for me now at this point.
Wow, what a river. Just queen, not even a chop.
Не, ну как лучше play jump.
Гарантий, да?
Oh yeah, sorry, the chat's reminding me it was Brian Kim that hit a 3. Yes, but I'm pretty sure if I remember, Mateos went out with the best hand.
Yeah, I've seen him just lose some nasty pots at final tables over and over again. Not just this series, but in previous stops as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no doubt he's had some moments where he's run great. I mean, he's done, won tournaments and done, but it does feel like recently he's, you've run pretty well to make it this deep, but you got to keep that run good going, in order to close it out and really get the big money. So,
and when he gets it in, it's not like he's getting bad in Bastiano. He's getting good.
No, it's kind of been like he's at this one and the last one. He literally just played. You said that hand where he 3-bet and barreled off the queen, whatever. Okay, but that was prior. What I've seen at the final tables, because I've come in and done both of those, he just played only solid, like literally no fancy aggressive move, just solid. Boom, boom, boom. Got it in. Pair over pair. Here, ace king, ace queen. Just bad beat on both.
Yeah, bad beat. Good flop though for Haxton. Top pair and a flush draw. All of the board.
125.
He also sees that Igor micro stack, like, come on, just have a piece to check jam on me. Not the A6.
Yeah, let's get that bounty.
Actually, dynamics has really changed because Mateos and Yorshevsky are playing sub 10 big blind stacks. Blinds have gone up as well to 75K, 150K. So even shorter now.
This is a really interesting ICM situation. So Ike, Ponsri, and Danchev all have like 50-ish blinds. They're pretty close. And Shingus is like solidly in 4th with like 30 blinds. Oh, I guess blinds just went up. So let's call that mid-40s for the other 3. And Shingus with like 25 blinds now. And Igor and Adrian both sub 10 blinds. So Shingus is going to be doing a lot of waiting here.
Yeah, he doesn't mind
just
the other
chilling.
players trying to collect some bounties and get that pay jump. 2 7s is going to be good enough for Mateos to push into chips. Will he get looked up? King Jack suited. This is actually good for Mateos because if Igor wants to call, Mateos covers Igor and gives him an opportunity to collect a bounty.
I mean, Igor's got a weird spot.
Can he continue?
I think you take this, but
definitely time bank worthy.
I mean, if he knew if he was folding that Shingus would call, he definitely folds.
Yes.
But, I mean, this is, like, Shingus doesn't need to call this. This is, you know, a third of Shingus's chips.
It's not like he's shoving Igor's stack where, okay, Shingus is probably going to call very, very wide. So he is going to make the call.
King Jack suited is just like a pretty good hand, you know?
Oh, and Satubaya's got pocket threes. Is this a possibility? Because there's two
double
short
bounty
stacks, double bounty. What if they got similar type hand? He is going to make the call. We got a three-way all-in, Brian.
Fuck.
Nice. I think it.
Yeah, Igor doesn't mind. He needs to hit a king or a jack anyway, not just one more small pair to fade.
Yeah. Shingus looking for the 3 for the double KO. Tails wants to hold. Get your Shevsky bounty. Here we go to a flop. 10-8-5.
Pretty nice flop for sevens. I mean,
oh, and the king on the turn is going to give Igor the best hand. The card is the 6. Another brutal hand for Mateos. 560,000 in chips, but the way that one played out, there's no eliminations, no bounties collected.
No, but I think Mateos is really on life support now after losing that. But yes, as of yet, no bounty.
Well, guys, check out sportsbet.io. You have the opportunity to bet on all of the different types of sports out there, whether it's paddle sports, ball sports, etc., etc. They have a great way to deposit very easily. They also accept digital currencies, something I know you're a fan of, Brian Rass. So check out sportsbet.io if you want to get some sport bet fix in. So here's that short stack of Mateos, 560K on 150K big blind. That's less than 4 bigs. Shingus 10-9 offsuit. Trying to get that free flop.
Wow.
Don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, seems unlikely. Like, trying to figure out what he wants to raise. I'd imagine he'll be
360.
something like under 3x. Yeah. Oh, he's going even smaller than that. He's going under 2.5.
He's almost like baiting his opponent to come along. Couldn't get the 10-9 in. Tried his best with that sizing. But Shingus just knows that, look, I'm not looking to play out of position against a player who covers me when Mateos is almost forced all in next hand.
Yeah.
So Mateos does put in the big blind and big blind ante.
This is a really interesting spot where everybody kind of wants to come in the pot. I just think because that's so obvious, yeah, Punzer, you just can't really do it UTG with 10-3 off, but like maybe Danchev does it with King 8 here.
Yeah, I think Danchev is happy to see Punzer out. He actually comes in with call.
Which is a little interesting.
It's something we've seen happen at these bounty tournaments when they're trying to collect the short stack. And Igor, he's got an opportunity to come along. 9-8 offsuit, limping as well.
Another 8.
Is this 8 going to limp on the button? Okay, so one more limp. Jack 7 for Haxton.
One more limp, why not?
Getting a better price from the small blind.
All in.
Mateos has pocket 9s. Wow, that is an amazing spot to wake up with that.
And he just had already looked at his hand and snap shoved. Now this is interesting, like, will Danchev call? Will Danchev make a little raise here? Because, right, everybody limp behind, so how does anyone have a premium hand behind him?
I was thinking the same thing. Can he click it?
I think he can. He can make it like 800 here.
750.
Yeah. Kind of fun play, and I don't think anyone can do anything about that.
So he just collected an extra big blind into the pot from multiple players.
This would be I don't know if Shingus is just yeah, that would be a sick back shove.
Realizing what Danchev's doing.
Just like, and just gambling that he doesn't have it, kind of. Because obviously he's doing this with probably most of his hands, and but you don't have it. He knows that, but if he doesn't have it, he can't call you. So you're just kind of playing a game of chicken when your bounty's at stake, but a lot of chips in the middle.
Well, Haxton is thinking about something. This would be heroic. The overlimp from the small blind. Because Mateos didn't have to shove any 2 cards from the big blind.
No, it is curious if Mateos would do this with bad hands in order to create this action.
To isolate it, and he's calling with Jack 7 off, and we got a massive pot.
Wow, this
on our
is
hands.
Ike is getting out there on a crazy branch in this one. Just calling, he's out of position with Jack 7 off.
Mateos can go up to 1.68 million if he can hold in the main pot. Side pot does exist, 680K.
Put more now.
680 on the side, right?
680 side pot.
Yeah. No, I put more. Yeah. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, looks right to me.
Queen, queen, 5, 2 clubs. Mateos looking good. Now there is a side pot to play for, but if they want the main pot, they need a hand that can beat a hand that was willing to go all in from the big blind off of that stack.
You guys are playing some poker right now. Jack 7 and King 8 offsuit. And now there is a side pot, so they have something to win, even if they don't beat Mateos' hand.
Yeah.
Danchev keeps betting, and this is starting to look pretty grim for Jack 7 off. I will say of Ike's 3 actions pre-flop, call was the most surprising to me.
I agree. That was definitely unexpected. It is good news for Mateo, says Danchev shuts out a hand that had outs. Jack 7 offsuit, that is. Great position. Deuce of clubs. So 8 for the king of clubs removed. And Mateos goes from 410,000 to 1.68 million, 4xing his stack.
With all the money that everyone put in.
Yes, that's true.
Not only the Ike and Danchev, but the other 2 calls that folded.
2 more blinds. It's playable. 11 big blinds. There's the champ from the mystery bounty.
Yeah, Yaroshevsky and Satubayev both very sad to see that double. Or quadruple, rather.
One of the most interesting hands we've seen, isn't it?
Yes, that hand was wild.
Все накинулись на... Чтобы убить, его не было.
So Queen Jack from Mateos jamming.
1.7.
1.68.
Newly minted stack. Snapping off by Ponsri, ace deuce suited. Ponsri with the best of it, 60-40. And 5-5. Mateos needs a queen, a jack, possibly a 9 or a king to pick up outs.
He needs some paint.
That's not paint on a turn.
No.
Can he get there? He cannot, and that is the end of Adrian Mateos, losing once again to Punat Ponsri.
The man he could not beat at the poker table.
Met his maker. Adrian out in 6th place for $245,000 plus all the bounties he collected. And as you mentioned, Brian, this has just been an awful final table for him.
Yeah, it looked like maybe that changed early on when he won that all in, but then nope.
Next hand, out.
Yeah.
That's going to be in for the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos. Of course, going to be jumping into future events, trying to get a deeper run.
Yeah, really great player, and sure we'll see him back here again at one of these Triton final tables.
I think so.
I'll look forward to it.
Yeah, that was the second final table. But we are down to 5 players. Satubayev, 15 big blinds, does have the short stack duties on 2.2 million chips. Punat Ponsri, bit of distance now with the chip lead. Just shy of 60 big blinds. Dimitar Danchev in second with 40 bigs. And now Haxton, ace-10 offsuit on the button.
$390. 390.
390K is the announced bet. Punat Ponsri, ace-8 suited.
Will he get aggressive here?
You know it's crossing his mind. Though Haxton is pretty deep.
All in.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Asking for it all.
Just leveraging the big stack and really putting the heat on Ike. We see 2 short stacks, sub 20 blinds. Ike hasn't folded yet, but this would be
heroic.
This would be a pretty heroic call I mean, for almost 40 blinds with ace-10 off, like, I don't even think you're supposed to call this for chips.
It's not
Much less with,
unreasonable.
it's not completely unreasonable, but I think it's not a call for chips.
I was going to say it's not unreasonable for Punsri
Oh.
to have like an ace queen or ace jack occasionally, right? Or ace king even.
No. Now, if Ike thinks he's doing this with a bunch of wider hands than normal, but yeah, just with ICM. Ooh.
Gave Punsri a sweat there.
I think Ike just likes making people sweat. It's
part of his strategy.
Part of his strategy is I'm just going to do the thing that makes people sweat the most here. Let me
And,
take
is
my
the
full
bounty
time.
when-
All right. Let me
You didn't be in the break?
call Danchev's 750K here, OOP. Make him sweat.
With Jack 7 offsuit.
My hand doesn't matter, but I know Danchev's got some garbage, so we'll see what happens.
There's food here.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
So now Punat Punsri, ace 6 offsuit, 9.5 million in chips.
Yeah, now he's started to separate himself here. And you can see that with some of his decision making. He's just
Open jamming on the button.
This is, I mean, Danchev has 38 blinds in the small blind. So that's kind of surprising.
He's really putting on the pressure. He's like, well, you better be at the top of your range if you want to go
call,
for it.
yeah.
Yeah, because there's 2 15 big blind stacks that exist.
Yeah, I guess you're slightly more incentivized to open jam with the bounty as the big stack, but yeah, with 38 blinds in the small blind, it's pretty wild.
It is working for Punsri. Got ace 8 for Haxton.
Three.
Raise to 300,000.
Punsri taking his time with 10-9 offsuit, does eventually fold.
Ike gets that one through.
Should be happy with that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, raising from, UTG hijack through the chip leader.
Yeah, and the chip leader has been showing signs of just 3-bet ripping into you, even with a big stack.
So, yeah.
It's scary.
Ace 8 off, it's not a hand you're writing home to mom about. So, yeah. Getting that one through is best case scenario, so Ike's got to be pleased.
Ace rag for Punat. Opening up his game, making it 300K. Axton's got 7-5 offsuit.
Feel like he's going to defend this. Ike looks like a man who wants to play some pots. Got a min raise, getting a good price. Okay, he doesn't.
He's done.
He's done. Ike just mixes it up. Didn't want to get involved with the chip leader, out of position. Can't say I blame him. Not even saying he should have called. It just
You just kind of expected him the way it was going. A little
Yeah,
bit.
but Ike's just mixing it up. I mean, listen, after you put in 750K there
You
with
thought
Jack
anything was
7
going-
off,
you're like-
I just, maybe,
You're like,
I mean, I know he can win a bounty, but like, you know.
I feel you, Brian. I feel you.
Ike here with a decision in the small blind with the exact hand he just folded, but now there's no raise to him. So he decides to limp into the chip leader. Let's see what Panat wants to do.
And he's got Queen 10 offsuit. Is he going to play aggressive with this one or just take a free flop?
He might, but might not. But if he did, I don't think he rips it, right? I think he probably just goes like 3x or something.
Ace, King, Deuce. Favorable for Puna, who picks up a little gut shot. Queen high as well.
Yeah, definitely a better board for Ike, who's going to limp quite a lot here. OOP to the chip leader. So in Punat, you would, you know.
He's supposed to raise his big aces, of course.
Yeah, big aces, aces, kings, so.
And that's why Haxton's betting.
Yeah, he's probably decided he's going to range bet this. Now, Punat cannot get away. He's got a very nice hand to continue. I mean, the jacks, I know there's only 4 of them, but they make the nuts. So they're super clean, and versus third pot getting 4-1, you know, you've got to defend.
Might even have the best hand.
Yeah, and he does. Now this street is going to be more interesting because Ike bets small and Punat is going to have some like weaker floats such as this. He might just bet again with nothing. I'm curious if he will. It's definitely a thing here. He really does have nothing. It'd be nice to have 1 spade because you're blocking picked up backdoor flush draws, but you know, sometimes you just keep firing when you have a massive range advantage. And sometimes you give up.
Seems like he is giving up. Not an option to Punat.
Yeah,
Queen
so
high.
Not that much you'd like to have as Ike. I guess you'd probably like to have the 1 spade, like I said. You block your opponent from backdooring into spades, which they just call you again. If you're just really going to fire 2 napkins here with literal 0 equity. Now Punat with the decision. He's beating a lot of Ike's give-ups. But on this node where it goes bet call on flop and Ike checks turn, he has a pretty decent amount of equity there. So, you know, he gets to bet a lot there. Wouldn't have been surprised if he bet.
So Haxton doesn't pair up. Now he needs to decide whether he wants to bet or not.
He does have pretty close to the nut low against an opponent that checked back, but Punat could easily be checking back stuff like a king, you know?
Of course.
So it's...
He'll be targeting queen high and jack highs.
Yeah, which still might call you, but they might not. I mean, a king or better is definitely calling you, but yeah, queen or jack high definitely
Maybe a
might
deuce would
fold.
fold.
Same
Possible.
thing. It's kind of in that range of hands that might fold.
5 seconds.
Wonder what sizing he'll pick if he bluffs.
125,000.
Oh, he's going big.
125,000.
And you know what? You know what, guys in chat? I remember not that long ago when he had 9-5 of hearts and his opponent folded, and you guys were like, he never bluffs. Someone literally said, Ike never bluffs with an overbet. Well, take that. You You chat warrior, you're just wrong, bro, because he already did it at the same final table. So
that guy probably left the chat already, so he's not seeing this, but I hear you. This is bold.
This is it. Yeah, this size gets queen high to fold.
Nicely done from Haxton. Is unafraid of the chip leader. Oh, he's so fun to watch.
Yeah. 7-5. I'm just scooping the chips.
All Rasty, I just still want to remind you in the chat that they are opening the mystery bounty envelopes in a bit. So we'll get to show you that when these players do go on break. So do stick around when that happens. About 10-15 minutes away. We get to see who wins the 400K top prize, as Ali Najad will be hosting that one. And the tournament winner from that, Artyom, is going to be opening 12 envelopes.
Well, an interesting decision here by Igor. He's limping. Now, remember that, like, this, I mean, he's got like 14 blinds or something like that. It's around the oh wow, King Queen just folds
from
behind.
King Queen.
Big fold. 14-ish blinds is the depth that really likes limping the most when you look at like chip EV preflop ranges. I'm not a no limit hold'em limp expert, but from the Silicon Overlord studying that I've done, that's what I've seen.
This is tricky, isn't it? 2 5s?
I mean, I think you probably like limping behind. I don't.
There's a chip leader to his left.
Yeah, but you like multi-way pots. You're getting a great price. I don't. This one doesn't feel tricky to me. If I pick something else, I'll be mildly surprised.
You are right, Brian.
Yeah.
Over limping. Wants to invite other players into the pot. Also doesn't want to open up the limp jam from Yaroshevsky.
Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds.
And now is Punak going to step into this trap with a really bad hand against queens? There's just call. It's only 75K to call.
That he does. Now the big blind, 9-8 of clubs. I think we're going 4 ways to a flop. Yeah, we are. Some solid hands in there. Ace Jack 4 2 hearts, not the flop that 2 queens was looking for.
Although you can see he still has huge equity because it's also not the flop that anyone else was looking for.
True. Punat does have an inside straight draw. Action check to Haxton. And take a turn card. Pairing the jack. Also noteworthy is that Dimitar Danchev picks up a club draw.
Yeah, will any of these players semi-bluff? Punat or Danchev?
Check. Check.
Igor has, in my opinion, a very clear check here. His hand is just solid. There isn't much protection value at all, like almost none. Only one overcard. Starting to get too weak to value bet the paired jacks and the ace. The biggest protection would be like betting to get a flush draw, maybe to fold, but yeah, just queens, just solid check. Just really know where it slides.
And the 4 of clubs is going to give Danchev the best hand with a flush, double paired.
Not many of these other players can have a 4. You know, Yaroshevsky limping in the hijack, Ike, maybe Punzuri has some 4s. Punzuri has an interesting hand to bluff with the 10 of clubs blocker. Also, you know, Queen of diamonds blocking some hands that have a jack. Could consider bluffing, didn't. I wonder if Danchev here just kind of plays his hand as a bluff catcher, or if he value bets.
Well, he is debating whether to value bet.
He can have jacks, he can have 4s, he can have flushes.
That's 375,000. One of the worst runouts for these 2 queens. Multiple players act behind him as well. Not ideal.
Blockers aren't that relevant for this spot for Igor. I mean, the queen of clubs, like, slightly because it blocks flushes, but, like, Danchev didn't have to put any money in the big blind. So he can have, you know, jack deuce offsuit.
Yes.
You know, so it's like you're at the his range is so wide that it just doesn't matter too much if you're blocking. You know, okay, you're blocking queen high flushes. Great. It's something, but it's not very much.
He is giving this some extra thought.
Yeah, because his range is so wide. Again, if he's value betting jacks, 4s, or clubs, let's just keep it at that. He's also going to have a bunch of just no pair hands that play the board. And queens can beat that, because queens and jacks beat jacks and 4s.
Does eventually land on fold. Well, you shouldn't have shoved pre, because you would have ran into the 2 queens, Punat.
I have no idea. that had a hand for sure.
So those are the chip counts. 48 big blinds for Punat Ponsri. Danchev 6 million. Haxton right behind him 5.5 million. 2 short stacks lingering at 10 and 9 big blinds apiece, belonging to Yaroshevsky and Satubai. Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Brian Rast. And the final table has been got some interesting hands, namely the Jack 7 offsuit, of course, of Haxton.
Yeah, that was a real curious one. I would love to know what Ike was thinking. Pretty wild line, but yeah, no, there's been it's been a little bit grindy, but there's been a few splashes here and there of action, and you know, some players have been eliminated. We're down to 5. It's been pretty cool all in all.
Yeah, they are grinding and they are trying to get those 60K envelopes. The good news is that we are setting up that mystery bounty draw where it's not a 60K fixed amount. It's a 40K to 400K bounty envelope. We're going to set that up a bit, but we'll be back in about 6 minutes or so.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Kind of
chicken
wrap
wings
it around.
where they're like they're like thick and they're fried, which is I don't normally get fried food, but those lollipop wings are dope.
They got you.
Yep, they got me. Man, I want some Thai food now. We gotta change the subject. I'm so
like
hungry
seriously,
all of a
like
sudden.
it's really one of the worst things you've done to me, Brian, this trip. I'm salivating as these 2 8s come in. Ace 4 for Pranat Punsri.
Yeah, is he gonna make a move? I don't think it's gonna work in this spot. Against the small blind aggression here with 8s and the dealer button, you just usually make your stand, you know? But
King 10 though.
Yeah.
That'll fight.
Yes, it will.
О, я не было твоего телефона, хотел тебя поздравить.
Oh, all in.
Oh, 3-bet jam and these 2 8s
Yeah, call.
priced in, right? There we go.
Call. I
So-
feel like in the last final tables, Mateos hasn't run well. I just see him get busted in this, but I think he's winning this one. El Conquistador, it's his time now.
He's a slight favorite against the King 10. Can Mateos Oh, so far he is in the lead. Paulie V needs a king or a 10.
We're running clubs.
Yeah. Running clubs is possible now. Plenty of outs. But no club on the river, and that is the end of Paulie V. Will be finishing in 7th place for 183,000, multiple bounties as well, worth 60K apiece. 1 Triton title under his belt, hailing from Lithuania. 2nd cash of the festival. Not much you could do though. King 10 against the button open against Mateos. Took a shot. Couldn't get there. Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where we do have a 50K Quattro Bounty final table underway, but I do want to direct to the app real fast because we do have the mystery draw that will be underway shortly, and it was won by Artyom Lazovsky, who won $669,000, and he does have 12 pulls at one of the bounty envelopes. Samuel Ju. He finished 2nd, has 1 pull. He knocked out Chris Moneymaker. I know you watched that one yourself. Moneymaker has 3 bounties himself, and the next biggest will be Daniel Razai. But in the mystery bounty, 7 for Nikita Kuznetsov. Totally forgot about that, who did finish 4th. But just to remind you, the mystery bounty draw, every time they bust out a player, they could open an envelope, which you'll see shortly, where the minimum prize was $40,000, the top prize being $400,000. And to be specific, there's 1 golden ticket worth $400,000, another 2 golden tickets of $200K apiece, and 5 $100K golden tickets. So when they pull the golden one, you know it's a top prize. But we did sprinkle in a $0 one, so it says 000, 000. So they're going to think they got the big one, and it's just going to be, you can draw again.
Oh,
it's a troll. It's not actually worth 0. They get to try again, but they get that little sweat like,
so you can't make less than 40. There's
no,
not the
that
one
would be brutal.
0. I mean, that would be kind of fun, actually.
you would want to see that, right?
Yeah,
like, are you the guy that pulls the 0?
Yeah. And that's like the only bounty you won, too, you know? I mean, like, if you won the tournament, you have 12 bounties. It's like, whatever, yeah, the 0, it's okay, I got 11 more. But you got your 1 bounty, and you're hoping for 400, maybe 200, 100, 0. Oh, shit.
You know how upset that person would be to pull to 0?
Yeah, but that adds all part of the, like, fun of watching, in my opinion. Whatever. I like to sometimes see the pain, sometimes see the happiness. I like the whole range.
Well, Chris Moneymaker actually flew home. He does have 3 envelopes to pull. He's going to let who he thinks is the luckiest man he knows is Nacho Barbero pull him for him.
Yeah, why not? Listen, we got to give Nacho more camera time, okay? Like, listen, we all love it when Nacho makes the final table. Everybody talks to him. Nacho says this crazy stuff. Other people say things back to him, rib him a little bit. It makes for a good time. So I like that pick by Moneymaker. Let's get Nacho in there. He's lucky, and even if he doesn't draw him a lot of money, he'll at least make for good camera time.
Well, if we had the opportunity to actually have that $0 one, it would be so funny if Chris Moneymaker says, "Hey, Nacho, open," when he opens up the 0, oh yeah, great pick. You are actually the unluckiest guy.
And Nacho will somehow talk him into the fact that wasn't the case, using his, like...
He'll say it's a scam.
That's
his line.
It's a scam.
So the other... big polls, of course. Nikita Kuznetsov finishing 4th. He's got 7 polls. The tournament winner, 12 polls.
Listen, after Nick Schulman, I just can't do a Nacho impression.
No one can.
No, he ruined it for everybody else, It was just too good. It was better than Nacho, for the most part.
And the average poll for each envelope is about 64,000.
Yeah.
Give or take 2,000 or so. So Artyom is guaranteed, 700,000 or so. And it does seem like the mystery bounty is ready to be pulled. Ali Najad will be our host, so let's send it over to him.
Yeah, good idea.
Well, there
Let's
comes a
go,
time
Ali.
at every single Triton Super High Roller Series Festival where all of the Game 3 optimal and all of the skill gives way to a little bit of gamble. I am, of course, talking about the Mystery Bounty Draw. That's what we're up to right now. It was a $40,000 buy-in event. Half of the total, over $6 million that was collected for the prize pool, is stuffed into 48 envelopes in this box. 16 people were fortunate enough to collect some bounties, alongside our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who has broken the envelopes down as follows. We do have one top prize of $400,000, two $200,000 envelopes, 5 $100,000 envelopes. Those will all be gold. Then you have the smaller payouts, and there's going to be more of those in this box than the big ones. 8 60K envelopes and a 31 envelope 40K prize. That's what's in here. That's what everybody's looking to avoid. So we'll see how it plays out. Now, even though there was 47 players to start day 2 when the bounties began, we have 48 envelopes in here, and that's because one of those envelopes is worth how much, Luca?
Big zero.
Zippo. But we're not that cruel. It is a draw again. Obviously, we'll look to squeeze, and everybody at home will squeeze along with us. So, to get things kicked off, we will welcome one Dylan Lind to the box. Come on down, Dylan. You do have 2 draws. Redeem your tokens.
Okay.
Do you have a strategy, sir?
Praying.
Praying?
Yes.
Okay, a little bit of religion at work. Fine.
Well, I didn't say to who, but praying.
Okay, to the altar of the box we step. Reach right on in.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. You want to give it? You want to pick both first?
No,
up to you.
I'll go one at a time.
All right, one at a time. I like the tactics here. Okay. Squeezing, it's white, guys. Everybody's happy. It's white. Yeah, there you go. Hey. And 40K. All right. It's a reasonable stuff. Now they're happy. They didn't even want him to get the 60. How cruel is this crew?
Right? What are your friends for? You
Yeah,
know?
right.
Oh, yeah, that one.
That one feels heavy?
That one. Oh my God, I can barely lift.
You want to make everyone sad?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
He's squeezing. Up top, up top.
Sorry.
Give us a look.
No.
Uh-oh.
I'm putting this one back.
No refunds. White. 40K again. That means there's only 29 of those remaining. Yes, everyone's very proud of Dylan. Next up, Danny Tang. Danny, you think you can do better?
I'm not doing it myself.
Oh, who have you brought? Kiat Lee. So, Kiat, I don't know how to say this.
Feel it. I'll do this.
Okay, so who else is? Oh, okay. Who's this that you're bringing?
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend. What's her name?
Katie.
Katie. Come on down. Who do you want to go first, Danny?
Rock, paper, scissors. You go first. Lady first.
Lady first.
Wow, did you just leave rock? I don't think Kiat was ready for that. Note, by the way, that Kiat finished second in that particular exchange. I'm sorry, I had to say it. I know. Okay, now, here she comes. You have 2 bounties, Danny? Why didn't you want to do it yourself?
I don't know. They wanted to do it, so.
Okay, she's been very dedicated. All right, here we go. Reach into the box. Okay.
We need to find gold. Open. We need to see gold. Not white. Not white. What gold? You have to look at it. Gold. Oh, slowly. Gold.
Uh-oh. White. GG, says Danny. Keep going, keep going. 40,000. Nowhere. Yeah, everybody's happy. Nowhere to go but up, though, Danny. Kiat, now you don't have any pressure.
Do I?
No, because she took 40, so you can only chop with her. Okay. Here we go. Up, up, over, squeeze.
Wait. Wait. It's white. This is what? This is not gold? I'm sorry.
White, 60. All right, 100 extra thousand for Danny Tang. Next up, let's keep it moving. Stephen Chidwick, where are you, sir? Comes on down. Is it a single token we're redeeming? Bounty number 3. Who did you bust for this one?
Jason.
Jason Kuhn. Do you feel like maybe that means it's got a little bit more behind it?
Changing of the tides.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
All right, let's step up. Stevie's got his envelope. Here we go.
That looks good, right?
It looks sort of good. We don't know yet. It's gold. How gold is it? Hang on, hang on.
400, 200.
100, 200, and 400.
Okay, so I need to sweat this one. Looks like a 2.
That doesn't look like a 1. It is $200,000. Congratulations to Stephen Chidwick. 1 bounty, 200K. So 1 more 200K left, 1 400K left, and all 5 of the 100Ks intact. Daniel Razai, where are you, sir? Come on down. Slide over, boys. Slide over. All right. Daniel, how many bounties do we have?
We have 4.
Okay. And are you drawing them all yourself?
Hossein gets the first one. If he pulls gold, he can continue.
Ah, okay. No pressure, Hossein. All right.
Let's go.
Let's go, he says. How do you say 400,000 in German?
400,000.
400,000? Ich?
400,000. Ich.
Pulling, squeezing, looking. Uh-oh, I've got a sneak preview. It's not. It's not white.
Whoa.
It's gold.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Come
here.
Come on. Slowly.
Squeeze.
Slowly.
Ich.
Slow.
Minimum 100. 400,000! Rezai takes the wind out of the entire room. Former World Series of Poker main event champ, Hossein and San. By the way, he gets to keep drawing, just remember. Wow, notice how nobody's clapping anymore in the back. Lots of sad faces. We have 3 more to go. Reach in. No pressure now. You just open. My goodness. By the way, Hossein is for hire, guys, if anybody else wants to use him for the draws. Okay.
Come on, 1 more gold.
1 more gold you want?
Yeah, let's go. Slowly. Greed is good.
Bring it up. Okay. White. Let's go. Give me the damn thing. Here we go. 60,000. Let's go. Keep it moving. 60,000. 460 in total already for Razai. You're actually thinking about it. Amazing. On the first go. Bring it up. Let us sweat. Okay. Do you open your own mail at home, just out of curiosity? No, right? White. 40,000. Okay, next one. He's been tagged out. He did good, though. He did good. Deserves a big hug. Okay, Razai, there is one envelope sticking up over there. It looked like it was maybe calling your name. Don't blame me. I don't know.
I will blame you.
No, don't do it. Mix it in. Uh-oh. Pressure's on.
On recommendation of the other person.
Oh, no. Ist. White. Weiß. Weiß envelope. 60. Okay, I did okay. Up top. Nicely done. And we have a total of $560,000 for Mr. Razai. Well done, my friend. Let's keep it moving now. Zarzubov. Where are you? Zubov. There he is. He's coming. Oh, wait a minute. I heard a noise in the room And apparently, it's because you brought a lucky charm?
Very lucky pick.
Very lucky pig. Okay, Ramin, are you drawing too?
Yeah, I'm drawing for him.
You're drawing for him? Okay, so first one for Hajiev. Come on down. You can't see through the envelopes, Ramin.
You think so? Okay, let's see.
All right. First one of how many in total? 3. Oh, you're doing a personal sweat? 40,000. Okay, no problem.
It's okay.
It's okay because he didn't have the pig. No, does the pig sniff for truffles? Or? Oh, okay, okay. 2 more left for Zubov. All right, I'll hold the pig. $40K. All right. One last one. Maybe talk to the pig. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, yeah. 40,000, 120K. Okay, congrats. Keep it moving. What do we have now? Looks like Orpin Kisachikoglu. There he is. No pig?
No pig.
Pig didn't do so good.
I'm a Muslim, so.
Ah, yes, I understand. I can sympathize with these things. How many do we have? 2 bounties to be redeemed. Now, this gentleman, as you recall, had 1 bounty and picked up 400,000. You famously asked me a question right before.
How many bounties did I need to pull?
To pull the 400K. Not available, but with 2 bounties, we do have a 200K still in play and 5 100Ks. Reach on in, Orpin.
Let's see. So many envelopes.
There's still plenty to go, but there's only a few golds left. Sure. All right.
Let's see.
So hold it up for us. Go the other way. Go the other. Oh, you sneak previewed it for yourself. Are you smiling? Hang on. It's white. I don't know. Is it? 40. 40,000 for Orpin. Halfway home. Nowhere to go but up. White.
Well.
40 as well. 80,000 for Orpin. Still above EV. Lifetime at Triton. Mystery bounties. Okay. Artyom Lesowski. I got to advise everybody, if you want to take a break, hang out, feel free to do it now, because this man has, I've never actually asked for a count when somebody comes up with bounties. 12 total bounties. Unprecedented. And Marianello's going to be pulling one. First?
Yes.
First. Okay. No pressure.
I negotiated this last night.
Well, what? Free of charge? I mean, what kind of negotiation are we talking about? Do you have a percentage?
It's really messy in here. Hold on.
Here we go.
What a moment. Okay.
Now, you did the interview with Artyom last night, and when you spoke to me, you talked about how excited he was.
He was so... First of all, he was concerned because the trophy left the area, and then I had to remind him that Luca had to, we had to get it shining and beautiful.
You're looking to add to the excitement here.
All right, let's do this.
What color do we have? Hang on, you know the procedure.
It's so anticlimactic.
It's white, but maybe it's 60. It is! 60,000. Okay. We only have 11 more. Step on up. Who else is coming? Okay. One more. Number 25, redeemed. Step forward.
25, it's a very lucky number,
Damir Jugralin says 25 is very lucky.
I guess this one will be gold. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. What color? White. Maybe 60? No, 40. All right, so far 100K. All right, your turn. Come on. Here we go. Slow or fast?
Slow.
Slow. Gold.
Oh.
Ah! 0. Draw again. It's okay. Doesn't count against you. Okay, keep going. Gold. And it won't be 0. How much? At least 100K. Maybe 200. 100,000. Okay, not bad so far. We have 200,000 total for Artyom. 8 draws remaining. This one was open already.
This fast.
Fast, 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 fast. 40,000, that's why. He knew. 7 remaining. 240K so far. All right, 280K. You know, not that long ago, 40,000 would have been a real win, right? Let's maintain perspective. Let's maintain gold, perhaps. No, white. 40. Okay. Guys, he found the 40s. He's finding the 40s. Everybody, you know. All right. White. 40. Here we go. 360,000 you have so far.
1 gold.
1 wide.
White.
40,000. You want big scramble? Big shuffle maybe? Big scramble? Okay. All right. Gold. Is it 100,000? Is it 200,000? Only 200 is left. But this isn't that. 100K. Nice, he says. And he still has how many draws left, Luca? 3 total draws still remaining. 1 200K left in there, along with 3 100s. Artyom's the only player to pick up 100s, and he's got another gold. How much can I buy this for? 40K? 200, he says. Wow. 100. It's a scam.
No,
all right.
Nice,
No.
nice.
Last? 2 more, right? 2 more. 2 more. Yeah, yeah. Draw again. 0. You go again. White. 40. Okay. Now the last one. No pressure. Lasowski, here it is. First ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Took the title in the event. Ripped through a quarter of the field on day 2. Rips open this envelope, and it's white. So one last $40,000 bounty, a total of $680,000 going to Artyom. Congratulations to you, sir. And we will keep it moving. A fresh face, Nikita Kuznetsov. It is your turn. Come on down, sir. 7 total bounties. Let's take a look. Yes, he's redeeming them all. Any strategy? No. No GTO. Go ahead, reach in. Take the first. Alexander's watching. You buy a piece of the envelopes? Or 40K. 6 more.
Katya,
Katya. Nikita's wife, please, please. No pressure.
Yeah, I'm nervous. Okay.
Katya grabs an envelope. Oh, this one is ready to go.
Okay, let's see.
First, you want the color?
Yellow, of course.
Ah, white. 40,000. Okay. Now who? Okay, Zarzubov. Coming back. The pig didn't work good.
Okay, okay.
No pig.
Okay.
No pressure.
Okay.
Here we go. For Nikita Kuznetsov. He draws 40,000. Honestly, Mystery Bounty is not your best game. I'm just going to let you know. All right. How many do we have left now? 4? Now who's coming?
My friend.
Your friend who?
Eugene.
Eugene? Eugene. Okay, Eugene. What did you just say?
I said, Jesus Christ, give me some lucky, please.
All right. Other way, other way. Here we go. Now it's easier.
Oh, that's white. Yep, I saw it.
You saw it. It's white, but maybe it's 60. Hang on. 40,000 by Eugene. Nikita, your horses are not doing so great so far. Now who's coming? Ah, Sturm. I'm sorry? 40, yes. Okay, Leon.
You know, Nikita was shrugging his shoulders as in he doesn't have a strategy, but clearly he was very putting in a lot of thought into who he wants to draw.
Well, I don't think it was good thought so far.
Not so far, but I'm a professional at this.
But now you're going to draw for yourself, right?
I know, I'm technically I'm anti-railing this a little bit, but Nikita's a good guy, so let's see if we can get a gold here.
So white, it's either 40 or 60. 40,000? What's going on, Nikita? We can't find gold.
I'm a professional at this.
Leon still claims to be a pro. Variance is rough. Okay, all right, Katya. One more try.
Right.
'Oh, it's 2 envelopes? No, 1. Okay.
Let's be 200. No?
White. 60. Okay, you did better. Finally. 1 draw left for Kuznetsov. Big mix. Can he find gold? Oh no, 40. I knew I should have brushed my teeth. Okay, 40,000, no good, but that's okay. Plenty of extra added to his already handsome total, 300,000 for Kuznetsov. Okay, next up, Sam Grafton will be drawn for by our very own Tiana of the Triton Super High Roller Series event staff. She reaches in. This is Tiana's home turf, by the way.
Yeah, finally.
Uh-oh. Maybe it's 60? 40,000. There are 3 60Ks left, 8 40Ks left, 2 100Ks, and 1 200K envelope. Maybe this one will be better. Somewhere Sam Grafton is sweating this one out. White. 40K. All right, another 80,000 to Squiddy so far. 3 total?
One more.
Last one?
Hope he's not regretting now.
What does she have? White again. 40,000 again, 120K in total. Tiana's going to come back, though. She's going to have a chance at redemption on behalf of someone else. Anson Yu. So patient. That now, if we want to know what we still have up here, Luca's going to be drawing for Anson. 1 200K gold envelope, 2 100Ks, 3 60Ks, 5 40Ks. That's what remains in this box. So Luca, you're going to draw for Anson? Okay. Don't mess this up.
Try my best.
Actually, everybody back here wants you to mess this up.
I'm very impartial.
Nacho is threatening to have a problem if you pull 200K. I know at least one person that's hoping you do. That's Ensign you. White.
40K.
No problem. 40K, even better, I'm sure, says Nacho. So,
You still believe my integrity now? The right way. Thank you.
all right, next up we have Leon Sturm. He managed to pull a white envelope earlier, but I imagine he's also saving all of his talents for himself.
Perhaps, but it's a bit of a problem. Now we actually have good chances of drawing something big, so there's some expectation, I can't lie.
The box's EV is quite high right now.
Exactly. But that also opens you up to get disappointed a little bit. So let's see.
White. 60. Could be worse. An extra 20 over the minimum cash. This is your second and final pull.
Oh, dramatic.
Can you find gold? It's stuck. Oh, it is gold. Either 1 or 200,000, Leon. What are you feeling?
And it's 2 100 left?
There's 2 100s and 1 200 left.
Well, then statistically speaking, I'm feeling the 100, but no, this might be good.
200,000! Every now and again we get there. Every now and again we get there.
I told you I was talented at this.
He did save himself from any 40Ks, a total of 260,000 for Leon. Congratulations to you. So then, Danilo Vlasovic, come on down. How many do we have? 2? Okay, please step forward. There is still 2 100K envelopes available, 2 60s, 4 40s.
Gold.
White, 60. Could be worse. He's got 2 total bounties. This is the second and final. Quick, efficient, and golden. This is going to be 100K. Pull it on out. There it is, 160,000. Congratulations to you, sir. He can get down with it. So then, now Samuel Ju, not present, will bring Hossein Insan back to the box for another opportunity. Hossein, what happened last time you came up here?
I don't know.
You forgot already?
I've heard this. Yes, sure.
400,000 is what happened last time you came.
Yeah.
400,000.
100,000 for Samu.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just one opportunity for Samuel. In absentia. Hossein, if you do it again, I would lock my door tonight. Das ist weiß. 40,000. Far less dramatic attempt this time around. We can just tell him he won like 60 and, whatever. Just, you put 20 in. All right, next up, we have Chris Moneymaker. So, no, that's not him. That's Nacho Barbero. Why are you here, Nacho? Chris said you are the luckiest person that he knows?
I might be.
Well, it's TBD?
I might be. I'm probably yeah.
All right, so you're going to take 3 pulls, courtesy of 3 bounties that Chris earned?
Only 100K?
Only 100K.
Okay, perfect. I get it on the first, so I don't have to sweat. I love that. Bro, where are they?
There's less of them in there than earlier.
They're not even here. Are they inside? I didn't see anything. I mean, I picked the... You got it? I don't fucking know, bro. I'm not used to these things.
You play mixed games. You know how to squeeze. Hang on. Why are you looking yourself? Don't be selfish. Oh!
No.
You didn't even look. 60,000.
Oh, yes. I forgot it could be 60. I'm looking for
I remember my first time. Go ahead.
It's the last 60 at least. Chris, I'm doing it for
So, Nacho is correct. That was the last 60K envelope. If it's white, it's worth 40,000. There's 3 of those in there. If it's gold, it's worth 100.
Where are they? Oh, okay. Oh, I found one against the wall. I think it's this one. It was hidden. It was the... Okay, let's go. Let's treat it like in mixed games.
Oh! It's gold. It's a little anticlimactic, and that means 100 dimes will go Nacho's way. I don't know how to tell you guys this, but everything that's left in here is worth 40K. Here, yeah, 40 for you. Congrats, Nacho. Next up, we bring to the stage Anvar Muratov.
Just talk about my integrity. Can we please open the envelope that you...
Okay. I get to hold this.
Right, Ali, let's see. No, this way, please. Don't be selfish. Come on now.
Maybe it'll be gold.
Squeeze it in.
If it's gold, you're really going to be unhappy.
Correct.
It's white. I know it's white. It's 40K.
Oh, it's 40K. Well done.
Do I get to go?
Now you do this better.
All right. Let's bring up Anvar Muratov. Tiana, you might as well come up as well. Anvar, I'm really sorry. I know. No, he passes. That means I get to go again. Anvar Muratov. They're not wrong about these envelopes, by the way. You want to do it?
Ali, you can check, against the walls or... Yeah, thank you. And the second one. Right, so Ali and Tiana, let's have a real sweat on this. Can you please open it together?
It doesn't matter. This is just to make sure everything is being done properly. So, 40K for Anvar and...
Thanks for supporting my integrity. For Mario Mosbach.
Mario Mosbach will take the last 40K envelope pulled by Tiana. 40K for Anvar as well. Sadly, his mystery bounty experience didn't quite have as much mystery to it as we would have hoped. But obviously, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and at least it's a cookie worth at least $40,000 every time you take a nibble. So until the next Triton Super High Roller Series, that'll do it. And we did have another bounty event, by the way. So flat bounties, no mysteries, but the players tend to love it. All right, guys, thanks for joining.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Yes, that hand was wild.
Все накинулись на чтобы убить, его не было.
So Queen Jack from Mateos jamming.
1.68.
Newly minted stack, snapping off by Ponsri, ace deuce suited. Ponsri with the best of it, 60-40. $10-5-5. Mateos needs a queen, a jack, possibly a 9 or king to pick up outs.
He needs some paint.
That's not paint on the turn.
No.
Can he get there? He cannot, and that is the end of Adrian Mateos, losing once again to Punat Ponsri.
The man he could not beat at the poker table.
Met his maker. Adrian out in 6th place for $245,000 plus all the bounties he collected. And as you mentioned, Brian, this has just been an awful final table for him.
Yeah, it looked like maybe that changed early on when he won that all in, but then nope.
Next hand, out.
Yeah.
That's going to be in for the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos. Of course, going to be jumping into future events, trying to get a deeper run.
Yeah, really great player, and sure we'll see.
Hey everyone, welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton series, Montenegro. I'm Griffin Bench. This is Brian Rast. You guys just saw some coverage of this final table we're about to cover, but the big thing that just happened was the bounty pulls, thanks to Ali Najad. That was pretty exciting stuff for the players. If you want to take a look at sort of this list that we got here, Artyom had about a quarter of the pulls there, but we're actually had about a quarter of the pulls for $680,000 for the bounties. Stevie Chidwick, though, he was the lucky one. He only had one pull, and he pulled one of the 200Ks. Unfortunately for Nikita Kuznetsov, he had 7 pulls, 6 of them 40K, 160K. Ooh. So that's a pretty brutal. Leon Sturm came out real nice. So he finished. It looks to be in about 15th place. This is me on my phone here. We rarely do this here, but he was way down there actually in 33rd place, and he had 2 pulls and got the 200K. So
sweet.
Mystery Bounty's going to be pretty fun.
Yes, I missed it, but it's always fun coverage. It's always fun to see people pull, who they have pull for them, you know, all the antics that go along with it. I'm sure that was really cool.
Have you played a lot before?
I don't even know if I've played a Mystery Bounty tournament before. I think I haven't. I played a few bounties, but not a Mystery Bounty.
Maybe this summer for you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The WSOP, it's like a 1,500. It's long.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I can't do really small buy-in tournaments that take like 4 days. I'm just out. Yeah.
So let's get to the big event coming up here, though. That we have the final table of the normal bounty. We have 5 players left, including the likes of Ike Haxton. We have, of course, Dimitar Danchev. You've been watching Yaroshevsky. So they don't have any mysteries with the bounties that they're collecting. But when you look at the chip counts, Punat Punzri is a massive chip leader with almost 10 million in chips for 48 big blinds. You know, a lot of considerations here. Obviously, normally in a bounty tournament, I think less so once we get to 5-handed, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're worth exactly 60K. So, you know, the less people that are in, the bigger the pay jumps, the more money you're playing for, the less the bounty counts for, you know. So, yeah 100%.
Okay, cool. And if you had a pick for this this final 5 here?
I mean, you got to take Punat and the chips, right?
Yeah.
He's got 10 million. But, you know, everybody there's been playing strong. Even like Shingus, who has been playing very strong. Listen, he's the shortest, down to 12 blinds, but maybe he can get something going, make a deep run, get a podium finish. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, you know, Ike and Danchev, 2nd and 3rd, they're a lot of chips, great players. You know, this is going to be an exciting finish.
Yeah, and Punat with 17 caches already in Triton and 2 titles, looking for his 3rd as we get started again here. 5 left in the 50K bounty Quattro. These buy-ins are getting bigger and bigger as we get across the series. There's a look at the chip counts for you guys at home. As we discussed, Punat with a pretty significant lead there, 48 big blinds. Dimitar Danchev, just a wildly successful player over the last 10 years on all the different tours. 31 big blinds in 2nd, looking for that title. Ike Haxton, you know, goes without saying, always going to be a threat, one of the legends of the game. And a good series so far for Yaroshevsky. Pulled off a pretty incredible 3rd place ladder. I'm sure some of you were watching that. Just seemed to have anywhere between 4 and 10 blinds for the entire final table and just found a way to sneak away with 3rd.
I remember that. Yeah, I did that final table. Listen, Ike also, he's been in a bunch of interesting hands so far, and this looks like it's about to be another one with Kings. I mean, he's had 2 over bets on the river. Neither got called. One time he had it. The other time one time he had the 9 high flush. The other time he had 7 high.
Balance.
So, you know, neither one got called, but had a pretty wild hand where he called. It was like this goofy pot where Adrian Mateos had like 3 blinds in the big blind, went all in after a bunch of limps. There was a min ISO to 750 from Danchev, and Ike called the 750 cold in the small blind after limping with Jack 7 off, which is like, I'd love to hear what he was thinking there. So it's been some interesting poker. It's gotten a little bit grindy at times as well, but you know, these guys are in there, a lot of money to play for, and there's definitely been some interesting pots. I mean, Mateos ran pretty cold again to exit his 2nd final table. Lost, really, he didn't go out on this hand, but lost a pretty huge pot to Punzri with ace-king to ace-queen. And Punzri river to queen.
So picking up with these pocket kings, Dimitar Danchev flatting the small blind here. Isaac Haxton electing to size up here. What do you think the aim of that is on this texture against the small blind range?
I think it's a spot where he's immediately polarizing some because the small blind flat range like hits a queen jack off like a decent amount with stuff that can continue. Queen 10, King 10, Jack 10, King
And
Jack,
when they
et cetera.
don't, they're just going to fold anyway, so you might as well.
So he's
get
not
paid.
c-betting all the time, and when he does, he's sizing up. You know, so he's immediately polarizing as opposed to like a smaller bet with like most to all of his range.
Yeah, and you can see how it even brings in the likes of Ace-10. You know, maybe one of the worst hands we would see Danchev continuing with, but drawing to the nuts is going to peel one turn queen.
Yeah, agreed with that analysis.
Always tricky these spots where, you know, your opponent is going to be hitting this card that has potentially tripped them up. Difficult for you to get, you know, much value from draws anymore if there were straight draws. And, you know, some jacks might even fold if you do bet again. Not often, but maybe in these particular...
I think this is a spot where Danchev is going to bluff a decent amount because he doesn't have too many worse hands that are calling half pot at OOP on the flop. Ike's not checking back a queen a lot, and he's not betting half pot with a jack a lot. So Ike actually has a pretty sweet hand to call with. Other than that, you're blocking king 10. But like other in the fact that you're the bet check line. But interesting, none of that, all that speculation because Danchev decided not to bluff his hand.
Yeah, we often talk about, you know, when you get sort of to the river with, say, the bottom of your range based on how the hand plays out, that you should be bluffing a lot of the time. But I think this is really great instincts from Dimitar, maybe also recognizing the strength of that flop bet. And then it's not just, you know, some random hand like 8-9 suited, and even if it is, ace-high would be good against that. So...
Yeah, and that hand would bluff here, which is exactly the type of hand that Danchev is thinking that he beats.
There you go.
You know, Ike's also good enough to check back a hand like a queen. I do wonder if he went bet check, would he choose half pot with a queen on the river on such just a dry board where trip queens is like pretty close to the nuts. But I mean, you would think maybe he would at some frequency, even if he normally sized up more with 3 queens.
I guess the problem that Danchev might run into is that, you know, Ike could make this bet with ace-jack. Now, would he have bet half pot on the flop with ace-jack? You know, maybe he wouldn't have sized up that much. So maybe he does.
Ace-jack is a hand, if, let's say he only had 1 bet sizing, I think he might check ace-jack quite a bit on the flop.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
so if you can take out a lot of the jacks because of how stiff that flop bet was, it does become quite polar. And because he checked back, like you said, you know, maybe less likely he has a queen.
The 10's a really bad card, kind of. I mean, because a lot of Ike's bluffs, like 10-9, 10-8, king 10 type hands might have a 10 in them. The ace is a pretty good card, though. Ike's not bluffing ace-high much, and he's nice blocking aces or ace-queen, or if somehow ace-jack made its way in there, like ace-jack would fit for this bet on the river if he somehow got here that way, which is a little bit more unlikely, but he finds the fold.
You know, it's funny. I've seen Dimitar Danchev on so many final tables. I've covered him before. I've just watched him play, and not the flashiest of games, but just almost always seems to make the correct decision and really works it out. And players like that on the tour are you know, underrated in a sense because, you know, you're not maybe talking about them the way you are on Adrian Mateos, but this is someone who's just found incredible success, and watch out for how he really seems to make the right call a lot of the time.
Yeah, I agree. I have found Danchev plays very well. You know, I also think you made another great point, which is that, you know, sometimes guys who have just really solid games, making solid decisions, but not necessarily taking really aggressive lines or fancy plays, don't necessarily get the same shine, but it doesn't mean that they're playing worse. In fact, oftentimes they're playing better. And, you know, just to even back that up, I know that Jason Kuhn has said before multiple times just that, you know, it's oftentimes the guys that aren't known for that are really playing the best poker.
Yeah.
Guys that are just in there making solid decisions. Because I think there are guys, and you know them, and sometimes they go on big heaters who make a lot of bluffs and are really aggro. But I think sometimes maybe they go too far.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mateos is the best example of that guy, though, because he's, to me, I don't know. He seems like a really aggressive guy who actually just plays really well.
Well, there's something. I think he dips into both worlds.
Yeah.
Really. He's an enigma. He's very, very special. But yeah, if you use the metaphor of sports, basketball. You talk to a lot of the best basketball players, and they'll often say, who they value most are these guys that are incredible defenders.
Yes. And here we. Oh, looks
Yeah.
like the 7-6 suited just really flopped Ace Jack off in a world of pain here. Oh.
Ooh. But plenty of outs for the chip leader to knock out Igor, seems like he's had 9 lives. The cat on a couple of these runs dodges it.
To just surviving as a short stack, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of really did it again at this final table. He's been short the whole time, really.
I mean, this is a very, very important skill to have, especially on the Triton Tour. Your tournament life is so valuable. The buy-ins can really add up. If you get those min cashes, you sneak into the final table. If you really know how to utilize ICM, and Igor's showing that, this is something that he's getting quite good at.
And this is the time in the tournament when it matters the most. We're at 5 people left. We've gone through the whole entire field, and the jumps are real. 313, 390, 473, 716, just over $1 million. So this is when it really starts kicking in, and every person that you can just out-survive at this point, and there aren't that many more. There's only 5. So, but you really make a lot of money by moving up.
Yeah,
This is the most extreme ICM part of the tournament for people that aren't familiar. The most pressure to stay alive.
And it's been a bit of a coming out party, actually, recently for Igor. Not a lot of success in the first couple tours. Cyprus 2023, Monte Carlo, a few cashes here and there. But, in Jeju, 7th place in the 100K main for $739,000. 3rd place, of course, we mentioned in the GG Millions live just a few days ago for $419. Now, with an opportunity to add to that total.
And after that double, it's looking more likely that he will, but not on this hand.
Yeah, opening is Punat Poonsri with the Queen Jack from the hijack. Expect him to be continually extremely active, still playing 40 big blinds. No one else much close. Well, Ike actually now with 6.6 million. So 33 for him. Takes it down. Yeah, and that would have been a nice sort of separator for Poonsri if he had held there with the 7-6. Such a huge equity favorite after that flop. And, those 18 big blinds would have given him a 2-to-1 edge on Ike four-handed, and instead going to have to battle it out. And, Igor's a tough out with 18 bigs, and that's what he's left with now. Igor with the ace-5 at the cutoff. Not really an automatic open anyway, but oftentimes players want to use that blocker, and maybe this combination, you like doing more than an ace-6, but...
I mean, it's Punat's big blind,
yeah,
and he's the chip leader, and he has some incentive to play to win the ante, and I think ace-5 off is probably one of the very worst hands that might make the cutoff.
Yeah.
Opening range, so it makes sense that you would tighten up and axe that off.
Worthy of consideration, but definitely under the circumstances.
Yeah, I like the decision to fold. I think it's probably right. And this looks like it's going to get through. Although Punat just randomly takes a little bit of time in some of these spots. I think a little bit of posturing.
Well, with the bounty in play, it is a 7 big blind all-in. Perhaps with, 5 big blinds, Punat would just call most of his range.
Oh, true, yeah.
So
with
it
the
gets
bounty.
a little tricky with 7.
1 million.
And I think he might do it. Hoping his opponent has something like an ace-jack, just running the cards, an ace-8 or something.
Yeah, I briefly
King-jack.
forgot about the bounty for a minute. Yeah, that's
okay,
why
I'll bring
he's...
it back, baby.
Thank you. Thank you, yeah.
The worst news you can get, you feel like your 4 should not be crushed, but it happens to have the ace-4 of spades and a significant 75% favorite.
Oh man, that's pretty dirty.
What do you think? Should we just give him a bear spade or like the deuce of spades here?
I mean, Punat's just been running good. It's probably just going to be like a 9. Oh, okay.
At least
It's
Rainbow
black.
6 is a chop.
Yeah. Rainbow Six is a chop indeed. But that is going to do it. Unlucky for Shingus. Can't get it in much better. At least you have a bad beat story for the fam. Ace-4 to 10-4. Our 5th place finisher for $313,000.
Shingus Satubayev, and I'll tell you what, he played pretty well at the final table. And, you know, he's newer on the tour, but so far he seems like a guy to watch. Again, not fancy aggressive play, but just solid, making good decisions. Found a nice check raise bluff with ace-9 off with the ace of spades on jack-10 little earlier with 2 spades. Some well played, Shingus.
Yeah, deep run in the 100K main event, actually in Jeju for $266,000, 16th place finisher. So he's around. He's doing well. 313K is, you know, probably going to put you in the profit so far, depending on how many bullets you put into all these events. You know.
And I'll tell you what, this man is sun running a bit right now. He's
Yeah.
couple wins all in with dominated hands, and here he is with a massive chip leader. And you know, from what I've seen, Punsry is always ready to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and those are when, you know, players of that nature are at their scariest. If they're running good, it just feels like a bulldozer coming through and eliminating player after player. Punsry with over $12 million in Triton earnings. 2 titles, including the 50K 7-handed in Jeju for a little over $2 million. Ace-6 suited here, just going to shove into Danchev's 24 effective. And the bulldozer keeps dozing.
Yeah, and I wonder how much open jamming he's going to do. He's already shown a proclivity to do it. He did it once on the dealer button earlier with like 6 left when I think it's Danchev with to his left had 38 blinds in the small blind. And the big blind was shorter. So, you know, now he's in a spot where it's 4-handed. Ike has 30, but Ike is right to his right. He might be doing quite a bit of open jamming. The other nice thing about open jamming in the bounty is you win the extra money when you're called, too, because of the bounty.
Right.
So, you know, and these guys have a lot of ICM pressure here with the laddering.
And Ike not in a great seat here with the chip leader on his direct left. Ike, of course, second in chips with about 32 big blinds. So Punat can put a lot of pressure, and you alluded to it just now, Brian. Maybe he'll just shove here because it's into the, and yeah, he does. All in for the effective 32 big blinds of Isaac Haxton. 18 was Yaroshevsky. Danchev with 23. So, yeah, throwing the hammer down.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that. Till either there's no more nails left or things change and Punat becomes one of the nails. One of the two.
Yeah. Don't push it, Punat. He's thinking
I don't
about
think
it.
he open jams this, but
No. I just mean.
I wonder if he raises it though.
Yeah.
I think you end up having a somewhat polarized kind of open range, and then jamming more middle of the road stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think we're now on 16 big blinds. Expect to see a shove here.
Maybe. Might shove. I mean, Ike does cover him. He might also limp. Yeah. Those make the most sense. I think open raising is probably the one that makes the least. Ike has a candidate here to attack kind of some of these real weak offsuit hands. Let's see if he decides to make it like 500K.
Yeah, I think the pause maybe comes from, you know, wanting to do it with the 10-5 to 10 deuces, but maybe just with that interaction, the potential
making it straight
yeah.
just enough not to.
It is interesting, though, to see Igor limp because yesterday when Leon Sturm busted in his he open shoved King 7 suited for about 18 big blinds, blind on blind. So I wonder how things shift, like, you know, at this stage, if it's different. And this was in a bounty format, too, with the mystery bounty, right?
Terrible flop for Igor. Ike actually interacts somewhat. I would be surprised if Ike checks this back again on the turn.
Yeah, a huge amount of equity, obviously, for Ike on this flop, especially against Igor's particular hand. But, you know, you would hate to get check shoved here and fold up that equity, right?
Here's the thing. It's worth just way more in this spot getting ace or king high to fold. And realistically speaking, it's not getting triple checked and 10 highs winning almost ever. So, yeah, I mean, you have some equity, but against most of the hands that check raise you, your hand is dust. You know, your spade probably isn't good, or if it is, then you know what I mean. It's not really the end of the world if I can see it's check raised. It's so much nicer when you pick up the pot here.
Yeah, that's a great point. You're probably, if you are getting check shoved on a board like this, it's probably something, you know, like an ace queen or maybe an ace 10 with the ace of spades, or something that's just you're performing so poorly against with your 10-6, 6 of spades. Oh, those beautiful Jacob & Co. watches. We award these to many different winners here in Montenegro, and they are just beautiful. Just really take a look at them. You can even pause if you want. You're on YouTube there. One of them even has a roulette wheel in them. And the players, it's nice to wear these, I imagine, when you come to different stops. Maybe more so than other bracelets you could win. This is nice and, you know, it's a beautiful timepiece. Jacob & Co. Any favorites from the one you see there?
Out of those three, I would have taken the middle one that reminds me more of the solar system.
Nice.
I kind of like, I'm a fan of cosmology and the universe, so it's one of my nerd passions.
Cosmonaut.
It's one of my nerd passions, brother.
Me too, man.
I think the Wi-Fi at my last house was dark matter, and the new one, it's dark energy.
Nice.
Okay.
You ever watch The Expanse?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the best sci-fi series for sure, of course.
Yeah, one of my favorites. Read the books?
I didn't know.
I recommend, because they did 9 books, and book 7 takes place 30 years after the end of the show.
Okay.
And there's 3 books.
That are after the show, so the show didn't get to the end.
No, because it takes place 30. So maybe in 30 years.
Oh yeah.
They might bring everyone back. Maybe in 20 years.
You just find different actors, you know.
No, but yeah, they could. Well, you know, Ike limping the small with the king 3 and Punat not pouncing with the 10-5 of spades. Pretty interesting flop. Bottom pair for Ike, mid pair for Poons 3.
A little something for everybody in the war of the blinds.
I think Punat's going to go for some value here, not really expecting to be check raised very often in this situation. Maybe ever.
No, he definitely can get check raised. I think he has a decent chance of bluffing. Okay, I'm sorry, not bluffing, betting. But didn't. Both players opt not to.
I guess Ike is supposed to be pretty cagey, even with middling value that's better than a 10-5, given the ICM implications. So.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not check raising a lot, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's a never check raise spot.
Mhm.
That one no, but yeah, I wouldn't expect to be check raised enough to have it really make me not want to bet. But Punzri's hand feels like one that can kind of play both ways.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really feel like I love either action on the flop. I'd probably slightly lean bet, but I don't think it's a big deal. I almost kind of feel the same way here, although now I'm a little bit more towards bet. But okay.
And Ike does get there.
I think after the 8 comes, there's just a few more just single card stuff that have like straight draws, right? Any deuce, 4, 7, or 9, and then the pairs. So
Yeah, I mean, if Ike has ace-9, he would play it this way to the turn and check call a bet,
Yeah.
so you get value from a hand you're
Yeah.
quite far ahead against, right? Ace-7, queen-7, king-7.
So I think there's more incentive to bet, and you also probably get check raised at a higher frequency on the turn than the flop as well. But
And Mr. Overbet back at it again.
his third time.
And also, I would imagine, and you would maybe know the timing better than me, but they probably know what he had in the last 2 overbet spots, right?
Yeah, if they're tracking the stream,
Yeah.
which you never know.
Of course, as we said, he was perfectly balanced in every way. Had it one time, 9 high flush, 7 high bluff the other time. This time has it again. 2-1 favor of value on the overbets to this final table for Ike Haxton.
And 3-0 in favor of folding is his opponent's response.
Overbetting is effective.
Maybe you should just never have it. I have nothing. Overbet. They can't call.
It is interesting, though. I had a great little chat with my dear friend and Triton competitor, Sam Grafton, and he was saying it's the thing that's been shifting a lot out here is, you know, people are really calling. They're really like, you know, they don't want to let anyone have it. Everyone's bluffing a lot. Everyone's calling a lot. So it's just creating a lot of these very interesting dynamics.
It is funny over time how it does seem like there's a group dynamic shift sometimes with stuff like that. I don't quite play quite as many these no limit hold'em tournaments as I used to, but back when I played more, it did seem like to go in and out of phases, like ebb and flow.
Of course. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when there was a day when it was so popular to find a 5-bet bluff, like in a tournament, single tournament you play. It's just like it was like, you know. And I think what's interesting about Triton too is it is this kind of closed ecosystem of all these brilliant people that, you know, it's like a living organism. It's gonna ebb and flow, and all these things, different things are gonna shift, and certain things are gonna be in vogue, but they're always gonna be very, very advanced and very much discussed amongst the players.
Yeah, because some of these guys, I have another friend who plays and they talk in confidence, so maybe some of them think something's happening with the population, and all of a sudden a small group start doing something different.
Yeah.
And then people notice that after a time, and not only just at the table, but also, I mean, a lot of hands are on stream. Surely a relatively large number of players watch a lot of the stream. I mean, there's just a lot of value for that.
Well, a lot of Brian Ross fans, too.
No, man. Listen. There's just a lot. You know, I've heard one guy I talked to, he's like, oh, yeah, I do like your commentary, but when I watch the stream, it's like 2x and on mute.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, like they're just trying to see what's going on, you know?
There's
a lot. I mean, there's a lot of coverage. We're doing 12 hours a day.
No, absolutely.
You know, for 2 weeks. Like
No,
if you're actually reviewing, you know, a lot of that, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hours in reviewing tape.
Well, it's a lot of noise too. They don't want to hear about
Yeah.
what we thought of The Expanse. You know?
Yeah. Oh, they're talking to this. No, I'm just trying to see hands.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
What are they talking about? Books? What is this? So Punat doing his thing, up to 12 million chips. We talked about how he was just under 10 coming into this level, so he's moving on up now. Got that 2-1 lead on Ike Haxton in second, who has 6.3 million. Dan Chev just chilling in the cut, typical Dimitar fashion with 21 big blinds in third. And Igor also doing what he's been doing at this Montenegro stop, which is be short stack and try to move up the ladder. Little smirk from Igor, like, I know what you're doing, but I don't know if I can do anything about it with this.
Yeah, I mean, he's also gets called a little bit wider, which kind of sucks when you have
Bounty.
ace-4 off.
Yeah. You are their only hope, Ike.
Ike has a hand to fight back with. 7-5 suited.
I could tell. I felt like you were vibrating. You liked the 7-5 suited. It was like, this is exciting.
I mean, listen, when you play, part of your background is like 600 big blind deep cash games. 7-5 suited, it's a nice little hand, man.
You've broken some hearts with 7-5
Yeah,
suited. You've ruined some days and nights. So not the dream flop Ike was hoping for, but some potential. If you can see a cheap turn card, hopefully something like a check, but not this time. 350 into about 1.1. Price good enough for you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he has a backdoor flush draw too, so this bet is like 30% ish. So yeah, Ike is
Heck, he has a backdoor straight flush draw.
Yeah, Ike is sticking around.
Yeah, helps when you're drawing to the effective nuts too with a 6.
Oh my!
Was that me? Did I do that?
You did. You did do that. It's the 6 of diamonds.
It also
too.
is, yeah.
You know, and Punzri, the 6 isn't like the worst card. I mean, he's blocking 10-7, whatever. But like, the 10 really gives him a gutter. So he has top pair. He has a gutter. It's a nice hand. Does he want to? Well, first is Ike going to check? Because Ike is not checked yet.
Yeah, and you're going to get a lot of value from something like 7-8. You know.
Yeah. Now Ike is checked. Is Punzri going to bet again? Looks like the stack to pot ratio is exactly 3-1. His hand is not really good enough on most runouts to go bet, but it is nice betting. Yeah, the thing is that's nice about it is having the 10, right? Like 9-10 is better than like 9-jack here.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, blocking the 10-7, definitely having some relevance here.
Just having that extra equity. Also the 10, like when your opponent has 8-10, for example, that hand has way less equity, right, than when you have like King-9. And your opponent is going to call with a lot of like 8-10. If they had like 6-10 of clubs, called flop.
Yeah, and Ike too strong here with his straight. Surely recognizing that this could just be a strong value hand that wouldn't call an all-in, you know? Because Ike's not going to just be going all in with a turned combo draw. Like, he's going to have better than one pair hands in this particular ICM situation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Now, but this changes it, though. Ike was probably going to check most rivers. Now he has another decision here because a lot of value hands are going to check back.
It's quite a bad card for Ike, really.
So Ike's decision is, do I kind of try to bluff catch, really, by checking here and hoping Punat, you know, do I think he's more likely to have bluffing hands that will bluff, or do I think he's more likely to have value hands that I want to bet myself You know, the biggest clue would be how does he feel about the 5 of diamonds being in there as opposed to like 7-8 or 9-8.
So I would also say too the interaction of that 9-8 and how it will affect what they both perceive to be their potential bluffing range. You know, the 10 jacks, the queen 10s, specifically when they're diamonds. You know, like if he thinks that, and he is deciding to bet here, if he thinks Poonsri might have something like a 10 jack or a queen 10, you know, queen jack.
Let me say why.
Yeah.
Let me just clear this up for you and everybody, because I figured it out.
Great.
See, Ike doesn't want to have the 9-7 or the 8-7 because those are the hands that he wants. He wants Poonsri to have a 9 or an 8, right? In the sense that if Poonsri has a 9 or an 8, he's probably checking back. So now I need to bet. And Ike's going to get here with a 7 normally if he has like 9-8, 7-8, 6-7, or 5-7, right? So having 5-7 makes it better to lead because you're unblocking Poonsri from having 9 or 8s, which are checkbacks.
Yes, okay.
Right.
And he's right in that assessment. I mean, very difficult to find this call with just a 9, but Ike has surveyed this situation correctly, reading it as Rast described, unblocking those, you know, top pairs, mid pairs. And pretty significant hand there for Isaac Haxton. Up to 42 big blinds.
On a blank, it was probably going to go check on the river. I don't think Ponat value bets that a third time.
No.
Even on like a total
Not
brick.
before, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying, yeah, no, if it was just a brick, he might.
Like
he might
a 3.
Not, yeah.
Which is the brickiest of the bricks there, or like a deuce, right? Oh, even the 3's brickier
yeah,
than a deuce.
and you know why I agree with you too? Is that he only has 10-9. And Ike should be pretty tight calling from the big blind. That it's maybe a bit, you know, a bridge too far. I mean, I could easily just have king 9, you know, ace 9, queen 9 suited, whatever.
Yeah, and you don't want to bet again
No.
versus those. So
Yeah.
I think the 10-9 is a
Would be a
nice
check.
bet, but then you check.
Right. Pretty interesting hand.
Yeah, I mean, the bad card for Punat would be like the third 9. That's his. That's the
death card.
Death card.
Ike probably would be folding the offsuit variety of this 9 deuce, but hoping to just get a free flop. This is a candidate you think for Punat to say, hey, listen, I'm still the chip leader here. You can't just be freely limping into my small.
Yeah, I mean, he might. In these spots, you never really, I mean, it's one of those things where I guess they're supposed to mix, or like do it sometimes, or maybe they have some weird feel, you know. The best in those spots is if you're watching the guy in the small blind and there's anything you can pick up about how long he looked at his cards, how long it took him to call, is anything different. That would be the best. But then short of that, if you have nothing, probably just go to a randomizer or something.
But the tiebreaker, I think, for Punat must be the nature of still having the chip lead over Ike, right? You have position.
Yeah.
You got to punish most of the time. So sort of maybe if you would only raise a certain percentage of the time with all of those raggy hands, let's do it almost all the time when we have Ike covered and he's in second.
Well, maybe you do it like slightly more than you would otherwise, but not, you know, not going from X% to almost all the time. Because then you open yourself, I think you just open yourself up to being exploited. Unless your opponent didn't know you were doing that, but you know, let's assume these guys play together. They're going to watch what happens on the stream, so you wouldn't want to do an over adjustment like that. I think.
Sorry, Ike. No problem.
Because then I could just print there by folding a little too often and just having good hands when he comes in, and your opponent's just like always raising with, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Danchev and Igor now, both sub 15 big blind stacks. So while these guys have taken to the dance floor, just the two of them, not letting anyone really else get involved. The other two are slowly bleeding out, and Punat might do his all-in thing again.
Yeah, will he go all in? Will he 3-bet? Will he flat? Will he fold? Don't think he's folding.
No.
All in?
Yeah, just so much ICM pressure here. I think even maybe Ike needs to fold maybe two better aces? I don't know.
Not ace-6 suited.
No, I'm saying I think he might have to fold ace-jack even like, even his queen with ICM. So that's what makes it so profitable, pardon me, to shove. Sometimes your opponent wakes up with kings or queens, and then 30% of the time you hit him with the hammer. Dimitar the Scimitar. There's Ike. GG Poker. Sign up at GG Poker. You'll get a $50 Global Millions ticket. There's those great little, you got Elky there and Kranu. They have some great little animations over at GG Poker. Use the sign-up code Triton_2024. That's TRITON_2024. Get yourself a Global Millions ticket. Play much on GG, I guess?
No.
No.
No, I don't.
But there's plenty who do. Punat, sevens. I mean, only one way this is going. Effective 14 big blinds.
No, Ike has 30
Ike is
bigs
30.
in the,
Still
in the
going,
big
though.
blind.
Yeah.
But he's still ripping. Well, now Ike only has 28 effective big blinds.
Punat puns rip. 2 in a row. And as the blinds go up, so does that edge. 51 big blinds for Poonsri, 13 million. And if you guys aren't on the Triton app, Poker Plus app, got to get on here. There's so much incredible information about all the players. You can click on them. I'm clicking on Punat Poonsri right now. You can see he has over 12 million in cashes. You can see every tournament they've played here at Triton. You can even see their chip graph for this tournament. See what hands happened when against who. Igor Yarashevsky, Queen 8 of clubs on the button.
Yeah, you're really not watching this in the best way possible if you don't have the app out in front of you. I mean, just as somebody who doing my job here, watching these streams, like I got this iPad and it really helps.
Click, click, click. Yeah, it's
you
so
know,
good.
And so yeah, you just got to do it, guys. And while you're at it, bring that mouse over, gently click it on the like and subscribe button. But while you're physically gently clicking it, mentally smash it. Smash it hard, smash it long, just like these guys are doing at the table, where mentally they're placing the chips into the pot, physically, but mentally they're smashing them in order to smash their opponents and win the tournament. Okay? It's the same thing.
Honestly, we really appreciate it. And you're not even going to believe this. I have a confession to make, Brian, but I've been watching the stream for the last 4 days. I throw it on YouTube, you know, when I'm at home between shifts and stuff like that. And I realized that I had not smashed it. I had not hit subscribe. Yeah, mortifying. I hit like, so even someone working, you got to remind them, and then once they've done it, they never have to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're just giving this to you guys for free, basically. Yeah. So, you know, going to stay in, talk in the chat, just like and subscribe. The YouTube algorithm, like, doesn't even send you stuff you subscribe to anyway. Like, you subscribe to some, I'm subscribed to a bunch of channels. I don't even see half of them on my feed when they come out with videos. Who knows what that algorithm's doing? It's AI overlords. They're just doing whatever.
I'll tell you what. If you subscribe and then you tweet at me at Griffin Benger and say that you subscribed, I will smash the like button on that tweet.
Oh.
Bring them in.
Oh, my goodness.
Bring them all in. But I will check if you subscribed. No free likes over here, okay?
Yeah.
The only free thing is the poker that
Yeah,
we're giving
that's
you
it.
here.
That's it.
At Triton.
Oh, and Ike is going for it again, another raise, and this time it's going to
Phew.
get through the 6-5 off. I can't believe it. The last, 4 times he's opened, he got ripped on.
But he knows, Punat Puntri's no spaz. He understands that he's going to have a certain range, and he's doing a great job of putting pressure as Igor defending the big blind, just 8 big blinds black, and does the old front shove, attacking hands just like this, Brian.
Oh, yeah, it is. I cannot be excited about this. That's for sure. There's that 60K bounty.
So the one thing that I find interesting about spots like this and the way that I interpret how they've evolved is that this isn't often a front shove with a 10 or a queen. It's pretty much always a draw. Is that fair to say? Or it's usually something like this or a jack 8, jack 9.
Yeah, it does seem like that. That's the case very, very often. You would think, though, that the continued evolution would then change that a little bit to have there be some balance involved. But
I've seen some interesting plays by a couple of players in these situations, short stack defending, some min leads and stuff with hands like this, 7-6 suited, just creating more streets of play. But this is also one way to do it, which is the front shove, and he needs a club, 7 or a 6, or he's our 4th place finisher.
Igor can do it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. He's the cat. 9 lives.
Punzri loves seeing that. He doesn't really care if someone gets knocked out, but now these Ike in second has been chopped a little bit, and it's even the pack is even closer now, 12, 15, and 24 blinds.
So explain that to your average viewer at home that might not understand why Punzri wouldn't want there to be 3 left instead of 4 left in a situation very unique like this.
Yeah, because he benefits from those 3 players remaining being tightly packed, so each one is waiting for the others to bust so that he can just keep putting the pressure and winning the chips.
Yeah.
So this helps him actually win the tournament more often than if Ike wins that there, and Ike is almost as many chips as him, 3-handed.
Yeah, Ike was already handcuffed before, but now really can't finish, 4th place here. He needs to find a way to get into that top 3, preferably final 2. If we take a look at the payouts, for 390,000, you get another 83,000 to get to 3rd. The runner-up gets 716,000, and the champion gets over $1 million. So disastrous to get all his chips in, and why we said he might fold something like Ace-Jack or Ace-Queen previously, because you can't risk being up against 2 9s and losing a flip or even getting sucked out on.
But here Ike has a nice hand in the big blind, King-Queen. He's going to come with call, and the reason being is even though he knows it's probably a profitable shove, when Punzri has a big hand and calls him, it really, really sucks.
Yeah.
And by calling here, he keeps in all of Punzri's trash King X hands, which he's, as you can see, he's raising all of them basically. He's raising even King 4 off. So he dominates a bunch of hands by just calling.
And not just the dominated kings, the dominated queens too.
Yeah,
like
and
you have the nut.
And doesn't risk his stack in a situation where he's second in chips and has the biggest risk premium of anyone at the table.
In a situation like this where you think maybe your king-queen high would be good, this is maybe the muddied waters you don't want to worry about getting involved in. With this forehand, the nature of this four-handed, the way the chips are right now.
Ike loves muddied waters. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to call here, but
but he's prepared to get messy.
He's gonna. use the galaxy brain and analyze the spot and try to come up with the best play, all the factors.
Oh my God, he didn't. He raised.
And wow, this is just king, queen off with no diamond. He's going for it.
Wow. Attacking that range that he just feels has nothing, no leg to stand on, like an 8-9 of clubs or whatever trash, 10-6 of spades that he's opening with, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately for Ike, Punzri
has something.
He has a 4. He has a 4, and he has position. He has a lot of chips, and Ike didn't raise super big. So almost, but now, and I mean, is Ike? He doesn't have a diamond, so he's probably one and done, right? That was like a one and done play. But if he's not one and done, he's going to win this pot. Someone is going to bet, I think. And I guess it's possible that they both check down king high, but probably someone bets. Whoever bets wins. That's where we're at. Yeah, one and done like we suspected.
And now Punat maybe just easier to bet here, but feeling like he probably has a decent amount of showdown value with the king high.
Yeah. That's why, I mean, there are some small branches where they check it down, which would be amazing for Ike.
Oof, gets there.
It's 4 diamonds, though. Now, there's 4 diamonds now, though, so maybe Ike, does he decide to bluff here? It's really hard for him to have a worse hand.
Well, this is the thing about Punat's range, too, is that I imagine Ike thinks more likely he has an ace-X kind of hand than he has 2 diamonds, because those probably would bet the turn. So if maybe he just thinks if I bet here and Punat might fold his non-diamond aces, but I don't know. Punat might just call when he has an ace anyway. I don't know. So
he might, but he might not. I mean,
but he can just have ace, jack, jack of diamonds. Like he plays it same as played, right?
No, sure, yeah. But it's more likely as a non-diamond ace than a diamond ace by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Just from combinatorics.
Yeah. Like the makings of a hero. Doesn't get greedy. It's just
it's really small, which, I mean, definitely isn't going to get a 4 to fold, but what is he targeting? I guess he's targeting pocket pairs with this that don't have a diamond. Maybe ace-X hands with no diamond, although those might get curious at this size, but...
And you can see the furrowed brow of Isaac Haxton. Little surprised that didn't get through on the flop. Wow. Yeah, he's wearing it. Every once in a while you get a window into the feelings of these otherwise stoic champions. And that was, he made it very clear right there how he felt about that situation.
I mean, it's a pretty... He's now down, immediately down, joining the pack.
Yeah.
I mean, look how tightly wound that is. 12, 14, 15 blinds. 3 blinds separating the bottom 3 players. So Ike's once commanding second place position has just evaporated.
Yeah, and it's hard to call the situation, that hand, a mistake. But where it leaves him now makes it feel that way, right? Like maybe it wasn't worth that as we look at the payouts I was talking about just a second ago. 390 for fourth, 473 second place, 716,000 US dollars for second. First, over $1 million. Punat Punzri has a huge chip lead now with 15 million. The next closest with 3.8. Huge favorite now to get his 3rd title.
Well, listen, if you just can't be results oriented in the analysis, really. When Ike check raises there, he's getting a really good price to win all that money in the middle. And really what he's thinking is, hey, if my opponent's raising a really wide range of hands, he's just going to have a lot of hands like the ones you said, like 8-9.
Yeah.
They can't call. And if my opponent is folding some hands pre-flop, a lot of the hands he's folding are going to have a deuce or a 3 in them, right? So, you know, maybe he's just going to have to fold this flop a lot.
Yeah.
In which case he kind of instantly profits against all those bad hands just with the check raise, and that's why it's a one and done situation.
Mhm.
Then just the way the run out happened.
Yeah, it was
he
very
bluffed the
strange.
river,
Yeah, it was.
right?
He should have won on so many different rivers. And the other thing that I find interesting too is that because he is supposed to be, Ike is supposed to be much tighter in how he defends against Punat, it makes his play seem even stronger than it was. But just a very, very unfortunate, you know, sort of turn of events in that river card. But Punat does not go down without a fight. And like we said, when players like that get a little bit, you know, when Lady Luck is on their side a little bit, they're tough to stop.
That'll be good, yeah? All in.
Oh, grabbing chips, it must be a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Good, but doesn't dominate. So the king and 3 are both live, which gives him just over a third in terms of equity. And
King 3 for Punat. Dimitar Danchev, Ace Jack, a 65% favorite to double up. And as we talked about those payouts, this is really huge hold for him, and that's a bad start. Positions well reversed.
and it's over.
Yeah, it is over.
I mean, Punat's really just been sun running these all-ins, just pretty big dogs and just taking it down. It's going to end this final table in spectacular fashion. He now has 72 blinds, and the other two players combined have 29, and are sharing it almost equally. But good run by Dimitar Danchev, great player. Just ran into the steamroller here, huh?
Yeah, not much you can do. Seemed to do everything right on this final table, but sometimes that isn't enough. Sometimes you got to hold. Didn't work out for Danchev. He is going to take home, though, $390,000 to add to his nearly $2 million in Triton earnings. As we see the remaining three payouts. A lot of big fans of Punat Poons here on the YouTube chat, filling it in with a lot of Thai. It's great to see there. Countryman, huge chance for another Triton Poker Series title.
I mean, this, in a lot of these Triton payouts, I'm seeing that they really make the third to second jump big.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's almost like the third to second jump is really, it's, if you're just thinking about the differences, fourth to third and then third to second.
One big.
I mean, it's a much bigger difference than the third to second, second to first. So this is a big jump here. So,
yeah.
Which means that Punat probably just gets to relentlessly pile on these guys.
Yeah, and this is a perfect candidate to do it with for 15 big blinds effective. Taking a little pause, like he isn't sure if he should shove something trashy when in fact he has a very strong three-handed pair.
Now
and little Igor, still there, huh? Blinds up, 150,000, 300,000 with that matching 300,000 chip ante. And that is going to make our two shorties that much shorter. 10 blinds for Igor Yarashevsky, 12 for Isaac Haxton. And I'm sure Ike's a bit grateful after that unfortunate turn of events with the king-queen to have at least gotten that one pay jump. Quite significant, getting an extra 83 grand. But like you mentioned, between second and third, and then of course second to first, the jumps are getting quite big.
I just cover. I have 3,025,000 behind. 3,325.
So as we just heard, Ike is the slightly covering stack. Igor has what appears to be 10 blinds and 5 high without offsuit. So yeah, he's going to let that go. Nice little walk for Ike. Never hate the walk in that position.
No, we'll take it with simple jack.
And yeah, this particular position here, players are going to be pretty tight. Ike is going to be, if the button folds, I think Ike's going to have one of the highest small blind fold percentages you're going to see.
Yeah, wouldn't expect a lot of limp folding, I guess, from the small.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to limp there a bunch? I mean, it's
No.
like, no. Igor, though, has a hand that's not going in the muck. In fact, those chips are going in the pot. I think his only size is kind of an all-in size.
Yeah. Ike, some consideration here with King 9 suited, or?
You know, I don't know. It feels like, I mean, you love busting him, but are you ahead of his range with King 9 suited? Like, Igor, yes, he has to, he can't be too tight, right, because the blinds will eat him up. That said, I don't know. Do you think it's performing well?
I think it is slightly below Igor's range, but he goes for it anyway. I don't think Igor is shoving Queen 9 off, or even maybe he shoves Jack 10 off. Maybe there's like a couple hands he's beating, but no worse kings. I don't think he's shoving King 6 suited into in the bounty format. It's relevant too, right? Because
he might have some worse King X suiteds, but not offsuit. But
yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
But I mean, the bounty's doesn't matter that much now. I mean, the pay jumps are like 200,000+. The bounty is only mildly relevant.
Yeah, Igor has, pocket fives, and we're thinking, oh, nice call, this will flip.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's important not to be results oriented. Happened to wake up with a monster. Could have just had Queen 10 off, Ace rag, King 9 suited performing pretty well.
Yeah, maybe there's just
against.
enough of those hands, like Queen 10 off, Jack 10 off,
Queen
King
Jack
8
off.
suited,
Yeah, Queen
like
Jack
Ace
suited.
4 off, that you're just like...
Let's run the cards. I've seen King 9 suited win too much to let this go. Ike needs a king and only a king, or he is our significant short stack here.
And Igor just will not be denied.
Nice little fan rail there. Our fifth place finisher, Shingus, hanging around to support Igor.
Yeah, Ike's down to 3 bigs, and on the button, he's going to have to put in 70% of his chips or so on the next hand. So this is it's a big button for him.
So am I reading this right? I'm checking out Ike's profile here. 38 caches for 11.3 million. No titles.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that is...
It gets brought up at every final table.
Yeah.
Where It's mentioned, but
it's absurd. That's remarkably unlucky. So would have been nice to just get it out of the way here in this 50K bounty tournament.
Tall order at this point.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
All in.
And having a little chuckle, has to fold nearly entire range there that isn't sort of aces, kings, queens. Shows the ace and folds. What do you think the worst hand to call with is there? 3 big blinds for Ike. You do nothing and you make, you know.
Yeah, it's maybe.
Do you fold jacks, queens?
I was just thinking about that. I think I fold jacks. I think I call kings. So I don't know.
I don't know about queens.
I probably call it, but it could be wrong. That's what I would say.
So just to remind you, I know you probably already know this, but I want to remind it again. Of course, yes, yes.
Ace king suited
yes, you can't
whatever.
risk losing to 10 deuce there. $240,000 if you just fold is potentially what you're risking.
Yeah.
I might fold queens. Ike is all in here.
It is just, though, I mean, it really increases your chances of winning the tournament.
Yeah. Which
and
is
he's
another
jamming
300.
any two, so I don't really know, like, what is queens versus any two. That I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean.
It is interesting, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Can Punat Poon 3 finish off Ike? That is a very, very bad start in doing so. Even if you get lucky on the turn with a 7 or a 3. Outs galore for Isaac Haxton. 8's no good. Bigger straight for Ike. 7 or a 3 only.
Nuts.
Nuts.
Super big one. Nice hand.
So you never know. He's up to 7 big blinds now. We're only playing with about 90 in play. Another double up. He's back to where he was before the King 9-9s. I say this is the unlikely comeback of Ike Haxton for his first Triton title. Call him a shot.
That would make it quite the story. He said all these great chances and then finally did it when he got down to 2.5 big blinds.
I did call that 6 on the turn earlier, remember? So,
Yeah.
you know, I might be in the zone.
That would be quite the run to watch. I guess we'll get to watch it.
And we would share it together.
Yes.
Me, you, and these tens of thousands of people.
When you put it that way, let's go, Ike.
When someone asks what our first date was, we're like, well, let me tell you about a man named Isaac Haxton. He'd never won a Triton tournament before.
Have you ever heard the saying, a chip in a chair? Well,
well, let's
didn't
just
originate
say
here, but it might as well have.
they were worried he'd never win a Triton event. But then he got the King Deuce suited with 7 big blinds in the small, and we started to believe. The quick call for that bounty. Queen 7 is behind. It all starts here. Well, it started last time, but it continues.
They're all big ones when you're all in.
I will say that we might be getting, YouTube might be turning on us, though. A lot of big Punat fans. I mean, I can't understand what they're saying, but I have a feeling they're like, you know, whose side are you on?
I'm on my own side.
4, 2
Let me
hearts,
make that clear.
1 diamond, no queen, no 7, and ooh, that's a good card.
Let's get the last 5. Quads. Quads with king high.
Isaac Haxton just doubled up with quads. Ooh, give him a boat. Okay.
Exactly.
All aboard for the 5s full of kings boat for Isaac Haxton. Not done yet. I didn't hear no bell. And you alluded to it earlier, Brian, about how Punat probably was fine with it staying 4-handed. Probably fine with it staying 3-handed, right?
I mean, I think in that spot you'd rather just bust him and you win the chips. You know what I mean? You win the chips auto.
Yep. And you get the bounty.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to lose chips here and not bust somebody. Yeah, you want to get the bounty, get the chips.
But it's not the worst thing in the world. He can just shove, you know, near full range on Igor, right? And it's just like you just print until one of them busts. You got to win a showdown eventually. I don't think he's losing sleep over it.
No. No, he still has, you know, a little less than twice as many chips as the other two combined. So he's doing all right. Definitely not losing sleep.
Definitely a shove candidate based on the strategy for Poonsri.
All in.
Igor, yeah, he had the look of a man who had a mid-ace, didn't he?
Yeah.
And this is the power of these scenarios. You know, were Ike just to have 3 to 5 big blinds, I think Igor folds this quite quickly. Maybe things change a bit for him.
I'm curious. It's like maybe you still fold. Like,
yeah, I think you do, but it's
Ike
not
has,
easy.
I mean, you have 8 more blinds than him right now, so you can still keep waiting.
Significant.
Like, this just, yeah, you're winning chips, but it's ace-7 off.
Yeah, that's the shaking of the head.
Yeah.
He hears your voice up in the clouds.
Are we really going to risk it all and let Ike get second that easy? He says no.
Tell you what, Ike wanted him to call.
Oh, he did. Especially
talked about the big jump too, right? 240 grand. We'll take that. And we go on. Ike with no quit. Igor, the unkillable, he just found a way to stick around in a few of these FTs here in Montenegro. And then the dominating Punat Poonsri just trying to finish them off, looking for his 3rd title. What do you think? All of it?
Yeah, I think you got to play it. Now the question is, how much of his range is all in? How much is he raising, right? You can't have your too many junk hands in min raise.
So I think
this is a hand that's could be in either one of those ranges.
I think it's the bottom of his shove range.
Yeah.
I think that he would shove worse suited hands, like 10-7, 9-7 suited, and Igor says, I'm going for it. Wow, ace-8 suited, too good. And you can see how live Punat Poonsri is. I would love to know what ICM says about this, but this is a huge opportunity for Igor. What do you think, Brian?
I mean,
what's the difference between the ace-7 and this, really?
Not obviously, his hand is slightly better, but Punat's might not be. Is he
the
shoving
range
any
is stronger.
too?
Yeah,
the range
I'm
is
really
stronger,
surprised
so
about this call. Oh my God, I had a feeling.
I probably would have folded his hand.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't understate how brave of a call this is, given the pay jump between 2nd and 3rd, and it's not over yet, baby.
A queen or a jack.
Punat has sees some light at the end of the tunnel, peering through the window. He sees a little crackle. Is there a queen or jack on the river? He's not. 3 pair, no good. And that really changes things.
Oh yeah, that brings Igor and Punat quite close up, and Ike's just in a distant 3rd.
And the extra flush potential coming in huge. Making the flush, flopping it. Flopping like a 4-way straight flush, too, or something. There's so many. King of clubs a straight flush. 9 of clubs a straight flush. That's what you like to see. and maybe a bit of a
150.
a statement from Igor. You know, just saying, you know, I'm sick of waiting around and doing these ICM games. I want to just want to go for this one. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try to get my first Triton title. I'm not going to let you just run things over, take Ike out, and then I'll be left with crumbs. Now we got players. 36 big blinds for Igor Yarashevsky. There it is. 11 million in chips. Punat Poonsri with 39 big blinds with 12 million. So it is now a two-horse race. But Ike's got a little bite. He has 9 blinds. He's not that far away from the other two. Again, we only have like 85 big blinds in play. So
yeah, he has 9 blinds and he's got no limitations now.
Yeah.
He's just so far in third. There's no ICM. You know, surely he knows that players can win the 60K bounty, and it's not going to cost either Igor or Punat too much of their chips, so they might call him a little bit wide, but that's about it. It's not too much incentive for Ike to wait around at all because the only person he'd be waiting on is himself.
$10-8 off on the button for Igor.
600.
Trying to decide if he wants to start establishing his ability to play poker here. Now,
Wow, is Punat just going to rip it on him?
Yeah, technically has more chips, and I think it's, you know, it's a strategy, a tried and true strategy of a Thailand native.
Yeah.
Boom. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Maybe the 10-8 wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting too? Had he not made that questionable open, Ike would have shoved likely with King 5 from the small.
Yeah.
Snapped by Ace 5.
Oh, wow.
And we'd be heads up. So.
I mean, most of the time.
Well, yes, of course. Thank you.
But yeah, no, that's wow. Igor, what a sliding doors moment.
Yes.
I missed that. Nice catch, Griffin.
Thank you. I was very proud of myself for catching it. Ike now, button. Now it won't do it. Oh, come on, Kenny.
I mean,
he's going to do it.
I don't know, though. The risk reward is dicey, like 34 blinds.
He's going to do it. I mean,
it's wild. That seems wild to me.
he's looking at the beautiful check. Just do it, Igor. Let's just play for let's just play for it. A little different from when Igor had 17 bigs to Ike's 11, I think, and called with the ace-8 of clubs. I don't think he's calling with ace-8 of clubs there. So when the range is so much more tighter, you know.
Yeah. I wonder.
Because even if
I
he's
wonder what his strategy. I mean, I guess Punat's strategy is just jamming, but like, you know, what about limping? What about 3x, 4x, 5x? I mean, you can start getting some pretty big open raise sizes, right? Because they're over 30 big blinds effective. But you know what? Punat's simplifying the game tree here.
I mean, the bounty nature is definitely contributing to it, right? I think we've seen Punat play some final tables, and he's not just, you know, all over the place, all ins. Like, this is definitely part of the equation, right?
750.
Ooh.
Oh. I mean, I think you want to induce here, right? Let's make it like 2.3.
All in.
Call off. No. Just rip.
Oh.
I don't know, though. If you're Ike, it's like Igor has a pretty strong range here.
Very strong, but of course,
I
not
guess
always just better pairs.
Yeah, Ike only has like 6 blinds.
Yeah, it seems too good. Ike's definitely suspicious in a way of like, well, wait a minute. I mean, Igor needs to have like...
Yeah. Yeah, Igor needs to have a big hand.
one of the best in the world.
Yeah,
Ike folds
I like
pocket
that
sevens
fold.
on 8 bigs.
Because Igor's range is like very strong.
Well, it's never worse pairs.
No.
Right? So it's all the better pairs and then all the ace, queen pluses. It's interesting here. The chip counts. Hunat, 41 bigs. Igor right behind him with 37 after that queen's shove. Ike, remarkable fold with pocket sevens. Brian seemed to think it was pretty easy. I would have just...
No, I don't know about easy.
Brian's feet.
I don't know about easy, but I thought that's what he's going to... I don't know. It's like... What's
such an
Igor's
amazing gear
range?
to
Like
have.
Igor's
Yeah.
range is maybe 7s, 8s plus, like ace 10 suited plus, like ace
It's just
queen off.
what's amazing
ace
to me
jack
about the
off,
fold,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like 7, like
It's just you have 7 bigs, right? It's one of those things where like
king queen suited.
take your flip equity, kind of like you're just gonna bleed out. That's how I would have approached it. But you've convinced me. Is the thing. That's what's so amazing about it. It's like you're right. I can see it. It's just in the moment I'd be like, oh, I got 2 million. The big blind's 300K. We know that he's raising near 100%
you're getting a
of range.
good price. You have a good hand, but yeah, like maybe you'd rather have. Like I think you'd rather have like 10-9 suited than 7s, for example, because it's not dominated very often. You actually have some overcards to a few of the pairs. You have more equity against like aces and kings and whatever. I don't know.
What do you think he does with ace jack off, Isaac? As Igor gets queens again, we should say.
I think ace, that's a good one. I think maybe it's also a fold, but maybe not.
In the moment, it's
no,
just
but maybe not
feels-
like ace. I think it's like right on the cusp. Like ace queen is a call, and like
queen's
maybe
a call,
ace jack suited is a call. Like
Yeah.
it's like right around there, I think.
And that has a lot to do with the 10s and 9s that Igor's going to have, right, too? And You're going to be flipping against, and you need to... So this is a very interesting turn card here. Igor getting the ladies again on the button, raises, checks back on ace-king for 2 diamonds, understandably. And Punat actually picks up the dream card for his, in the sense of the hand that was prepared to fold before, but just check down, and now the straight for Igor.
Yeah, Punat's gonna check. He kind of has an interesting candidate to check raise river with. It's a hand that really, maybe once in a while you can win check lines, but when your opponent bets, you're never beating value, and you turn it into a bluff off the strength of mostly the 9 of diamonds.
550.
But the jack doesn't hurt either. Not saying he's going to do it, but I think it might be a thing here with his hand.
How often does Poonsri find himself at the river with a flush that checks 3 streets? Like, of course, he checks the flop. Checks the flop turn sometimes, or does he want to punish the check back kings and like to credibly represent a flush here? Oh wow, he calls.
Oh, wow,
okay.
he just calls. I think it can happen. Obviously, it'll be a kind of small portion of your flushes, but I think you can arrive there with that line.
I think you can too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7, 8 of diamonds. Maybe you're hoping your opponents check back a hand like King Jack, or
I mean, you probably
turns
lead
2 pair.
most of your flushes on the turn, but then
Yeah.
when you check, now checking it again on the
you
river
check
is
it
like
for sure when the 4-liner, when
you
the
probably
Broadway comes. Yeah.
probably majority check ones that you check turn in order
Yeah.
to check raise.
So blinds
So-
are up now to 20,000, 40,000. Igor, 32
Think,
bigs, 12.65 million.
Blind, yeah.
Isaac
Might open
Haxton
by-
is in the
yeah.
danger zone, but he is fresh off a pretty
for it.
astute fold for just 7 or 8 big blinds with pocket 7s when he would have been absolutely crushed by the queens of Igor Yarashevsky. So he's hanging on. He's finding a way to still be in this tournament. And then this is what he wants, what he needs, is to win a flip here. One of these 2 players will call for the 5 big blinds with the 60,000 bounty. So we will get a showdown.
So what you're trying to say is, would a What a Ike wants, what a Ike needs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Whatever makes him
Ike
happy and
sets him free.
sets him free. That would be the Queen 10. What an Ike wants and what an Ike needs.
He's quite happy with it. And Punat will ISO, I think, here.
Hold on.
Yeah, coming after the bounty.
Yeah.
Ike will be happy to be a favorite. Not insignificant favorite either.
Yeah, almost more than I expected. 62-37. But yeah, just sharing, I guess, a lot of the straight draw cards to kind of cancel each other out.
Yep. When Punat hits pairs, Ike makes straight draws a lot.
Yeah.
It's probably
Spade blocker for Ike.
Spade blocker plus covering on 4 spade runouts. So.
Ooh, very interesting flop. Middle pair for Ike. Pretty fair fight. The percentages haven't moved at all from 62% to 61%. Open-ended for Poonsri.
Okay.
Ooh, 10 of spades on the turn. Trips for Ike. Still open-ended, but now the queen is dead. Needs a 7 or a spade on the river.
And the jack. Yeah, not a great card. There it is.
1.8.
Ike. He's coming. Be like Ike.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's nice, you know, sometimes when you see a little poker justice. You know, Isaac Haxton makes that great fold with pocket sevens. Finds that queen 10, has the best hand. Gets it in against a worse hand. Doubles up. Long way to go, but not as long as you'd think. I mean, 11 big blinds. The other two players only around 30. So wait a minute. I should say, actually, wow, the way things changed so quickly. I don't know how I missed this, but after that confrontation, Punat Poonsri is second in chips with 22 big blinds. Igor has 13 million, 32 blinds. So yeah, Ike is within striking distance. Now that the blinds have gone up, we really have a 3-horse race.
Yeah, there's a very clear 3-2-1 right now.
Yeah.
And Poonsri's no longer one. As you said, it's Igor.
This is the 50K 7-handed bounty, final table, final 3. Igor Yurashevsky, 32 big blinds in the lead. Punat Poonsri from Thailand in second. And Isaac Haxton bringing up the rear with 9 big blinds, but he's been hanging on.
So now we get to see how Igor is going to treat the chip lead. I wonder what he does here. If you raise, there's some incentive to go big, like 3x. Discourage Punat from calling.
800.
He mins it, but also because like you kind of have to call Ike anyway, right? And but I guess he decides he's not going to call Ike, maybe.
Yeah,
which
and
is why
that's
he
maybe
does
why
that.
he made it 8. Yeah, like if he decided he was going to call Ike, let's make it $1 million, $1.2 million.
Yeah, because we're
Jack
call
fours
Ike,
is so bad.
and we don't want Poonsri to call much.
Yeah. Oh, how the tables have turned, Punat. 20 big blinds. But with an ace in hand, might
All
just
in.
shove anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
I kind of think in this spot, I mean, Punat's not shoving super wide. I don't think A6 off performs that well against like a normal chip, right? Let's say that Punat's shoving a bunch of his ace-X off and like small to medium pairs.
Yeah.
And that's most of his range. I mean, A6 off is probably behind. Yeah, you're just a small overlay with chips, but it's pretty small. They have over 20 blinds. I think it's just a fold. So
yeah, maybe a few king queens, king jack suiteds.
Sure,
as well.
but I mean, like you're not really. Yeah, it adds a little bit of equity.
Yeah, but it's, no, ace-6 is not gonna do the trick.
But I don't think with Punat, with the chips as they are, is really getting carried away there.
No, not like he has justifiably so previously when he was the massive chip leader.
Yeah.
Oh, and I almost feel for Poonsri, who
This I think
was
I
able
let
to
go.
Yeah, was able to shove this with wild abandon when he was the chip leader. Now he's like, wait a minute, I can't even play this.
Yeah. And now we're going to see Igor shoving with wild abandon.
Yeah. This final table has changed CEOs. And with Igor's newfound power. He's going to yell at Isaac in the boardroom. Guys, if you're watching Triton Poker, why not watch it live on Pluto TV? If you've been enjoying the coverage, this is one of our new partnerships, and very exciting. Pluto TV.
I have a
Triton
question
Poker.
for you, Griffin.
Yes.
Do you know what Pluto's status is?
Oh gosh, that's a good
nowadays?
question.
Because it's been
So
changed. Is it
I
a planet?
think
Is
it's
it
a
not
planet again. I think it's a dwarf planet, right?
Oh my goodness!
Which
you
is
are
not
good.
necessarily
That
a
is
planet, but it's
correct.
Yeah.
That is
I
correct.
told you we're cosmonauts.
A
buddy.
dwarf
Me and you.
planet. It's a dwarf planet, which means it does not have the gravity necessary to clear out its orbit. But it's big enough to be spherical.
There it is.
What a dwarf planet is, and you got it. And I did not know that until one of the earlier days when that came up, and I got into was talking and
Listen, it's a planet
we went to Google. And I looked it up.
Yeah,
and
it's a planet that's had a bit of, an identity crisis over the years.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what it wants to be, and we're
I didn't
very
know
supportive.
it was back to being a planet.
Yeah, no, it's.
But it is, and
all-
it's a
yeah,
dwarf planet. You got it.
Yeah.
And now Punat's got Ike in a world of hurt.
Yeah. This is the all-in. It's been already all-in and called, and that is a great start for the comeback kid. Isaac Haxton takes the lead on the 10-6-3. Ace Jack of Hearts is suited. You don't want to see a heart.
Ooh, that's a brick.
That is a big old brick to build the house of the double up. Can Isaac Haxton hold on? He does. Let's go. And was just
Igor
down-
doesn't mind seeing that. Probably prefers it, actually. It didn't cost him any chips. And
And
it's,
now they're both at around 14
yeah.
blinds. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
now
yeah.
they're both even, so it's better for him.
And would you believe it? From 3 big blinds, after folding pocket sevens with 8 big blinds, Isaac Haxton in great position now to make an improbable comeback and win his first Triton title. Still a long way to go. Listen, he has 14 big blinds. Igor's up there with 34, but he is within striking distance, way more than he ever has been in this 3-handed battle. If you're wondering, how does Isaac Haxton not have a title? He has 38 cashes. It's crazy. And he's such a closer, too, when it comes to tournaments. So the fact that he's somehow eluded him here on the tour Let's see if this is the start of moving even closer to that dream, that goal. Well, let's not say a dream, a goal. Huntry now, the unlikely short stack, third in chips, 14 blinds, ace 4. You can tell he's a bit trepidatious about it, but might feel like he needs to shove. And does. Just gotta hope one of these two players doesn't wake up. And Ike seems to like it. He loves it. Pocket nines, Brian.
Oh, wow. And Punzri, who was the massive chip leader, is now all in with his tournament life at stake and might end up going out in third when it looked like he had a lockdown on things.
Yeah, and no way that I can pinpoint any real mistakes Punat Punzri's made on this final table. Just hasn't been winning a lot of these runouts down the stretch.
And I mean, how about Isaac Haxton? Went from a couple big blinds to if he wins this, he's basically tied with Igor going heads up.
And that's going to pretty much do it. Only backdoor hearts for Punat to hold his hat on, and that's not a lot. And that is going to be the end.
Good luck.
Another great performance from our Triton Tour mainstay, Punat Punzri, third place. And I'm sure a lot of bounties to take home as well. There's Ike. Can you believe it? 32 big blinds now for Igor, 31 for Ike. And yeah, again, 473,000 for Punat Punzri. Can't say enough about this absolute force on the Triton Tour. Great score here in Montenegro.
Yeah, it looked for a little while like he was just going to run away with it. I mean, was just smashing the all-ins, massive chip lead, but just, I guess ran out of steam.
Yeah, I think he'll be just fine, and we should expect to see him, many more of him, much more of him, pardon me, the rest of the series.
Certainly.
Here are your chip stacks. 32 bigs, fair fight between Igor and Isaac Haxton. We're gonna have a new Triton poker champion today. Neither of these players have a title, so both looking to secure their first one and a nice, pretty significant pay jump all the way up to over $1 million. I'm Griffin Bencher, if you don't know me. This is Brian Rass. It's the first time we've ever been on air together.
Yeah.
Not bad. Huh?
Yeah, it's
pretty good.
I like it. It's going well.
Finding my place a little bit at the beginning there. We had fun. The biggest story, it's Isaac Haxton. I mean, let's be honest. Like we said, 38 cashes already on the Triton Tour. Not a single win. 50K bounty. He has a great opportunity here to finally do it. Igor was so effective in that GG Million surviving. Now he finally has little chips. We're going to have some chips to actually work with here. 30 big blinds each as we go into heads-up play.
I mean, the other story about Ike is how about this run he's had? I mean, it's not even just that, but at this final table, Ike had a couple blinds not that long ago and has won a number of all-ins and now found himself tied in chips heads up for the Triton title in the watch. So, I mean, one of these guys is going to break, get the monkey off the back, so to speak. I think, Ike's monkey's a little larger considering he has monkey. 38 cashes, but it's going to be a great finish when we come back.
And I will say, we did kind of call it when we said, when he does win, we were the ones who said, like, he's going to come back. See, people will never call us out.
You called it.
Okay, I called it?
I was silently in disbelief.
Well, also, no one will call me out for that when he busts in like third. It'll be a funny thing I said, but when he does it, they'll be like, oh my God, Nostradamus over here.
How does he do it? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Igor, again, first opportunity for him to win a Triton title, getting overshadowed a little bit in how excited we are for this great Ike comeback. But what a bold call with the ace-8 of clubs. Just almost snapped it off. The succession of ace-7 fold for a big tank and then the ace-8 the next one, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why he's here now. I mean, that was a huge pot. He folds there, and Punats just keeps on keeping on, putting on the pressure. But he made the call, won that pot, and that just changed the whole nature of the tournament moving forward.
Yeah, the whole climate. All right, well, when we come back from this break, we will get the heads-up match between Igor Yarashevsky and Isaac Haxton. Stay tuned.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Let us light those fires. Perhaps not with Queen 4 offsuit, which hits the muck immediately.
Patrick with a little something in the hijack.
Guess the question is to raise or to open jam.
He is
little deep.
About 18 blinds. Yeah, it's a little deep to have an open jam range, really.
So he does make it a min raise. Haxton's got queen jack. He did set this final table, eliminating Hecklin.
It feels like a spot where he's going to defend his big blind extra wide here against Patrick.
And that's
right?
because
of the bounty, right?
Having the covering stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth 60K busting him. Right? It's 60K?
60K straight. Yeah,
okay.
Not a mystery. So that is just north of one buy-in for this event, which is 50K.
Yeah, but Queen Jack, obviously a good hand, but I do suspect he would defend probably some hands that like maybe he would otherwise fold but are really close.
Yeah, obviously the bounty format kind of allows players to play wider if they've got the covering stack. We do have something developing here. Open-ended straight draw for Haxton, middle pair for Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, I wonder if Patrick is going to check this back. It looks like he isn't. This is interesting. I wonder if Ike is more likely to play this aggressively because of the bounty here.
Yeah, I think standard practice is to check call with no bounty on the line, but if you've got the covering stack, definitely incentive.
Yeah,
perhaps take what's in the middle or get that bounty.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I do think he probably normally check calls, but does he check raise here because of the bounty? No.
Do have to respect the prize pool portion. 9 on the turn, brings in the straight.
Yeah, the pot's already pretty big, so I can go check, check, and still essentially put Patrick all in on the river for 1.5x, even if Patrick checks this back. This is a tough card to double barrel as Patrick. He's looks like
It looks like he wants to bet, doesn't it?
I feel like some ace-10 is just around the worst hand that you could kind of think about betting again here for value.
Like a queen 10, jack 10 will always want to check to realize the equity with a straight draw. Seems on the line.
I mean, I think if Patrick goes like half pot here, I mean, he's probably folding to a jam, right?
I think so too.
Yeah. So I think he's also probably thinking about, if I bet, like, what is my response to Ike's various responses?
He does check it back, and the ace is just the disaster
That's a
card.
dirty card. I mean, Ike's very incentivized to go all in here with his value hands and his bluffs, right? Because he wins the bounty rather than like betting pot, right? Because that extra 275K or whatever it is also earns him the bounty if he has the best hand. The problem for Patrick now is, before it would have been a pure bluff catch against the big bet size, but now, like, you know, you're beating Ike's 2 pairs now, basically. Because, I mean, the only 2 pair you're losing to is ace-king. That jams or
always jams pre, yes.
So, I mean, I would imagine Ike probably bets all in. And I don't see how Patrick can fold that river, really. Seems like our Finnish friend might be on his merry way. Unless Ike chooses a smaller size. But I mean, this is a hand, obviously it's the nuts, so
All in.
yeah.
You're right. Gonna go for all of it. But Patrick hasn't snapped off.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably, I don't know. Will he even use a time bank? I would guess no. Yeah. Okay.
That's going to be the end. The finish. Patrick Antonius. Just an awful river card for him. It's a short stint for this final table for Patrick.
Yeah, really cooler river for Patrick there.
I mean, what can he do?
Yeah, I
he
mean,
beat some of the value as well, right? Like King 10, 10-9, or aces, or worse aces up.
Yeah, precisely.
Nice, man.
Patrick is going to cash in 8th place for 136,000. Unsure how many bounties he did collect en route to this final table.
One of the real legends of the game. Patrick has been playing the highest stakes for as long as anybody his age. I mean, the guy's in his early 40s, and he's just been playing nosebleeds forever.
Yeah, when we think of the best players.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Triton Poker Montenegro. I'm Griffin Benger. This is Brian Rast. We're here. We're heads up in the 50K seven-handed bounty. Igor Yaroshevsky and the legend Isaac Haxton, both looking for their first titles. But Ike, of course, has been waiting a bit longer than Igor. 38 cashes to his name. Somehow no Triton titles. Had as little as 3 big blinds, three-handed, and has somehow come back up to 30 bigs to be even with Igor, and it's going to be a fair match.
Yeah, listen, they are separated by less than a big blind right now, so it's very even with chips. It's either player's game. I'm excited to see how this heads-up match is going to go. I feel like these guys are going to play some interesting pots. That's my read, is that, you know, we've already seen Ike do 3 overbets so far at this final table. Yeah. Now, Igor's been mostly short-stacked, but I know he's very capable. So I think this heads-up match is going to be really interesting, and we're in for a treat here. So, you know, let's get ready to watch some good poker, Griffin.
Yeah, and about just under 800,000 for second place, well over $1 million for first. You know, we've been seeing a lot of sort of big open shoving. Of course, Punat Punsari is a huge presence on that final table with that chip lead doing that. But I think maybe heads up, we'll see a bit of a shift, more limping, more standard heads up poker. Maybe that $60,000 bounty not as huge as it once was.
Oh, sure. And then, you know, also just the fact that ICM is gone. So a lot of that shoving is predicated off of leveraging, you know, ICM pressure and all that, and it's gone. It's heads up. Just the one guy to beat, and so they'll be, you know, limping, a lot more post-flop play, and yeah, I'm excited.
Great. Well, if you are, you know, just joining us and you're wondering what we're going to be covering after this, please do look forward. We are going to cover the next 50K after. You know, we don't just end after one turn. We always got another one to hop into. So let's enjoy this heads up, see what it brings us. Hopefully we'll have a match worthy of 2 people really desperately wanting to get their first trophy here on the tour. And I mean, you know, my little prophecy about Ike Haxton when I said with 3 big blinds. So I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but I kind of want to see Ike take this one down. There are the chip counts, 12.65 million for Igor Yaroshevsky. 1 big blind edge over Ike in second place. Once again, about 250, 300 between first and second place. So this represents a great deal of money, whoever takes this down.
Yeah, well, speaking of the 50K that's going on, actually over on the other side of the room from where we are right now, I walked over there during this break and, you know, was just at a table, chatted a little bit with Seth Davies. They're in there. They're in there blasting away. I mean, I had 145, no, it looks like 158 entries right now, so that's going to be a big, big prize pool.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, once these buy-ins start to creep up little by little, you know, we started our first event with 25K, obviously a significant amount of money, but for these super high rollers, once you get into the 50s, you know, up towards 100, this is where their meat and potatoes is. This is really where they make their money. So it'll be exciting to catch up with that event after this finishes.
Yeah, no doubt. We can all look forward to that. So when we're done, just don't go away, because there's going to be more great poker.
The only way I'll let you go is if you promise to like and subscribe on your way out. That's it.
And send it to Griffin's Twitter.
Yes.
All right. Earn a like.
So first blood to Igor. The limp from the king deuce from Isaac. King queen suited, raised from Igor. Kind of plays itself. There is that beautiful shiny. What did you call the thing again?
It's a trophy. That's what it is.
Yes, it is a trophy.
And guys, I actually made a mistake, because I think I said getting watches, and turns out that you only get a watch when you win one of the main events, which this is not. So for this, you just get the beautiful golden trophy with 3 prongs.
3 prongs. 3-prong trophy.
Designates it as the Triton trophy. That's it. No watch. So set that straight.
So Ike pouncing on that limp, similar to how Igor did. So pretty aggressive pre-flop, shoving with the 30 bigs.
A 30 big open shove there, no joke.
Over the limp, in fairness. I'm not sure if he's open shoving the button, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he might. If you think about it, a limp is stronger than just a big blind that hasn't V-pipped. Slightly. Slightly, not much. I mean, this is heads up, but
800.
So this hand could be a really good indicator of what we might expect from this heads-up match. We kind of maybe thought that they would do a little more limping and slowing down and checking, but right here, maybe we see another shove from Igor with for 30 big blinds here. Doesn't seem like he just wants to call.
Yeah, I don't know. He does agree with you, and that'll get it done.
See a comment here on YouTube from Urali Beck. Said, Igor is waiting pockets. Disagree. Right away. Shove the ace-4
like
diamonds.
Waiting for aces? Is that what that means? Waiting
I think he just meant like a
pockets?
pocket pair. Like to call, or to go all in. It was just funny that he happened to not do that right away,
Yeah. Waiting pockets.
Waiting pockets, yeah.
Well, here we go. We might get a flop.
Does Isaac want to misbehave with the Dolly Parton? Oh, Dolly.
1.4.
Instincts correct. Igor limping the weak 4-3.
Should get it done, but Igor hasn't released yet. He might just be balancing his timing, or he might have plans.
Can we assume? Is it safe to assume, Brian, that maybe 9-5 off, the worst kind of hand that Ike would ISO over a limp there? Like, wouldn't necessarily do with 9-4 because it has just such little playability. 9-5 at least when you get called.
I don't really know. If I think honestly, I think he might do it with both, but maybe you're right.
So much going on between these two individuals.
I mean, the difference is when you check, you always get to play 9-5 post, and you don't, when you raise, right? So kind of like the inverse to what you're saying about why you might want to raise the 9-4 off. Hey, going for the sip mid-hand. That was an interesting order of operations right there. I feel like he had mentally decided he's folding and went to get a drink, then realized he actually had to fold and did it immediately.
I'm going to fold this drink and drink this water, and in an order that might surprise you.
Yeah. I can identify with that. When I have stuff on my mind, I oftentimes do things in weird orders, forget what I'm doing. Igor does look like a man deep in thought. Both players flopped no pair, which isn't that tough to do when the board comes out with a pair. Curious what lines they're going to take. Ike has a pretty interesting hand to maybe stab with here because the 10 and the 8, I mean, there aren't that many draws to be had. The 10 and the 8 are both higher than the 7, and it's one of the lowest possible hands that has 2 cards higher than the 7. Relevant because, you know, if you're called by a 7 or a 3, you can hit your cards, yet you still want to bluff out hands like Jack and Queen high. But Ike opts to check, and looks like Igor will as well.
Yeah, I guess the problem, too, though, is, you know, this line Igor is taking, especially checking the turn, does show a showdown value of sort of Jack, Queen high plus, right?
Yeah.
Now, this
I think
card
Ike's
on the
bluffing
river,
here. Oh, wow, Ike doesn't bluff. Interesting.
Yeah, so that card on the river might have been an interesting one. But Igor's going to take it down.
I mean, I think Ike is a person who he doesn't just commit to making a play. It's my kind of read on him, having played a lot with him. I think he randomizes summon spots. So my guess, if I had to, is that he probably rolled for that and came up check.
800.
Maybe on both the turn and the river. We'll never know. But
so for some of the
read.
people at home that might not understand what you mean by when you say roll.
In other words, he randomized, and roll is the expression for doing something to determine what your random output is.
What are a common process for a pro in something like this? Like looking up at something that's moving?
Yeah, looking at a clock that has, you know, a number 0 through 9 on one of the digits. You could use shuffle chips and then use one of your chips and look at the orientation of something on your chip, kind of almost like where it is on the clock. Those are 2 of the possible ways.
So if you say you're going to do something 75 or let's just say 80% of the time, and then you find a roll that gets you like that 20%, you'll do the 20%.
Yeah, so like you know, you'd say like 0, 1 would be A, and 2 through 9 would be B. Or you do about where just after where the 9 is on a clock, and then you looked at the chip and which way it was facing.
If you had to guess, let's just say in a field of 100 players here, how many of them do you think are randomizing?
I think the majority of these players randomize at some frequency greater than 0. Now, I think there's probably a really big difference, and I think there's some guys that probably do it very rarely, and I think there's other guys that probably do it a lot. And that, I don't know. But, like, do they ever randomize? I think, like, a decent amount of them do it, like, some of the time, you know? So there's a lot of different opinions about randomization in live spots, right? Like, to dig into this a little deeper, it'd be like, you know, can you find something better than randomized? Because, you know, we're not playing robots, so is there any kind of read, any feeling, whether it's something physical or just with how they're betting, or what their sizing is, that you can make a better decision than randomizing. You know, the flip side is how often is your brain tricking you and you're actually biased in your thinking, and randomizing will take you out of that. So, you know, I think that's why I think some guys will do it way less, but nevertheless still do it. Because even though you're like, oh, in a lot of these post-flop spots, maybe I can do better than randomizing, there still might be a few spots where you end up saying, okay, I don't want to, I do really want to do it at some frequency, like 3-bet with this hand at some frequency here, so I'll just go to the randomizer for it.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Brian.
Yeah.
Isaac Haxton 10 high, limping the button. Igor checking, technically ahead here, but it's going to take the lead. Easier to play for him, he thinks, and takes it down. Both fighters sort of circling each other in the octagon here. Not much action so far. Couple shoves early on, but mostly some small ball poker. But now that the blinds are going up to 250,000, 500,000 with that 500,000 ante, a little more shallow. 25 big blinds each on the dot.
$1 million.
And I don't think this is going to work out well for Igor. Brian, 25 effective here?
No, he's probably shoving, but he might call. Yeah.
It's just such a nice little pickup. So rarely you getting raise called. Isaac elects to go with the shove and takes.
Raise call is not that rare. Rare is a strong word, but you know, yeah, you get it through a decent amount.
So a chip
I mean,
lead.
like king, queen off.
We'll call,
is
yeah.
Raise calling, you know, like king, jack suit. I mean, you know, it's like their heads up. It's not that deep. Yeah, he's gonna have a decent amount of hands that'll limp min raise call there. But yeah, also a lot of junk that folds. It's just
so Igor going with the check line with king 10, probably not thinking it's good enough to shove / not wanting to shove for 23 big blinds, but didn't want to raise fold.
Yeah, he didn't have to shove. He could have just raised. But yeah, maybe, who knows? Again, when you see players make decisions, going back to the randomizer thing, you never know if they're always making this decision there, or, you know, maybe he would raise sometimes.
Yeah.
He just didn't this time. Because he randomized, or for other reasons that we don't know about what he thinks about what Ike's doing?
Yeah, so I'm glad I asked you about the randomizing thing, because I think it does give some interesting insight into, you know, sometimes when you see these decisions and not to just see them in a vacuum, you know?
This is an interesting play by Igor. He's taking a hand that just starts getting a little uncomfortable check calling. He definitely could. But two pretty big cards. You know, again, a hand that he could have played more aggressively pre-flop and didn't. He's got a big spade in there. Hitting a king or a 10 might be good if he's called right. The king's bigger than the jack. The 10 is bigger than the 5 and the 4. So he can pick up straight draws. Now that's a total brick. I would guess he's one and done on that. I would think the cards that he'd be more interesting in continue would be stuff like a 9, 10, queen, king, spade.
So it's kind of like this intersection of like, I'm hoping, because Isaac, again, he just limped the button. I'm hoping Ike just has something that he's bet folding, like a 9-7 or whatever. But when he does call, you know, I will continue when I pick up more equity, like a 9 or a queen, or maybe check if I hit a 10. But once that particular card, like a deuce, comes, you realize that his range is so much more strengthened by his ability to bet call the flop, by his decision to bet call the flop, that it just doesn't feel worth it to continue, right?
That's a pretty good breakdown. Yeah. And so we're going to give up with this hand, which now is nothing. other than just a draw to a king or a 10. So and that's why you're picking some hands like this to mix in with your check raise. You do have the ability to continue on a decent number of turn cards.
Now, this is an interesting river because a lot of Igor's perceived kind of check raise bluffs would include a 6. And so Ike kind of finds himself with one of his worst hands, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Is that fair to say?
On this run out, it's possible Igor decides to bluff.
But maybe he would have continued on the turn with a 6 in hand.
4 points.
Maybe, but maybe not. Like, maybe not with a hand like 4-6, right? Igor can also have an ace. You know, at this point also, Igor does have some unpaired hands like this, maybe other flush draws, but now this hand is even farther towards the bottom of his range, and what he really wants to target is Ike's 1 pair hands here. That puts them in just not in a good situation.
Yeah. Wow, nice bluff from Igor Yarashevsky, and that was a big swing. He got the card he needed to represent, and that is a really defining moment in this heads-up battle. Igor Yarashevsky takes the chip lead, 28 big blinds, 14 million to Isaac Haxton's 23. And you have to imagine if that river card wasn't a 3, that, you know, Ike would have quite a nice lead in this heads-up match. So, yeah, it's just these moments that can happen. Oh, and the big cooler coming up. This could very well decide who gets their first Triton title.
I mean, it probably will. I don't see how this doesn't get all in. Ike is going to jam. I mean, he jams ace-8 off, so why not ace-king? And don't think Igor can fold this one. So, guys, we're going to see a race where Igor has a 9% equity edge.
And there it is. Ike seeing the bad news, really. I mean, of course, it's fine. It's a flip, but when you get snapped, you'd love to see ace-jack or ace-10, but it is the pocket 7s with his friends in tow.
Shingus was at the final table.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he's been sweating his buddy. Yeah, and Hajiev and Bulgiev.
Oh, bad start. Going to need a little Broadway help or a king or ace on the turn, or Isaac Haxton once again will fall short in getting a Triton title.
Look at Ike just staring across the table at all 3 guys sweating him. There's a lot of energy
against
to
the world,
overcome
man.
there,
Him against
you
the
know?
world.
He's like, what's going on? I can't beat 4 of them.
All right.
And there it is, Igor Yarashevsky with his first Triton Super High Roller Series title. A big smile on his face, probably a relief. Ike, once again, bridesmaid not the bride. $1.052 million for the 50K No Limit Hold'em Bounty winner. Getting a nice hug from
16 years play first.
the king himself, Jason Kuhn. And Ike is just, can I get in? Can I still get in this tournament? Get me in there. I got $716,000 more dollars. I got 50 here, right? I got spare 50 right here. Wow, and there's the champion.
Thank you. Yeah, wow, Igor, well played. He just, you know, unlike the last one where he just slid his way up into third, this time he just slid his way up and then won. So there we go, Igor. A third and a first, and, you know, we're only not even halfway into this Montenegro series.
Payouts, yeah.
Baba,
yeah.
excuse me.
Patrick Antonius started us off in 8th place with 136,000. You got Adrian Mateos there in 6th. So many familiar faces. I think we're used to seeing every final table like this. But the story, I mean, I thought it was going to be the story of Ike Haxton, but Igor found a way, got his first title. He was a final table the GG Millions earlier this week too. Played that brilliantly, getting into 3rd place, but now actually gets his title. It seemed like it was Punat Punsri's tournament, but it just didn't end up finishing that way, and good for Igor. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stretch there where Punat was just smashing the all-ins, oftentimes coming from behind, but then it all shifted at the end. Igor had that big call with ace-8 suited. It held up.
Wow.
You know, they got heads up. It wasn't a very long heads-up match, but I will say Igor had a kind of nice bluff that he pulled off with King 10. Really hard for Ike to call there with just a pair of fives. And then just right after that, you know, won the first big all-in, and that's how you get it done at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes on these big final tables, like you said, if you pull off a really nice big bluff, if you make a really big call like you did with the ace-8, and you win the big flip at the end, you could have yourself a trophy, and that's exactly what happened for Igor. Please, whatever you do, like and subscribe. But also, do not go anywhere, because we are going to go to the 50K. The buy-ins keep on going up. We got a great 50K. You saw Isaac Haxon being like, let me in there, let me in there. All the big players are going to be in it. But first, we are going to throw to Marianella, who is with our champion, Igor Yaroshevsky.
Igor Yaroshevsky, this man right here, has graced the final table stage at every single Triton stop he's been to. Absolutely incredible. You clinched 7th in the main event in Jeju. Yeah. Hello, final table, GG Millions just a few days ago. But finally, this is your moment. You get to hoist your first Triton title. It has to feel incredible.
Oh, it's amazing. I don't know. It's like I do nothing, just won 10 all-ins and one tournament. It's easy.
It's an easy game, right? You were saying, hey, man, I've been playing this for 16 years, so this was the moment that you were waiting for.
Yeah, it's like my first big title. It's I'm feeling great, and thank you very much. Triton is like one of the best series, and I wanna play only Triton, nothing else.
We'd love to hear that. We'd love to hear that. Now, talk to me about the final table. When it got three-handed, things got a little swingy there. You looked very calm and collected, but talk to me about what was going on inside.
I don't know. I tried to think, but I just waiting for some good cards and push all in, and I don't know what I have to do, and it's like card play.
It was your day. This is your moment,
just
right?
My day.
It's
Yeah.
just your day. That's all you need. And I love that super smile that you gave us when our producer Dempsey came over and asked, so how many bounties did you collect? And the answer was...
Now 2.
And
First one, Ike, and my bounty. 2.
Okay, I'd like to invite over tournament director Luca Vivaldi. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Igorino. Very funny, Luca. Ladies and gentlemen, your 50K bounty champion, Igor Yaroshevsky.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series in Montenegro. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Brian Rast. We just saw Igor Yarashevsky win his first Triton title heads up against Ike Haxton, but of course we are not done. We have another 50K to get to, but let's talk a little bit more about the final table. It was a very interesting final table. Punat Punsri really seemed like he was going to run away with things, putting a lot of ICM pressure on the other players, but I would say the big shifting moment was right after Igor Yarashevsky made that fold with the ace-7, really thought about it blind on blind, decides to take a stand with the ace-8 of clubs, flops the absolute world with that flush, nut flush right on the flop, 10 jack queen, and that really shifted everything in the heads-up match.
Yeah, certainly. No, that was definitely the moment when the lead started to shift, and right from there, Punat kind of was just on an elevator cart just descending down the mountain and never really was able to recapture any of the former glory.
And there were some really impressive hands played on the final table. A big standout for me, which you really called, was the incredible pocket sevens fold from Ike Haxton three-handed with just about 7 or 8 big blinds, finding the fold, recognizing that Yarashevsky was going to be shoving so tight in that three-handed setup. But probably the biggest hand of heads up that changed everything, not just the big flip, of course, that we saw at the end, 7 stays king in favor of Igor, But right before that, the big bluff with the king 10. Let's talk a little bit about that hand. You know,
Sure.
the flop check raise and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, if I recall, I believe the flop was Jack 5-4 with 2 spades, and it was a limped pot. You know, I think he's taking king 10 off there. It's a hand that could check call, but kind of nice hand to maybe check raise as well. A lot of cards you can pick up that you can keep barreling on. The deuce of diamonds wasn't one of those cards, but then when the 3 hit the river, all of a sudden, just naked king high, no pair, 0 showdown becomes a kind of interesting hand to bluff with. He did. Ike ended up folding the 5-8 off without taking, you know, I don't think he went into a time bank. So
Yeah.
ended up being a nice bluff that worked out. Kind of hand that made sense from both parties as they went. Interesting one. I agree.
And it's so fun, too, like when the complexion of a hand can just change so much with just one very interesting card propping up. You know, Igor kind of being done with the hand and then getting that, you know, maybe one of only a few cards where he can make some big bluff, the 4.2 million chip bet. Really, really impressive stuff from him, and a deserving champion. Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so I think we are going to be heading to that 50K. Why don't we see what we got here on the feature? I see Patrick Antonius. I see Shingus finally done railing his buddy. He was supporting Igor Yarshevsky there for his first title. There are the chip counts on this feature. Jason Kuhn, not used to seeing him at the bottom, but few players will play 9 big blinds better than the American. He just has 86,000. Patrick Antonius in 7th, actually our 8th place finisher in that bounty, having a pretty good series so far. There is Shingus. We got Victor Malinowski, Tim Busso, Kosei Ichinose, the Japanese player who I had the pleasure of commentating on the other day. Elton Sang, we all know, in 2nd.
The guy shot from the small ball.
You know something, just real brief to touch on before we get into the action. That king 10 hand, it just also goes to show that guys, you know, sometimes in those spots they check raise, flop. It's not like they're doing it with the plan like, oh, I'm just blasting off on this no matter what.
Yeah.
Right? It does depend what cards come out, plan changed, plan changed again. Right? He was bluffing, kind of gave up on the turn. Then the right card came on the river, which probably wasn't that many cards in the deck, and he bluffs the river, right?
Yeah, and I think that sort of ability to improvise is really the artistry that we see at you know, in poker in general. You've been there before as a poker player, whether it's you, Brian Rast, or someone watching at home, where you know you get a little creative in a hand and it works out and it's so satisfying. But to see it at the highest level here at Triton, it's really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, it's the card sense,
Yeah.
right? Just understanding your range, your opponent's range, making adjustments, and kind of each card is different. You know, you have your flop and there's 50 different options, or, you know, 49 different options, whatever it is on the turn, and they're all a little bit different and they all mean different things, and you play some of them different from other ones. Anyways, moving on to this hand,
and
we can see a Victor Malinowski special. He's always an aggressive customer, and he's 3-bet the ace-3 off, which is, I don't think that's really in the book, so to speak. I think this is a pure fold at GTO. But here he is, and Kosei Ichinose, who I had the pleasure to share dinner with in Jeju, is not going to be folding, probably going to be 4-betting.
Yeah, and in the form of all of it, just the 20 big blinds behind. And yeah, Victor won't be too pleased with that start. Probably, you know, went a couple nodes past what he should be going there, and he knows it, and was hoping to just maybe sneak one through, first hand back from the break, you know, maybe catch Kosei with a light open, maybe something like a queen 10 suited that he might fold. Not today.
Anybody else, yeah. CB.
So this is event number 7 here, the 50K 8-handed. Started with a field well, not started, but it is filled up to a field of 159 entrants. I'd have to check, but that sounds like one of the biggest we've had, despite being the biggest buy-in, of course, tied with that bounty. Just 84 remain. If we sort of have a look at the other tables and the other players, we see Ben Tolleran, also known as Ben 86, absolute legend, maybe one of the most respected players ever in the game with a chip lead of 115 big blinds. He has 1.15 million chips.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still to this day, but for quite a while, he was known as the best PLO player online.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm sure he's still amazing at it. Might still be the best. I don't know, but definitely remember that, the legend of Ben Tolleran, Ben 86, the PLO player.
Yeah, and you would have to imagine fully intending on staying the entire series, including that PLO main event towards the end.
Yeah, I do think he's playing maybe a little bit less poker than he used to.
Mm-hmm.
But he's here. He's comes to the Tritons from time to time and competes with the best of them.
Get some of that in like 60 seconds too.
Not quite as well known for his No Limit Hold'em tournament game, but an amazing poker talent.
I would take him over most.
Yeah, this very well might be my favorite.
Shirzad Hisu saw almost make that massive fold against David Yan. And I believe it was event number 4 or 5, final table with those Trip Kings. He has 927,000 in third place. Great start to this event. Chris Brewer, 889,000 fourth.
You know all about it. Yeah, I think pretty hard about it. I read about it a lot. I talk to people. Yeah. I can help you with that stuff. Just trying to live well, you know. Trying to go a long time and feel good while I do it.
I think Kuhn and Elton were talking about like longevity, like the health stack.
Is,
not sure. Always love hearing when the players are talking about something interesting, and that in particular is a subject that is important to me. I'm very interested in health, all different forms of exercise, nutrition, sleep.
All in.
18 big blind shove here for Antonius over the min raise from Elton Sang.
Thank you.
Gonna take it down.
Two things you can do without even changing your diet that would help you a lot. What?
Listen
After
in.
you eat, try to move. Okay. Even if it's just a walk. Like walking and then sitting is so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like regardless what you eat, you should try to move afterwards.
That's a good one.
And the other one is when you eat your protein before you eat your carbohydrates. You can eat the same meal, but eat the meat before you eat. Yeah. And you'll get a much lower blood sugar spike, which is a lot better for your health.
Take notes.
Carbohydrates are just kind of bad in general.
That's not true. I mean, if you're active and you're moving, carbs are great for you to a point, you know. Nothing is absolute, right? Like good or bad. Like it needs to be balanced diet.
I've learned that processed food is bad.
Yeah, terrible for sure. Trans fats, terrible. Like
and sugar is also.
Sugar is serves a purpose though, right? Sugar serves a purpose if you have it the right way and in moderation. But yeah, excess, it's horrible.
Yeah, there's just waiting to make sure they're not
Of
still
course,
talking.
I don't want to miss a word, and I think
but
he's going to stop talking now,
yeah,
though.
because he's in a hand.
He is in a hand.
There is
indeed.
a myth about the carbs. Carbs are not like, oh, carbs are bad. That's a myth. Like, everything depends on the amount, like what % of your calories come from carbs, etc. Oh, did he just flat the aces?
So,
yeah, that's
yeah,
like a thing that you do a lot off of these stacks.
On 8 big blinds from the button, we can of course see that, you know, his opponent would have just called off and maybe would have called almost, well, much of the range, but he just wants to make sure he gets the rest of the money, and should be able to do so with just pot left here. Yeah, and you can't really fault Buso.
On your big blind as well. Perfect.
It's just such a disaster to shove the 8 big blinds and never find the fold range that you have to just. He decides to make sure to get it all, and look how he did. There you go, drawing dead.
Drawing dead.
The master at work.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about carbs, right, it also depends what source you're getting them from. You know, you're eating fruit. You're eating natural, non-processed foods. It's fine. What you got to make sure you're not eating too many carbs. You got to get enough protein. I mean, like Jason was saying, everything in balance.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they'll keep talking about it.
You know what I mean?
I just asked for kings.
I told him to give me aces, you know.
The true power of manifestation.
Yeah. Oh, it's fun. I get to stay around a little longer.
All of us are happy about it, Jason, but maybe not the other people sitting at the table.
Antonius the 2-8s under the gun +2. 22 big blinds for the big Finn. You want to know why I call him the Big Fin?
Yeah, why?
Because he's a shark.
Okay. He is. Yeah, he
See,
busted.
it's a good joke, but the shark is such a cliche in poker. I get nothing. It's like, you know, that's the problem.
Eat, walk. If you're at the poker table and you eat, get up and bounce up and down and do some squats. Seriously.
Yeah. That's what I have been doing, actually.
Yeah, seriously. Do that every time you eat.
Yeah.
Just do like a 20 body weight squat. Makes a big difference.
Yeah. Sitting is apparently bad for you.
Death. Yeah. That's the worst.
Yeah. I've been doing a little bit of studying, like researching this stuff.
Good.
So I wanted to talk to you a little more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can get you all set up. Got all the people you can call and talk to, and they can make everything for you.
Queen 10 off on the button for 16 bigs. You'll often see Jason Kuhn do a lot of maneuvering off this kind of a stack, but wants to play the Queen 10 as a shove. You don't like your life when you get called here, but it's certainly nice when you can just take it down.
I'm behind. I fold.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the point of having all this wealth if you don't have good health? You know, what's the point?
It's not easy though sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I found? It's like, the thing is, it's kind of weird, like I'm like 43 now, and I've never like learned this kind of stuff. growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And now thinking about it, it's like these kind of things, like this knowledge into this health, and you know, they should be teaching kids. You know,
For sure.
You know, like you're eating every day for your life, like.
Yeah. At least whenever I was in school, though, it just wasn't like the whole system's so corrupt that the food guide pyramid that we learned about was like shit.
They want you healthy and sick.
Yeah, they want you sick. They want you eating their sugary cereals and their.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, but that's how it seems like.
That's definitely how it was for some period of time. I mean, those food companies had all the money and all the lobbying rights, and they're telling the FDA to write a fucking pyramid to tell you to eat, 6 bowls of cereal a day.
It doesn't look like the system has changed that much.
Yeah,
Still.
at least
And
people are starting to get it, I think.
Even you just go to USA and you see that people look like they're poisoned because there's
Totally.
poison in their food.
They really do look poisoned.
Yeah.
Everybody's
It's sad.
overweight.
They don't look like.
It's super sad. If you go to the poor places, like where I'm from, everybody's obese. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
very rare to be healthy.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
They just drink Coca-Cola all the time.
Yeah. But this is one of the best advice that you just gave. This thing to move after eating. It's crazy, these studies, what they done, if you go 15-minute walk after eating, what it does to, I don't know how to explain it, but exactly like regulates your blood sugar and all this stuff, digestion and.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like we should be teaching this knowledge to the kids, right?
I mean, my kid, you know, I have a 2-year-old who just eats like salmon sashimi and.
They just eat whatever we give them.
Yeah, he's like, the stuff that we feed him he loves, and it's all like health food. He just eats avocados and omelets and. Yeah.
Some things are more important than poker, and health is perhaps the biggest. Really interesting to hear these guys talk about this stuff. I'm definitely writing some things down.
A lot of great points. Patrick came in and doubled down on the walking.
Yeah, which is
after.
really hitting me hard because that's, I mean, when I have a big dinner, I just, you know,
Oh, that
throw
one
on
I kind
Netflix.
of know about, but the one I didn't know about that Jason said was eating the protein first.
Yeah, I found that
That
interesting
one,
too.
if I had heard it before, I forgot. That's an easy one because you
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I feel like I always eat the carbs first now that I think about it. Like the pasta, you know, whatever first.
2:30 yes.
Okay.
Another aggressive way to enter the pot for Malinowski. Probably one of the weaker hands you're going to want to open the cutoff with, but he gets a better hand to fold in the king 10 from the small and dodges Antonius in the big. Nice little takedown.
I was sure like 30 maximum.
Huh?
I thought you were like 32 or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, thank you. Yeah.
Just compliments to the guy on his left. Never 3-betting him light again today.
Like 90, because I'm 94. I thought you were like 92.
Oh, you thought I was, yeah.
Yeah. You do. You got that. You got that baby face. You got that going for you. Yeah.
It's not a baby bank account.
Kuhn, great start to the level. Not only is he helping people with their health, whether it's Elton on the table,
Oops, sorry.
me and Brian in the booth,
Tight fall.
everyone listening, but he's also trapping people with aces,
have the squid
getting
cards.
his shove through a king, queen 10, finding ace king on 18 bigs. Is there anything this man can't do, Brian Rast?
I don't think so.
Perhaps he'll even win a Triton title one day.
Not too late to start, though.
Never too late.
Yeah.
It's the only thing. All right, my man. Take care. Never too late.
GTO Wizard, pardon me. Beat the best, crush the rest. This is the #1 app for poker players. I'm not just saying it because I see it on the screen. I can tell you personally, you want to understand GTO, get your trials in, can transform your game. Just 5 minutes per day. You can do some of their little trials of different hands and stuff like that. Quizzes, 300 quizzes. Check it out, GTO Wizard. Kuhn has everyone in the table in the palm of his hand. He's trying to help them with their health. You think someone's going to look down at King 10 and 3-bet him light here? Brilliant.
Let's find out.
It's pretty meta to 3-bet him light here, I got to say. Like if Elton just looks down at something, someone's got to do it. Come on. You have you look so strong if you 3-bet Kuhn here. It's just telling you how to extend your life and the lives of your children.
Oh.
Buso, revenge shove. Got trapped by Kuhn when he had King Jack against Kuhn's aces. Now gets an opportunity to shove on him.
He's a pure influence. Oh yeah, I got him stretching.
70.
And doesn't shove, in fact, makes it 3.5x. In case there's a chance, Kuhn thinks, no, not even for half a second.
Probably like the same kind of hand as I had. Very close to 3-betting as well. If I looked at you, you look like a nice guy. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I had a really good hand.
Yeah?
Yeah, made a tight fold. I had a really good hand. Yeah. Didn't have like a jack off type hand. I had a better hand.
Would have worked against you, but maybe
would have worked. It would have worked.
I don't know against him though.
And Elton probably fresh off
I would have folded.
dinner, taking the advice of Jason Kuhn already into practice.
I would have folded.
20 body squats. I guess we could do that if we wanted to, Brian. What do you think? Should we do it?
Nothing crazy.
Might be tough with the mic.
Friendly game of poker.
You know what, Brian? I'm doing it. Here I go, Brian.
20, right?
Here I go.
There you go, yeah. Get down there.
I'm doing them. 2, 3.
You're doing nothing,
Griffin. For your blood sugar.
Stop lying.
Dude, come on, man.
Really do it for you.
Yeah? Yeah, I love
Why are you salting my game?
the easiest
Baiting
thing
out
to
my
do.
seed.
I wasn't going to wait. You're going to count to 20. I couldn't take it.
Some of those every hour when
That's
you're
fair,
playing
that's
poker,
fair.
Your health will be a lot better.
Victor finally getting
Yeah, I
a
like to,
hand
like, set like this
with the
some
ace-jack
exercise that I can
under the
really
gun
do
plus
while
1.
I'm just playing poker.
Yeah.
You can like just stand here and play and do exercise at the same time.
Dude, it's really crazy. There was a study done on, they just had people sit in their chairs and just like kind of fidget, like bounce their feet for hours. And it like was a huge difference than just sitting there not moving at all.
Oh. Well, we might as well move, right?
Might as well move. Oh yeah.
This is perfect. It's like you kill 2 squares in 1 stone. You're playing and doing exercise at the same time.
Yeah, we need Triton stand-up poker tables.
Yeah, exactly, right? They gotta make this into a culture.
Yeah, it'd be sick. Every like 20 minutes, the table goes, whoop, stands up, and everybody has to stand for 10 minutes, and then sits back down.
No, everybody's just like standing up, and like when we're not playing, we're just like either moving, doing
skipping rope.
Yeah, doing something, you know. We
This
come
is
back
sweet.
to the game and
that'd be sick.
Play a hand.
That'd be wild.
Oh.
Yeah, a couple pretty big hands here.
The graphics tried to fold it for Joe Zoe, but I feel like that's not happening.
No. Jozo more powerful than the graphics. Very small sizing here. Might
Yeah.
even say a bit irregular. He is in position.
I feel like it's maybe Victor call because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's just...
He's putting more money in the pot
Yeah.
here for sure. I would imagine just call, but yeah. It's pretty fortunate because he is up against the part of Joe's premium range that he's flipping against.
For us, maybe just some squats.
Turtles, one leg. I'll do one leg. You do two legs, okay?
And great start for Malinowski.
You do a one-legged squat.
One leg squat?
Yeah.
I've never done that before. You can actually do that?
Will be a bit more difficult to get value on the Jack of Clubs turn.
That's new to me.
Yeah, those are called pistol squats. Those are hard.
Huh?
Called pistol squats. They're really hard.
Let me try it before. I'll probably fall down though.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself. Not worth it.
Huh?
Not worth it. Might hurt yourself.
My right leg, I can probably do it.
But, yeah. That's pretty good. That's a good starting point. That's good.
The Jack in particular perhaps preventing Malinowski for going for two streets of value, recognizing that, you know, pocket jacks can certainly get there. Pocket tens might fold on this turn, so looking for maybe one street of value.
Yeah, I think it's time to value bet.
Yeah. It goes very big.
Well, Joe might tell himself he's blocking 10-9 and flushes, which is true.
Mhm.
But probably Victor's most likely value hands have a queen.
Reaching for chips, which is usually a bad sign, and has shown the bad news. Very nice pot here for Malinowski. Getting all the way up to nearly 40 big blinds.
The 10 isn't that great though, because it also blocks some bluffs, hands like ace 10 and king 10. And the only 10-9 he can have is 10-9 suited, so.
Touche.
Yeah.
Malinowski.
I think it's one of those spots where you look at it and you might overrate your blockers there with 10s.
Right.
Is if you, and it's easy to do that. But
Malinowski is from Poland, has just 7 cashes on the tour, but those total nearly $3 million. Finished 13th place in the Jeju 100K main event. Actually finished 13th in the Vietnam main event as well for $237,000. Second in the 20K mystery bounty there. So it's been knocking on the door. And his biggest score by far on the Triton circuit. Third place in the 100K main event for $1.2 million in Cyprus 2022. So a bit of a main event specialist, it seems like, so far in his early Triton days.
here we go, 3 to the flop. All the hands kind of interacting with one another.
But It really is all Kosei and Malinowski here. Very juicy. Top pair for the pole. Nut flush draw and 1 over for the man from Japan.
When Kosei checks back the nut flush draw, something to remember.
Yeah, bit surprising as well, but you know, sometimes players will mix in some checks with hands like this.
Malinowski checking King 10. Wonder if he has any plans here versus a bet. Just check call, check raise. Just check through. So King 10 really.
And
wow.
what a river card, giving Patrick Antonius, who, again, was the pre-flop raiser here, quite loose with the King 7 suited and +2, has now made the best hand. Or pardon me, not the best hand, has made a king.
Wow, and probably value bet.
Yeah.
Value bets it. And am sure Malinowski's coming with the check raise.
Yeah, Malinowski not going to be concerned with Queen Jack, as this is a kind of hand that we probably would have heard from Patrick on one of the other 2 streets.
Yeah, and with the sizing too. I mean, Malinowski's probably happy to play for Patrick's stack and take his chances. Kosei loses the absolute minimum there.
Yeah, it might be difficult for Patrick to release. I mean, it would seem like a very strange bluff. Also, not a lot of 2-pair combos that Victor should have. You know, other than like, I guess, 9-10, King 9, King 10, maybe some King 5 and King 3 suiteds type of hands.
Yeah. Yeah, Patrick.
And then, of course, Queen Jack could have, certainly.
No idea what Patrick's going to do. He's can be pretty sticky. If I have to lean, I'm going to lean with call. Even
I think to play devil's advocate, I'll take fold. I think that
right. You want to bet 100?
Sure.
All right.
I just think
I like your side in general here, by the way.
I know. I think it's I think it's very close.
I'm basically just betting this because
I think it's very close. Yeah.
I think Patrick is sticky.
Right.
Not because I think most people call.
I think
I think most people fold.
In talking about the kind of combos that Malinowski can have, when I first entered conversation about it, I was thinking there weren't that many because of the way that the 5 and 3 would interact. Like, you know, he's not going to have 5-3 suited or 10-3 suited, 9-3 suited. But also he can have pocket 3s. He can have pocket 5s. There's a lot of combos of Queen Jack, you know, 9-10.
I'm
very,
not doing
very
a
possible.
complicated analysis, Griffin. It's called Patrick is sticky and Malinowski's capable.
Yeah, yeah,
and
he's very capable. That's the big thing.
And I think Patrick ends up calling. There, that's the extent of my analysis. There's no combos.
Oh, I thought you said there it is, like you threw it in.
No, there it is. Like that's all. It's no. I'm not like
my wallet out.
and then the Jack 8 suited. No, man. We got. No, he likes taking his time. He likes taking his time. We're in for a tank here. Patrick is going to take.
Okay, I need you guys in the chat. Help me out here. Which side are you on? Are you on call or are you on fold? If you're on fold, you know that you're with me. You're siding with me. You're
here's
Team
my
Griffin.
100. It's U.S. Okay, I don't have any of this euros. Okay,
I thought you were gonna say Canadian funny money.
I have a credit card.
Yeah, I did leave my wallet back at the thing, but I won't need it.
Me.
I won't need it because you're just gonna pay me.
This is
listen. This is like, you know.
He's thinking it all over. He's not thinking I'm sticky and Malinowski capable, though. He is thinking about combos. And
I'm getting a lot of folds in the chat here. Okay, I'm getting a
I
lot
like
of Team Griffins.
All I gotta say is,
Oh, God,
normally I love your side here. That's why I offered the bet.
Patrick doesn't want to get bluffed. Okay, I made these. I randomized in my head. I did the whole thing. Like I know he's gonna fold.
He might. I'm not like confident in this because I'm
you're
on
not
the
confident.
I'm
You
on the
already
side.
you prepaid me for God's sake.
I'm on the side that normally
Give me
folds. So, like most people fold here, most of the time at least. I'm trying to decide like the 7 of clubs. Is it really? I don't think it's. Like, what is Victor bluffing with?
That's what I mean. It's just so
He can
off
kind of
the
just
wall.
bluff
It's like,
with-
am I just gonna? Do I want this pot so much? I'm gonna try to bluff Antonius off a king. It just seems random. And I know he's capable, and I know that you're right that Patrick can be, sticky in the way that he's just like, I'm not gonna let this frickin', this aggressive.
I guess, you know what? I guess he probably turns in like hands like 5x or whatever. Maybe turns those into bluffs some. Also, maybe just random nothings.
Maybe Jack 9, Queen 9. These hands that he felt like were good on the turn, and then block Queen Jack. I think that's a decent consideration.
Yeah. So I have no real idea whether the 7 of clubs is good or bad.
I think having a Jack or a Queen would be pretty big if you decided to go for a bluff here as Victor.
Him taking like all of his time banks, I think I like that. Because I think once you've used all your time banks,
you get to the nitty-gritty of what you want.
You're like, damn, I got no more time banks. We gotta.
Oh no, you're right. Oh God. Oh God. God damn it.
Griffin has already grabbed the $100, which is a strong move. He's really feeling confident.
I'm feeling less. I'm gonna put it more like back, like just on your side here. This little line across.
Okay.
I'm a little less.
Patrick is
confident.
I was feeling like he was about to call. Now I'm a little bit less sure though. Oh, I'm starting to like call.
Oh
a lot.
yeah.
He's got a goofy smile on his face.
Oh no, yeah, he wants to see it. He doesn't want to wait to hear our stupid. Let's go, send up. Give me that money. Give me
Another crazy dumb bluff.
Give me that money.
You'll see.
There we go.
You
Wow.
I got all my
1-0
time back.
in our
Good job. Good
betting
job.
wars. This is the beginning of something. You
Around
started
200K
something. I know
or
you want to
same
chase
thing.
this down now.
One time.
Guess what? I'm always ready to go. Let's see the next one.
I have no idea what you can have in that hand.
Well,
You'll see.
What you can have?
1, 2, 5, 10.
Big smiles on the Pole's face. Like maybe he got away with something, but we know he had King 10.
Only air.
How many levels are we playing today? 12? So just send one more.
I mean, lost in the shuffle. We should be analyzing that was a great fold from Patrick Antonius.
great is strong. It was
I love how you tear down my.
That was an amazing fold.
No, it's not,
We're gonna put that. We're gonna put that clip on YouTube with. Look at Patrick. How can he make this fold?
I just think that when someone makes me $100, I want to say good things about it.
I mean, listen. I didn't bet my side because I think like he should call or whatever. I just.
Yeah, you had a feel. Yeah, listen, you were close. But
I just
you know,
my
as I
feeling
say, no cigar.
having been watching, you know, for multiple Tritons, it's just Patrick just sometimes calls in those spots, especially like, you know, this is Victor Malinowski we're talking about. Okay, he's kind of an animal, so you know, it's not like Knit Central over there check raising you.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's just a solid fold. You know.
Elton's saying
He
defending.
didn't make a hero call.
No, he did not.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
like
was
the best way to phrase
amazing.
it. He passed on the hero call.
Antonius getting rewarded for his perhaps the greatest fold we've ever seen.
I mean,
Triton.
he does like donning the cape.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's flown right into this set of 8s. And he's just thinking of how am I going to possibly get action here? Well, I guess I'll start by betting. Please don't fold. I have wagered so few chips, Elton. Please stick around. Nope.
It's kind of a weird board to bet this small.
Oh, I thought he folded.
9-8-5 with the flush draw. It's not really a board you small c-bet. Like, this is not quite, but almost quarter pot.
Yeah.
Elton was...
He just really wanted to give me a reason to continue.
Elton was, I think, just curious.
Yeah.
But then realized, like, what am I doing? I have ace-2. Like...
He had a flush draw.
Elton kind of does that, I feel like.
If you're just joining us, or if you just need reminding, we are covering the 50K 8-handed event here today. 159 entrants. We have about 69 giggity left. Shurzat Hizu is now the new chip leader. Whoa! Dude, you see this? 1.716 million chips. In second place, Ben Tolleran with less than 1.2. So that's a big lead for the German, who we saw earlier this week in the 6th place finish in the 30K for 238,000, 1.5 million in Triton earnings. So this is a nice start in this event for him.
Yes, it is.
And you know what's fun is going and seeing the big hand, and it looks like it was a massive three-way clash between Leonard Mao himself and our boy Isaac Haxton, who unfortunately fell. Hizu had pocket kings, Mao had queens, and Isaac Haxton had pocket 8s. The board ran out all clean, and that explains why Shurzat has a massive chip lead. Blind on blind action here. Elton gonna start with a bet. Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Shingus has that gutter, gonna have every reason to want to stick around. Deuce on the turn, absolute brick city. Elton going to be acutely aware that this third pair isn't always good, but that also Shingus is going to have a lot of straight draws.
Yeah, most definitely. And maybe even like some weird ace high that he didn't raise, like ace 6, ace 7, king highs potentially. So Elton decides he doesn't love check call and instead just kind of bets again, and it works.
We're still here.
Elton is a thoughtful, creative player.
Go back to the normal table. Well, 2 level,
37 minutes and it's bedtime. For me.
For
You're
you.
just getting started.
Kosei with the pocket 4s somehow didn't lose a single chip with the nut flush draw there. That was sort of lost in the shuffle of that hand between Malinowski and Patrick Antonius is going to raise it up here on about 35 big blinds with the fours. Elton Sang with Jack Frost. I told you about Jack Frost?
No, please do.
So the Jack, obviously, for the Jack, and the 8 is the Snowman.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that makes sense.
It's all up to Antonius in the big. Does he want to peel with the 9-7?
Yes, he does.
The randomizer says yes.
No, there's no randomizer. He likes the big blind.
Yeah.
You're not stealing Patrick's big blind.
No. And good reason.
I mean, 9-7 off is like just a reasonable continue as well. So I don't, versus a min race.
Mm-hmm.
That one. So fours again in these spots. The lower the pocket pair, the more incentive to bet because you get out overcard hands. Like let's say your opponent has King 5.
Yeah.
Right? Like the 5 is an overcard, which is different if you have 7s. Right? The King 5 only has 1 overcard. So
You like boxing,
fours
right?
is more incentivized to bet. But Patrick
I see on your avatar, I think. You have
doesn't have a hand like that. He has top pair and is playing it for stacks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, sometimes you feel like you've just bet folded the best hand. But it just, the playability, right, is so difficult when you check back a hand like that. You show weakness. You really do need to bet it. And if your opponent happens to have the part of their range that check raises you, whether that's, a nice draw or a pair that's better than your fours, you just have to,
It's not, morning time for
let it go.
Should be interesting. I knew he picked Usyk.
Yeah, Usyk win.
Yeah, I will go for him also.
I love him, dude. I love him as a person.
Oh, they're talking about Usyk Fury. Is that tonight? It's Saturday.
It'll be Saturday, be tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, tomorrow.
Cannot.
What time would it be playing here?
It's in Saudi Arabia, though, so that's probably like close to this time zone.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Should we watch it?
Most def.
I'm down. Maybe you can win your $100 back for me. Patrick, get a limp, complete in the small limit, the 10-5, hoping that Tim Busso finds a check back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Because of some party or?
I'm not exactly sure, actually. Maybe he's just smart. Everybody's too tired. I don't know.
Advantage.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Is this something new?
Pair of fives.
First time they make the bail.
Just a very lowly, ugly
Is there not
gutter for Tim Busso.
Nothing.
No flush draw backdoor.
Day 2 of
the main
of 100K. Yeah, tomorrow 100K starts. And so day 2 of 100K.
Yeah, so no day off.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, tomorrow is 100K.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very long one, right?
Yes, yeah. That's okay. You can wipe your tears with another 1.7 million.
Check out the all-new betacr.eu. It is your exclusive hub to predict your favorite player's action outcome in these Triton events. You can receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start. Elevate your sports engagement experience. betacr.eu. madman voice.
Love it.
Good one.
Yeah.
I don't know
Back
which
to the
one
action.
yet, but I think
This is 100K the main, or is the main a 125?
main is 125.
I don't even.
Yeah,
Talking about these
all
big
the
buy-ins coming up.
75 Has made the 100K
Sounds like 100K tomorrow.
a normal.
Getting into the
warm-up.
6 figgies. Wow. All right. All right. Jack Frost
I
for
dig it.
Jason Kuhn.
I dig it.
Yeah.
I miss the short deck tourneys we had in this casino. The greatest short deck tourneys of all time.
No short deck
130K
at this
we had.
stop,
Oops.
but will
Maybe the
definitely
best
be
poker
at
tournament I've
futures,
ever played.
especially in Asia.
Do you remember the 130K that they had here? The million in Hong Kong?
Was it here?
Yeah, dude. There were 30 people in the tournament that like literally had never played. Craziest thing ever.
Is that the one you won?
Yeah.
Yeah, good enough for Shingus.
Okay, I see why you remember
Ace
it
10
more than
against
I
the
do.
very
I
aggressive
very vividly remember it because I got
Malinowski, but Buso
like the average stack on the bubble.
just a little annoyed, I think, for 14 big blinds here.
Quite deep.
Yeah.
Early position open, 14 big blind shove.
He got it in drawing dead against me in the turn. 5 seconds.
Yeah, definitely pretty annoying spot for King Queen. Suited probably lets it go. Sorry, I was just Kuhn was talking about this short deck tournament he won here. It was a million HKD buy-in, I guess. It was
Said about 30 people that were new to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds
Who did
juicy.
Yeah. Who was it?
Yeah, a lot of players at these
tell ya.
super high
GP.
rollers, I'm sure, more than happy to just learn on the fly.
You guys starts with a C.
Quick learners for sure.
No.
Okay.
think American gambler not around anymore, but really could gamble big and fun. I could answer for you. Not too much info. There's not many of those.
Patrick going to raise it up from the cutoff here.
And Josu might be thinking about getting in here with the light, a little bit light. Decides on call.
You got it.
Yeah, maybe he wants
Looks like
to
7
get
million.
involved.
Starting to get serious.
Seeing Patrick
3.7
quite
million.
active. We saw Patrick,
Yeah, it is
you know,
starting to get
opening King 7 suited and the like from mid position.
Short deck tournament, I was like, wow, amazing memory.
Maybe Joe wanting to keep him honest a bit, but that's not going to be the flop to do it.
So this day, my biggest cash. I never had one bigger. Isn't that crazy? I've never had a bigger cash than that.
3.7.
We played a lot of tournaments. It's really not big for the games that we played.
5 seconds.
Like 3-1 million buy-ins.
I would like more of those.
Yeah, you won one.
10 of spades on the turn.
It's more exciting than the number of plays, you know? You're like a heart pump, you know? Yeah. You really get people in. Yeah.
We got that one in the Bahamas. You heard about that.
And
Oh, yeah, I heard
a
it.
bet on the turn from Joe.
Yeah.
This one not going to work.
500K.
Never good to have the 0% beside your name and be coming up betting.
I mean, it's never for sure. But yeah.
Okay. Still get money though? Get that?
November?
6 on the river, Brian.
Well,
And Monaco.
I'm not really sure what Joe wants to do here. What he wants to accomplish by betting. Does have king high. I mean, he's going to try to get full houses to fold. Like, a 10, that would be most of what you're trying to do. So he has to bet big enough to get a 10 to fold. The ace is never folding.
But also, you know, what 10's checking this flop? Is 10 jack checking the ace 6-6 or c-betting, right? So it's very, very ambitious line from Joe, but does find some restraint. You know, yeah. So that's good. It is important, I think, that, you know, if you make some moves that don't work out, or perhaps maybe I would even suggest a mistake here on the turn from Joe, not to let that compound into future streets. So I think it's really important that he has found the discipline to not follow through on the river and not lose any more than the...
Well, he might decide to check call here, which is kind of an interesting decision. I mean, that's really giving Patrick credit for checking back, worse no pair hands floating and then bluffing. Okay.
Finds it. So yeah, Joe nicely recovers there and doesn't lose more than, you know, 53,000 chips.
As a tournament game, it's awesome.
It's just more action in general.
Yeah. But Ultra's right though, like full ring Omaha fucking sucks. But 6 minutes sucks. Like 9-handed Omaha. Unplayable basically.
How to not go all in.
Yeah. I guess you want it so they can go all in.
Are you watching on YouTube? Please like and subscribe. We thrive off it. We don't want money. We just want your love and subscription. Patrick.
I think it's fine. Mix Holden and PLO.
Ace King.
One round. Yeah.
Maybe 1 round.
In the hijack has been very active this level.
I played that a few nights in Vegas.
Probably not getting
all 3 games.
Credit for a monster in a spot like this.
Regardless of which game, I think the split game is really the new thing that's just really that makes the game a lot funner.
Hopefully. Every time it's like a new situation.
Yeah.
2-5.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of time until GG will add the squid option.
And Jason finds the call with the Queen 3.
Pick the squid. And it's also lots of rake for them, many people in the phone. Yeah,
You think you flick in the 1 chip with 13 blinds against Antonius at the hijack here? It's close, right?
I think I fold.
Yeah.
But, you know,
This soft play is the problem.
not saying that Jason is wrong, but I probably fold.
Yeah, I think that a player of Jason's caliber might be more... is just going to have a little more weapons in the tool case, you know, to really whip out. And maybe that's why he's a bit more defensive of his big... I've noticed it's something I've noticed in other events where doesn't really want to leave that out there, you know, the big blind, the big ante. He's prepared to fight for it. And I think it's probably because he's better post flop than maybe almost anyone in the world. Or maybe he just randomized.
13?
No, I bet he didn't randomize there.
11.
I'm going to figure this out eventually. I'm going to find one.
Patrick relentlessly opening. Another hand, another raise. Everybody's folding.
Yeah, what's the VPIP going? This is like, he's really getting, I mean, he's getting some good hands to do it with, but.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
These guys can hit some boards that they both like.
Oh yeah, these are really beautiful hands.
Despite their hands being a little different, but this is... there is a little bit of something for everyone here, but much better for Patrick.
Yeah, especially blocking the 9. No backdoor diamonds for Malinowski.
Yeah, Patrick wants to go ahead and build the flop. Also has a pretty big range advantage on this flop as well. Just having a smaller range with all these broadways that just kind of smash Jack 10. And Malinowski's immediately uncomfortable with this hand. I mean, he might just fold it here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
just
like that fold.
It's the face of a guy that doesn't like folding equity. You know, like he has some connectivity with the board, potential to make a pretty strong hand. And you can see he's just fighting it a bit. He's just like, oh, it's not what I like to do, but this is just not my spot here. And we have a new second in chips in the field. A name you might remember and recognize. Kyatley.
Oh, there he is.
Always in second, whether it's in the chip counts or finishing in these tournaments. Quite famously, just been so close to getting his first title and wasn't able to do it just the other day against Mike Watson. But again, in contention, over 100 big blinds here with 65 players remain. Ben 86 still up there, 4th place with 89 big blinds. Daniel DeVoris in 5th with a little over $1 million. Dan Smith, 975. Brian Kim, 8th in chips for 71 blinds. Usual suspects.
Elton with a nice hand here in the big blind.
Oh, very nice.
They're about 30 big blinds deep. Is he going to call? He's going to... Yeah, he comes with the call. And even though nobody flops anything, better spot for Koze. He has the ace of hearts. He's in position.
Yeah.
He's got the stronger range. Even though, yes, Elton can have more 3s certainly, and maybe even 7s. Koze has a lot of good Queen X, a lot of big pairs, and comes with a pretty small sizing. For Queen 7-3 with a suit, I mean that looks like less than quarter pot. We'll get the job done against Jack 10 of spades probably though, but very small size.
Yeah, definitely something, you know, trendy into today's game. Very, very small bets on the flops and then real big bets on the turn. Would have liked to have seen how Koze would have reacted to, say, a black 10 if he really wants to attack those 7 and 3Xs, or if he's only really going to 2-barrel with hearts, etc.
I mean, my understanding in those is the smallest usually is when it's like king, kind of middle little or king little.
Right.
And usually rainbow. But then as the king gets lower, you start increasing the size a little
Very
bit.
interesting.
So, you know, queen, and then yes, kind of disconnected, but there is a flush draw. Just think less than quarters, a curious sizing choice.
Okay.
You never go for big rebuy numbers. No, because I usually start at the last level.
Yeah.
Like the second last.
Responsible gambling.
Yeah, straight up.
Because I know how it usually ends up if I don't, you know?
The old shove and pray. 10 big blinds with ace-5 off from the cutoff. You got to get through 4 players. It's not ideal. 3 players, pardon me. Shingus, the last one, and gets it through.
Your king jack suited, you know?
Prettiest card in the deck. A little bit of help. A little bit of help just in case.
Kuhn with a very big hand in the hijack now. I'm very curious to see if he plays this as sort of a balanced shove or finds a small raise. Yeah, and thinks his hand is too strong, wants to get action. You see a lot of this from these top players. Not just falling victim to the, well, if someone has a better hand, I'm out. Just sort of raising to get value from those weaker hands that'll peel from the big blind. You know, flipping probably, like, prepared to go with it against pretty much all of these players. But, you know, if there's 2 people that show interest pre-flop with re-raises and stuff, you can get away. And, yeah, it does get the slightly weaker but flipping queen jack to call on the big blind.
24.
It's definitely one of the things that I've come to appreciate and have taken notes from. You know, the raising off smaller stacks. How much more you can utilize your chips instead of, okay, I have 12 blinds with 9s in middle position, I'm shoving. Like, it's, you know, you can find, there are more ways to win chips, and that's what these players have learned through their studying, through their process, through their playing.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to short stack play. Not necessarily the hardest thing to learn, at least just for pure chip EV, not including ICM. I mean, there's just like a lot of charts.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's just work you have to put in.
Yeah.
Is this the last level of today?
Now, once it's like, okay, you start factoring in ICM situations deep in tournaments at final tables, then those spots can start, you know, now you have this and it starts to mutate quite a bit. And then that gets a lot more difficult, I think. But
yeah, servers, yeah.
This is the last level, right?
Yeah.
What time do we start tomorrow?
Last level of the day.
So many things you kind of have to learn to play tournaments well.
Yeah.
You know,
especially at this level.
Long day too.
King Queen for Kosei. Under the gun +1. Very, very reasonable open.
I just want to play some order. Give me just, I'll just let my hand go.
Ooh, 10-9 suited for Shingus. Unfortunately, Brian, not a lot of chips to work with here. We're in that sub 20 big blind stack. You're up against that early position range. Kosei not exactly, I think, raising too wide here.
Opposite, if someone
How do you
says,
proceed on this stack?
He's like, oh, I'm so much action. Actually,
I think I'm folding this, but it's close.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's right. I
think it's right, but
yeah,
it's. I also don't fault him for calling.
I mean, one of the things I don't love here is that, yeah, you don't have much maneuverability, so some of your positional advantage is mitigated because of that, and you're just dominated by a lot of his opens.
Yeah.
So, which I mean, like that's always true, but in those situations, it's nice to have maneuverability to float to this, because you want to win some of the pots where you don't have the best hand. And take advantage of position. And it just gets hard to do that when you get this short. So, I mean, I actually think this is pretty close, 10-9 suited, but I think I fold.
Do you think Shingus' strategy will...
Brother, I got to tell you, that's like the new knit me, because the old me would never fucking fold
Yeah.
like
No, good for you. I like this this leaf you've turned.
I used to be kind of a maniac.
Follow-up question then, I would say is, do you think this call is a bit player dependent? Not to suggest that Kosei is an entirely capable player, but maybe not as inclined to do it against someone that would maybe be more aggressive on certain boards. I mean, we haven't seen huge aggression from Ichinose.
Are you saying like why Shingus called?
Yeah, I just mean, do you think he would maybe fold against a different opponent, or this is just like how his baseline strategy would be on this?
I think maybe it's baseline strategy, and I don't know. Maybe it's. I'm not certain.
Maybe it's
what a solver would say.
Maybe he randomized.
Listen, the Silicon Overlord might say call. Okay, like I'm not positive. Again, I guess I would bet fold if we went to look it up, but I could look it up. This one's easy. I could look this up now, and here in the booth, I could bust out my laptop.
Oh, do it.
My backpack's over there. I don't think I'm going to, but, maybe I'll remember to do it later.
Cool. So, advantage Shingus. And Kosei, I mean, listen, he is open-ended. The stack-to-pot ratio is only about 1.2. Could put out a bet that effectively, look at this. So Kosei Ichinose effectively putting Shingus all in here, betting 130 of his remaining 149,000. And this is a pretty difficult spot here with the 10-9.
I think with 10-9, I think you end up...
You need to
call. You got to call this.
Yeah.
Because it's like... Yeah, your 10 isn't good against value, but you have an open-ender with it, So it's like your hand is kind of robust when you're beat.
Yeah.
Kosei's going to want to make this play with hands like Ace-Jack, King-Jack, like, Kings. These one-pair hands, right? Because, you don't want to just give your opponent with draws with a lot of equity, like... You don't want to let him just call fold river. You want to just charge him here,
Yeah.
But I think with 10-9, like the flip side is that the other hands are going to be hands like king, queen, ace, queen, some flush draws.
Ace 5 of diamonds, whatever, yeah.
Now with only one to come, you're doing well against those hands because of that 9 especially.
Yeah.
Like you're doing a little bit not so bad against his value, and then you're ahead of the draws. And so...
Yeah, I think Kosei played this well too. I think this is just two really capable players playing a hand well, and
I mean listen, they're short.
Yeah,
the SPR's low. They're probably getting it in with this.
Big river.
That's what happened. So now the poker gods decide who wins.
Ace, king, or 9, and unfortunately it's the queen. And Shingus almost needed a second there. That's a confusing card, but yeah, that is the straight for Shingus, and a massive double up for him to get up to over 400K.
Yeah, Elton just broke it down the same thing. Good call, good shove.
Yeah.
Elton likes to play. We like to play. The play's good.
Speaking of playing, Poker Stake, you can buy action on these guys. Some of these guys are selling action. You'll be able to follow along and actually have a piece. I know that that Moneymaker likes to sell. The other day, he won that first event. You could have had a little piece of that. So check out Poker Stake. Look, you can even do the little thing with your phone where you put it over the thing and it'll open up a link. Don't have to go to the site. What do you call those things? QR code. That's what it is. Check out Poker Steak as we get back to the action.
Oh, you played that Quattro Bounty one, right?
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate the whole QR code thing, Brian, but I gotta say, I'm not down with it in restaurants. I want the. You know, I'm old school like that.
I like a menu too.
You know, I need a menu.
I'm a big menu guy.
Yeah.
When I go to restaurants, I look at the
menus.
whole menu. I like
like
to look at my
looking at-
options
Yes.
and order. My
We're
wife
just
even
so
knows
buried
now.
in our phones already, you know?
My wife doesn't even bother anymore. She's like, I like what you order anyways. You sit there, you study it for
Nice.
5
Yeah,
minutes.
it's like a chart for you.
You got to figure. You're gonna
Yeah.
figure it out. So we have our thing, and so I like the menu.
Yeah.
I'm with you. It's just not the same looking at your phone.
No, I do that all day. I don't need to do that at the restaurant.
Especially also, you want to compare things. You
Yeah,
know,
you
it's much
open it
harder-
up
yeah,
and you're,
like-
oh, what do you think of this? Oh, look, I got the French one. Can I get an English menu? I live in Montreal, so that's
Yeah.
I have my own challenges.
Yeah.
Joe, fresh off the, pot with King 9, has decided to complete with the 9-5. And for his sake, I hope he doesn't show any interest in this pot, because Antonius has 100% him again. It's hard to do. 100% someone 2 hands in a row, like once on the turn, once on the flop.
Wow, here we go. King 8 off. Does he c-bet? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he wants to bet real small and get Joe Zhu to do something. Joe Zhao? Do we know? I should ask.
I said Joe Zoe.
Oh, boy.
So.
Okay, I'm going to get producer James on that for me.
Oh, and Joe is doing something.
Yeah, and it's see, this is the thing about Patrick too, is we've been watching Patrick for ever, right? Since we first started playing the game, at least I did. He knows how to get money from players that, aren't necessarily the pros on the tour. He's really found a way to trap Joe into becoming his own worst enemy with this check raise.
Joe's got nothing. Will he just keep blasting away? It will definitely not work out well for him because he has no way to win. So all the money Joe Zhu puts in this pot will no longer be his when the pot's over.
Yeah, I would hypothesize that he feels like he needs to follow through with another one because he didn't last time. And he didn't get to see Patrick's hand, right?
Yeah.
He made that turn bet with the King 9 and then didn't follow through on the river. Patrick Antonius bet, he folded. Now as he finds himself being like, wait a minute, I don't want to just do this twice in a row. So I think we could see a bet for Joe's sake. I would love to see him give it up, but it's hard.
It's hard. I mean, you can't have draws here, so, just, okay.
Oh, good instincts. Yeah, so Joe backpedaling a bit.
Yeah, just decided he was one and done. I mean, unless it's the fabled double check raise.
Oh.
I mean, there's no way.
You know how much I love a double
does
check
Patrick
raise,
even
Brian.
check this back here? He's just like, wow, my man just gave up. I guess I got to try to get him to bluff again.
Yeah.
Because, what does he ever have? Check, raise, check? It just has
Literally
nothing.
nothing, yeah. But he is going to get a small amount of chips in 45,000.
Patrick is trying to get him to double check raise, to just bait him into it. Here, it's small. Just a little bit.
I guess I'll also say that there are some players that, and I'm not sure if Joe's one of those players, but might check raise this flop with ace-3 just to sort of see where they're at and freeze the action. And a brick like a deuce, they might continue, and maybe that's part of Antonius's thought process is I don't want to. This might be the only spot I can get action from an ace-3 or a pocket 5s or a pocket 6s.
Those hands might just call river.
Right, or but the river might be like a queen, and then it's just going to be more difficult. But yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. He was going for the double check raise, wasn't he?
Yeah. Patrick wanted it all.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to give my guy here the chance to really be a hero, to go for the double check raise bluff.
Can play a hand for 2 hours.
Pretty strong hand in the small blind here for Joe. Pretty much the same stack between him and Ichinose. Both around 18 big blinds. Certainly a couple different ways this hand can be played. Let's see what he goes with. Is just going to min-raise.
Min-raise. That's a unique line in this spot, and Koze is going to be very happy just to call.
Yeah, because wouldn't have been able to take the heat of anything bigger than really a min-raise.
He might call 3x. Is he suited 10 high?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's calling. But much happier to call 2x. Here we go. No one's got anything. Joe probably just c-bets and wins it right here. Seems like the most likely node at this point. Okay. Koze has to think, which hands do I want to bet flop with here? Because I have a lot of hands that have nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe 10x no heart isn't one of them that likes to just bet on the flop, he decides. This is probably going to get it done. Here we are. I think this is it.
All right, last hand, guys. Let's just all go all in blind, everybody. All 8 of us.
That's great. I love that comment because it feels like something someone would say at a World Series main event
Yeah.
table or something, or like a 1K or something.
Not the main
universal,
event,
that joke.
actually, but at like, yeah, just like a WSOP 1K.
Yeah. The 1500
for
mystery
sure,
bounty.
or something.
Maybe a walk. Maybe a walk for the last hand of the night. Feels right.
Ooh, a walk, a walk.
Yes.
25,000.
No walk for Jason Kuhn. Thanks for all the health tips, buddy. But I've got King 10 off, and I want this hand.
Elton's been pretty quiet, so.
Yeah, that's part of it, too. He's like, listen, I've been carded all day.
Oh, my
Someone's going
goodness.
to come for that. Okay,
Here
so.
we are. Last hand. Let's gamble. Does Kuhn overcall here? I think he does. Bet you 100.
I like your side.
Yeah.
I just
okay.
do. I just think he thinks, I just think he thinks the ranges are wide enough that he doesn't need to. And it's not like he has like King 9 or like.
Yeah, King 7.
6-5 is kind of one of the ones that's like, okay, you know?
Yep. Nobody has much of anything. Kuhn,
Yeah.
the gutter, but Elton's got a diamond. He does have all the biggest overpairs.
Yeah, and could bet a size here. Again, make sure you understand, right, if you're watching this, that Jason Koon only started this hand with 16 big blinds, so he's not going to have a lot of room to mess around. You know, facing this 30K bet, it's representing almost 20% of his stack. Can't really get to, yeah, and just has to let it go. And Elton saying, finally play the hand, finally won one.
Diamonds, jack of spades.
Here are the chip counts. Pretty shallow on this particular feature. Of course, we'll be getting a fresh one tomorrow. Elton Sang with 35 big blinds up top. Patrick, 32. Shingus, nice double up with that 10-9. All the way down to Jason Koon and Kosei Ichinose, both with 11 big blinds. So that is the end of our. We don't have another tournament to go to. This is it. We're good. Come back tomorrow.
Let me check. Nope. Producer James says no. We're done.
We're done. But yeah, that was really fun feature. It was nice too. I mean, we've had a long day to be able to listen to the players a little bit, talk about stuff that interests them, like health things. That was really cool. We got to talk a little bit about that. Definitely going to be taking some of those tips home with me from Jason Koon. That was a really cool conversation. As far as the poker's concerned,
move around after you eat.
Yes. Here, go for
eat the protein first.
Yes,
Boom.
protein first before the carbs. Move around after you eat. That was great. I would say the most important thing that happened is I won $100 right here off of this guy in our first ever bet. I said Patrick Antonis would make a big fold, and he thought he would make a call. And,
No,
so.
it's like the other way. I thought Antonius would make a big call, and you thought he would make a standard
semantic,
fold.
what are you going to do?
Okay,
I'm just saying, I'm looking forward to round two. I don't know.
Listen, all I just got to say, I'm the guy who pays.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. By the way, I don't have my wallet on me, so I would have.
All right.
That would have been a whole thing if you bothered me.
I'm just the guy who pays. That's all. I lose, I pay. That's how it goes. One of these days I'll win something.
We're going to be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. for day 2 coverage of this 50K 8-handed.
Tomorrow and the day after and the day after.
We're playing 100K.
Poker,
dude,
we're here for you.
We'll do the 50K till it finishes, and then it'll be 100K. What else are you going to do but like and subscribe? Keep watching.
Smash it.
Smash it.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Good night.